We are live at Collecco for Thursday, September 4th. Live Facebook record sale. I always say Facebook, but I guess I should start saying YouTube and Twitch, especially YouTube. We've been on there for several years now. Let me put my keys and wallet up here. Time to empty my pockets and start cleaning off this table. Probably everybody's like, holy heck, Chad's actually on time. What in the world is going on? And there's this. And then I'll give you this before you...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I still got to prize stuff for you and Steve and Paul, which I plan on doing tonight because Steve's texted me 3 days in a row. And I was like, yep, I'll take care of that. We're going to do it tonight. It's my sit down, bill pay, and work on stuff night before the weekend. All right. Welcome, everybody. Boom. Share. Share and share. And I'm going to move a couple of these items off my table. All right, copy this link. Down, down, down. I actually been here a half hour. I've been ready to go live for a half hour almost. I was eating and I knew if my mom was here, who I just asked to go to Elevate for me and get a blue juice for Thursday night metal night. But I'd say if she hadn't have been here, I'd probably already been back here live, but I'm glad she was here because now she's gone to Elevate. It's time to get elevated. Dun, 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 dun. YouTube. Dun, 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 dun. All right. A new level. Okay. Ding 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 ding. Okay, and now YouTube. Christmas vacation. All right, one more link to share. One more night. That's Chad Collins. One more night. Story. A new level. Dun, 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 dun. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, here we go. Everything's shared and ready to go. Sorry, I was humming stuff. Hummingbird, don't fly away, fly away. That is a Seals and Crofts song. John, how's it going? I am here, hopefully about to sell these fine folks that are tuned in some vinyl records. All right, let me take this off. The gavel has made its first appearance of the night. Let me bring it up here, actually. Yeah. All right. Okay. Price gun. We might can sell this tonight and this. I still don't know what to do with these. And we'll sell this tonight. We'll reduce the price and sell that. I'm going to take these two Funkos up front. And these slides. A new level. All right. Let me take these up here. Just gonna lay them up here. All right, sorry, I'm finishing clearing off my table here. Make sure y'all have already hit the like button. We're gonna get started with some auctions here in just any second now, honestly. I think I can pick all these cassettes up at once. Almost. All right. Let's take these right back here. 8 tracks. We sold a bunch last night. Well, or the night before, too. We auctioned that Black Sabbath 8 track. It sold for, I think it sold for like $40-something. Master of Reality. Everybody was wanting more Black Sabbath 8 tracks, John. Oh. I was like, we can find them. We can find them. I got a whole stack over here that didn't sell the other night. I'm telling you, we sell about between Monday and Saturday, we sold a Flexi disc last night. We sold a Hip Pocket record. We sold an 8 track. And I still got this, which I think is a play tape. Yeah. Play tape. We're gonna try to sell a whole bunch of those. We're gonna try to sell the play tape tonight. What artist is it? It's Donna Ross and Supremes. Okay. Supremes Greatest Hits. Yeah. Yep. There's a play tape. We're gonna try to sell that tonight. If you watch consistently Monday through Saturday, you'll see about every format here at least once a week, even Laserdisc. So it usually, everything at least once makes its appearance. So let's put this right over here. My box cutter is going to go over here with my tools. And these JSA cards. I'll put those right there. And let me take this last stack of media up front. Here we go. Let me take all this up here. What time are you going to be back, Caden? Yeah. 8 a.m.? Good, because Ed's going to need your help. You're going to tub all these records for him. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. All right, good. Hope to have you back. You're going to throw away that Zaxby's next time, right? Right. Okay, good. I don't need it. I'll be right here. All right. Okay. Okay, those need to go up front. Beep, bop, 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 bop. Kind of a drag. Okay, let's put that right there. Next thing we're going to do is grab this crate of new vinyl. And the show is about to begin. Glad everybody's tuned in early on this Thursday night. It's Thursday metal night. It's also Thursday night in the South. I guess nationwide, but first thing I think about is high school football, which a lot of people play games now on Thursday nights. They're starting to do it more and more on Thursday nights, and I'm like, I'm not a fan of that. Supposed to be Friday Night Lights. All right. Let's see. Okay. Now, if anybody's probably asked me anything in the last 5 minutes, I probably hadn't seen it. But I will tell you this, I'm kind of actively looking at the chat now, so I'll try my best to answer anything. First thing I'll say is we're going to put up Heaven and Van Halen for auction. Here we go. We have Heaven bent, a 1982 USOG, a Terre Haute pressing, VG++, a $10 star, and it has a press release. It has a promo press release, a biography insert about Heaven in there. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, and then we got Van Halen, an 84 OG. However, it is VG minus, a $10 start. It does not have an original inner sleeve. It has a inner sleeve. That's the inner sleeve for 5150 though. So those are two $10 starts there. Going to run those quickly, see if we can grab any opening bids on those. And then let's see what else is going over here. My credit card was used 4 minutes ago at Elevate. So that means Julie's on her way back with everybody's drinks. I bought everybody's Elevate tonight. It's the least I could do. You're welcome, Jill. And let's go find this here. Are you asking me, do I have any guitar picks? Yes. Do I know where they're at? No. Story of my life. We went through tubs again last night, stuff I didn't, well, we went through a shelf over here. I found all kinds of stuff I forgot about. Heaven's got bids for 10 and now 12. And let me grab this first empty crate we're going to start using to fill up. We're going to go through tonight's newest of arrivals. Here comes Julie with the Elevate. I knew it.
I said they missed you and you have 6 points.
They said they missed me and I have 6 points. Thank you.
Oh, here. You need this.
How'd you carry all those in at once? Yes, I would love to have my credit card back, Mom.
I can multitask.
Before you head off to the Green Hill Mall to that Louis Vuitton shop.
What are you talking about?
I don't remember the last time. I gave my card one time. My mom told her to go to Burger King.
Liar.
And then I got a charge. It said Louis Vuitton. I was like, oh my gosh. Who does she think I am, the Monopoly man? Ah. Sounds like she's dropping hints now. What about that Sick Underground Metal? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I bet I can find it. All right, here we go. Let me put my credit card away before it ends up being charged at the... She's in there buying herself a Rolex. Okay, here we go. First thing I have is Beetlejuice, and folks, I'm going to say it again. Beetlejuice, $34.99. Beetlejuice, $34.99. There it is. How many crates of new vinyl do we have tonight? I think Ed told me there's 2 over here. Let me walk over here and double check. There are 2 crates of new vinyl. One is really packed too. He told me the UPS driver's new. Our old UPS driver got bought out on a contract because he was about to retire. And Hatchet Ed's going to have a conversation with our new UPS driver. He said they're going to only allocate y'all like 3 boxes or something. And I was like, we can't let that happen, right, Hatchet Ed? Or maybe Tanner told me that. Tanner talked to one of them the other day. He's like, there were like 3 boxes a day. And I was like, we're not going to have that. It'll take y'all 7 years. There'll be a huge backup. Okay, but we have 2 crates. There's Beetlejuice. Over here is the Stone Roses Stand Still. Stone Roses is $29.99. This is a live unofficial. I could have swore Mike Massey claimed one of these. Where are you, Mike Massey? There's Mike Massey. He got this for $29.99. There's that. Over here we have Jaws soundtrack. Rada. 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 This is the Jaws soundtrack, $33.99. Over here, Heaven has a new bid for $18. Heaven, $18 on Heaven. And then Van Halen is a no bid. I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy now because it's a VG minus, but it is playable. It's just a $10 buy now on Van Halen 51 on 1984. Sorry, these numbers are getting confusing. We have Elton John's Empty Sky. This is $36.99. By the way, let me go ahead and read out some of these claims out loud. It really helps my memory. Cinderella, Everclear, Harry Potter, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Queen Latifah, Black Sabbath, MJ, Iron Maiden, Travis Tritt, both Harry Potters, Sword, Rammstein, Yardbirds, Zeppelin 3, Zeppelin Mothership, and Black Sabbath Paranoid. Okay, I think I can keep up with that. Everything in this crate are brand new sealed records. They were probably manufactured in the last 6 months. Everything in this crate is brand new and sealed. Some of them are OG pressings. Some of them are reissues. Some of them are first time ever on vinyl. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Welcome everybody to Collectco Thursday night. Next thing going up for auction is Rainbow. Rainbow is an 82 OG PRC Compton press, VG Plus condition, a $15 start on Rainbow. Over here, we have the following. We had Heaven at $17, then $18. Kelly Vlodarchek got the Van Halen for $10. Robert Barnett was second. Cindy's out. Pam Murray third on Van Halen. There will be an Eddie Van Halen autograph sale tonight at 8 o'clock. An Eddie Van Halen autograph will sell tonight at 8 o'clock. An Eddie Van Halen autograph will sell tonight at 8 o'clock. And then UPS are buying out drivers, whatever they accumulate retire plus. Wow. Yeah, that's basically what our driver told us, Chase. And he got balled out, and he was great, too. I mean, I used to like buy him Christmas gifts because he would make sure I told him he knew our business, and he would make sure all of our mail got here, like new vinyl. I remember talking to him a couple years ago. I was like, man, listen, these packages of new vinyl, there are hundreds of people waiting for them every day. He's like, oh, I understand. And he would make sure it got here. Now he's been balled out. Now we're going to have to renegotiate with these other drivers. I'm going to have to be like, listen, man, you got to get these packages of new vinyl here. There are people like chomping at the bits. You help me get this stuff here. We got to have this new vinyl every day. We can't be getting just 2 or 3 boxes a day. We sometimes need 12, 15 boxes of vinyl. Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is $33.99. That's new and sealed. And over here we got Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is available. We've got 2 copies. It's a music on vinyl pressing, $38.99. Heaven over here is officially sold then. That's sold for $18 to Sean Schaefer. And Rainbow's a final call to get a bid in for $15. Straight Between the Eyes. Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. Our next record is Kiss, Dress to Kill. This is an 83 to 84 reissue. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's got in shrink wrap. That's Dress to Kill, a $15 start on that. Over here is Zach Top, Ain't In It For My Health. That's a fairly new release, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $34.99 on that. And we have Drive-By Truckers Decoration Day. I've got 2 available, $33.99. There will be a Clint Eastwood autograph sale at 8 o'clock tonight Central Time. A Van Halen autograph and a Clint Eastwood autograph, 8 o'clock tonight. 2 featured things coming up. Over here we have U2. This is a live unofficial 1992 live tracks, $34.99. Matt Parsons on Drive-By Truckers. Thank you, Matt Parsons. That's so to you. And we have Jack Johnson, On and On. Jack Johnson is $36.99. Is that Dress to Kill have the embossed cover? It does not have an embossed cover. No, it's an 83-84 reissue on that one. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. I bet Carol Puckett doesn't have this record, $33.99. You can't always get what you want, $33.99. Rainbow has a bid with Dwayne Sevilla for $15. Kiss has a bid for $20. Any more metal cassettes? I have not, but the next tub was full of rock and roll books. It's full of rock and roll books. And Julie's going to go open to the title page and make sure they're not autographed. Julie's keying in records.
I just trying to.
What is going on? We might have to document this for future societies. For future societies to look at. Julie keying in records. This is big, folks. This is big. We have Rainbow 15, Kiss 20. No more days off for you, Mama. We have Bauhaus, Going to Hell Again, live at 1982, $29.99. Bauhaus, this is $29.99. I've got 2 copies left if anybody wants it. It's a live unofficial. Rainbow is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $15. Kiss is at $25 with Tom Kelly. $25 with Tom Kelly. $25 with Tom Kelly. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is ELO, a New World Record. This is a Canadian OG pressing with the embossed cover, the inner sleeve, and the merch insert. ELO, one of my favorites here. A $15 start, a Canadian OG. It's got the original inner sleeve with the lyrics. My mom's going to come up here and sing the song. What song do you want to sing, Mama? Telephone Line. Living Thing. Living Thing, there we go. It's a Living Thing by ELO. Now, my mom's a really good singer, okay? I did not get any of her blessings from vocal skills. Jill will back me up on that. She's a very good singer. She can sound just like Stevie Nicks. We have ELO, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. All right. We have Everclear, so much for the Afterglow. I know an Everclear sold, but not this one. So this one's still available, $59.99. More details on Kiss. Kiss is a 1983, 1984 Casablanca label, which they should all be, I guess. This is a Hot Pog pressing. It's a reissue and shrink wrap. Over here, the high bid's $29 with Mike C. Cinderella Still Climbing is sold to Kevin Voitosh. If anybody else wants one, it'll be on a waiting list. And we have Crosby, Stills, Nash, and So Far. It's getting to the point, $29.99. And we have Weezer. Weezer is $34.99. That has the hit song on it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's Weezer, $34.99. Also over here, The Highwayman. That's Waylon, Willie, Johnny, and Chris Christopherson, $39.99. A music on vinyl pressing. And we have a Frozen picture disc. Frozen, that is a Zoetrope picture disc, $36.99. $36.99. Okay. Also, Funkadelic is on purple vinyl, $33.99. That's on purple vinyl. And Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. Are You Reeling in the Years? Back, Jack, Do It Again, $36.99. Matt Parsons on Funkadelic. Kiss is at $29. Tom Kelly, let me know if you want back in. ELO has a final call for $15. Philip Hope said, came by today and Chad's mom liked my Raised on Cash and Cornbread t-shirt. Raised on Cash and Cornbread. I'm going to take a drink of blue juice. I might get a little crazy. I haven't had one of these in a while. Man, that was some good blue juice. Holy moly. Over here, Frozen. It's so DePaul Brothers, thank you. And then we have OG copies of David Lee Roth Skyscraper at $28.99. David Axelrod, this is $29.99. Songs of Experience. Pretty in Kink, that's Lords of Acid, $39.99. I have a couple of those. And Van Halen Live, Tokyo, $29.99. And then Kiss is $33.99. That's their debut album, remastered. Show the back of Kiss, no problem. Here's the back of Kiss. It's got a barcode up here in the top right corner. It's an 83-84 reissue. Room Service. I Want to Rock and Roll. Y'all know the rest of it. This is in shrink. And it is a $29 high bid. This is a Mother's Records price tag and a more modern retail sticker. So that's a Mother's Records, probably the original price tag of $7.99. And then that's a more modern retail sticker, it looks like. Okay. Let's go right over here. And the first thing we have is this. Let me see what I just happened over here. One second. Oh, man. Okay, so I lost my video. Here it is. So Kiss is at $35. ELO does have a bid, or does it? ELO doesn't have a bid. It does have a bid with Matt for $15. That's a final call. And Kenny Cates Jr. got Steely Dan. Great decision there. Okay, anybody else on anything in here? This is just a crate from this morning, a warm-up crate. And we're about to sell ELO for $15. Kiss got a new bid for $35. That's a now going to once, a going to twice. Anything else in here? We still got Kiss, Van Halen. Also have, make sure I didn't miss anything. Kiss, Van Halen, Lords of Acid, David Axelrod, David Lee Roth, The Highwayman, Weezer, Crosby, Stills, Nash Young, Everclear, Bauhaus, The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, Jack Johnson, On and On, U2, Drive-By Truckers, Zach Top, Cinderella, Stevie Ray Vaughan and Albert King, Empty Sky, Elton John, the Jaws soundtrack, the Stone Roses, and Beetlejuice. Those are all available right now. I'm going to go grab crate number 2, and when I come back, we're going to sell crate number 2, and we're going to read through that. We'll get going as soon as we're done with these first couple other crates. We're going to get right into our new vinyl that came in for tonight. Looking forward to that. A lot of stuff is going to be sold instantly out of there. That's what I like to see. Instant sales. Instant sales. Let's go ahead and knock out this other crate, though. If you're local, be sure you are making plans to be here in the morning. There is a big trailer parked in front of our store right now where they got back from South Carolina today. They just bought another 14,000 records, I think. So evidently, we didn't even have enough space. So I'm going to try to make space so we can get all that stuff in the store. And we're going to be doing that by having a dollar sale and getting rid of a bunch of stuff. So, man, I mean, hopefully everybody's making plans to come here in the morning. So good luck. If not, you'll be seeing pictures of people piled up in here in the morning. And I think we were going to do it exclusively outside. I think we're going to go ahead and crate up some of the records up front and put stuff out in the store too, so that way we can maximize our space. Otherwise, it's going to get really crowded. So it's going to be big. Matt, you get ELO for $15. Thank you on that one. I think we decided to run this one for auction just because it was a foreign press and it had a merch insert. But he got that for 15 bucks. And now Kiss has a new bid for $36. Okay? $36. Over here, we have Cinderella is $38.99. $38.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. What is this right here? This is going to be, well, I can't put up another Kiss until that one sells. So how about we go ahead and put up Angel. Angel is called White Hot. It's a 78 USOG Santa Maria press. It is VG minus on the vinyl and probably a VG minus cover. That's why we're going to put it up for just a $5 start. $5 start. Blue Juice better kick in quick because you're going to be getting ready to get busy. We're going to get busy tonight. And then after the sale, I'm probably going to be working here all night getting ready for probably when I'm leaving in the morning, there'll be people literally standing out front of the store waiting for the doors to open. And there's going to be records outside to look through too. So sometimes we have these dollar sales exclusively inside. In the morning, there's going to be tables out front. We're going to cover them up, though, until 10 o'clock. We're going to cover them up with our blankets and our cardboard. So you can get here early, but you can't look through anything till 10. Ed said he's going to go outside and literally blow an air horn and let people start tearing into the boxes. So, yeah, if you like that kind of stuff. Some people just like cheap budget records. You know, some people just collect OG, rare, expensive stuff. Some people collect everything. I know a lot of people who probably don't spend much over $5 on any record. They'll probably never obtain some stuff. If they do, they've gotten really, 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 really lucky. But those kind of people definitely show up to our dollar sales, and it's like Christmas morning. Man, they're leaving with boxes full of stuff. They're ready to go home and just tear into these. So it's always a fun thing to come to. All right, we have the Essential Wu-Tang Clan, $36.99. This is a 2 LP, $36.99, Wu-Tang Clan. Sheldon, if you decide you want that Cinderella, let me know. Over here, we have Harry Potter. Now, somebody wanted... Andrew Eisensmith wanted Half-Blood Prince, okay? Now, Don Nicole wanted both Harry Potters. So, Don Nicole gets the Deathly Hallows Part 2. That's sold to Don for $39.99. And then Hannah Montana. This is Disney Hannah Montana 3. 14 favorites from Hannah Montana 3 on collectible blue and pink splatter vinyl. $36.99. And we have Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Okay, so this one is sold to Andrew Eisensmith. And we need to put Don Nicole on a waiting list, okay? Don Nicole on a waiting list because she wanted both, but this one was already sold to Andrew Eisensmith. And if anybody else wants any Harry Potter soundtrack, I think the entire franchise is now available on vinyl. The entire franchise is now available. Are we done with this Kiss? Mike C., you were outbid. Now it's at 37 with Tom Kelly. Kiss is still getting bids. I've got to wrap it up really soon, though. That's creeping along, but we're almost done. Angel is about to be a buy now for $5. We have Kenny Cates Jr. on Wu-Tang Clan. That's sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Thank you on that. And we have this Everclear here, which got claimed. Songs from American Movie. That was my last copy, and that was sold to Eric Fisher, $59.99. Also, I've got 2 copies of Disturbed, Down with the Sickness. That is on green vinyl, a 25th anniversary. Disturbed, $33.99. That escalated quickly. We went from Hannah Montana to Disturbed. Back to back there. Pretty amazing. All right, our next auction is going to be what? You may say, what, Chad? What is our next auction? What could be our next auction? Chad, what is our next auction? And I'm like, you just never know what our next auction could be. Right, John?
That's right.
You just have no idea. John don't even know what it is. He works here. I don't even know what it is. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden Killers. $33.99. John just dropped off 4 crates of vintage. That's going to be fun to go through. $33.99 for Iron Maiden Killers. And Michael Jackson Dangerous is sold to Troy Robinson. That's now as a double picture disc, $39.99. Angel can be bought for $5. It is a VG minus copy, just $5 on that one. And then Buddy Cordova wants Iron Maiden Killers. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. Kiss is still creeping along. Mike C has it for $38. Tom Kelly, you've been outbid. Now it goes back to you. It's totally your call. You can do anything you like. You can buy, bid, pass, up to you. Over here, we have Jeremy Barnes gets Angel for $5. Thank you, that's so to you. And now we're going to get into some miscellaneous metal collectibles. How about some ticket stubs? How about some ticket stubs? This is from, do y'all remember the iconic Thursday metal, the iconic Knoxville metal collection, right? Probably the first big metal collection that probably put us on the map. I mean, that week we got thousands of new followers just based on that collection we obtained up in Knoxville, Tennessee. And this is some stuff still from that guy. I even have his original University of Tennessee student ID. What did I do with it? I'm Facebook friends with him. I got to send it to him. I'm sure he wants that. I've already lost it. Whoops. I'll find it. But these are all concerts he went to up in Knoxville. And there's some in here that are pretty dang cool. And most of them are all vintage and original. Like here's Def Leppard, 1988 Def Leppard ticket stub from where they played at the Thompson Bowling Arena, which is the basketball court, the basketball arena. So ticket stub, original Def Leppard ticket stub, $7 start. Ticket stubs have become extremely collectible. And let me tell you something they're starting to do now. I wish I had time to research all this, but a lot of ticket stubs, especially for bands like Led Zeppelin and Metallica, Queen, we'll say really high caliber collectible bands, AC/DC, Iron Maiden. What they're doing now is they're researching sometimes when they played a song for the first time. So I've seen some ticket stubs from like Led Zeppelin, and it was like first time playing When the Levee Breaks live. And it's just a cool note. It doesn't really make it worth a whole lot more or less, but it's a cool note. It's like, wow, this was the first time they played, you know, Hysteria live or something. I'm not saying that's with that one, but if you take a lot of time to look some of these up, they're doing that. And they're definitely doing it with sports ticket stubs. They're saying, hey, this is, you know, the first time, you know, this is Michael Jordan's first game. Those are, of course, worth a fortune. So cool notes there. I've got a whole stack of bonus warm-up stuff here to do for us with the ticket stubs, okay? Let's go ahead and sell Kiss, and Kiss is sold to Mike C for $38. But thank you, Tom Kelly, also for bidding, and everybody else. Don't worry, there's more Kiss over here in the warm-up area. Next thing is Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. Albert King is $34.99, all analog, 55th anniversary edition. Def Leppard is with Patty Anderson Williams at 7. Michael McCarter, you taught her. We have Gary Newman, The Pleasure Principle. Here in my car, that is Gary Newman, $34.99. $34.99. And the Black Crows, a 30th anniversary pressing of Shake Your Money Maker. She never mentions the word addiction. She Talks to Angels. Big song on that album, of course. And their cover of Otis Redding's Hard to Handle. And here is Kiss, the best of solo albums. Take a look at this. This is an 87 German press compilation, of course, the best of the solo albums. Strong VG, maybe VG Plus, $25 start on that. Def Leppard's at $8. And then, I don't know if you saw my bet, can I get on the wait list for the Everclear? Sure. Kelly Vladicek wants on the waiting list for Everclear, songs from the American movie. Songs from the American movie. Sure thing. Kelly Vladicek on that. I didn't see that. Let me go up to where you said that. Okay, there's Buddy Cordova's Iron Maiden. Kelly Vladicek on Everclear waiting list. I got you. Then we sold Angel. And then we have Def Leppard at 7.7, and now Def Leppard at 8, and Kiss is at 25. Rancid, self-titled. Rancid's on limited anniversary colored vinyl, $29.99 for Rancid. Kiss has another $25 bid and the Yardbirds For Your Love. The Yardbirds over here is sold to Cameron Lingafelt. That is sold to Cameron Lingafelt. The Yardbirds For Your Love. I think John's waving by. Everybody's waving by. See ya, John. See ya, Julie. See ya, Jill. See ya, Jack. Everybody's leaving. Yardbirds is sold to Cameron Lingafelt. Thank you on that one, Cameron. Rat now playing, a.k.a. Rat's Greatest Hits, Round and Round, Wanted Man, Lay It Down, $24.99, $24.99. The Knoxville collection is when I started. I went to that show. Yeah, this the Knoxville metal collection. Yeah, that was one of our first big breaks on metal. Everybody was like, "Chad, you gonna get any metal?" That was back what, like in 2020. I remember. Yeah, it was like February of 2020 maybe, or 2019. That might have been 2019. Eight packs of 52 tops. I sold that. I know that guy. That's Dan Morphy at Morphy's Auction in Denver, Pennsylvania. I know that guy. Well, I have a business relationship with him, but I know that place pretty well. Kiss is at $30 with Steve McGee and Stanley Richmond. That was a heck of a sale for him. That's going to get him international attention now. Dropkick Murphys, the gang's all here. Dropkick Murphys is $29.99. And Urge Overkill Saturation, 30th anniversary on opaque turquoise vinyl, $33.99. $33.99. Over here, we have Wasp, the Headless Children. Wasp is $33.99. So market analysts estimate there was over $250 million transacted in sports cards just last month. That shows you where that market is for just collectibles. Vinyl, sports cards, comic books, toys, coins, knives, art, posters, autographs. They think just alone a quarter of or $250 million was transacted last month in sports cards. That's just taking top auction results from auction houses and eBay. That's pretty substantial. Kiss is at $35. And then the Def Leppard ticket stub is at $10 with Patty Anderson Williams. Is there a pre-order for Dropkicks? I haven't posted that yet. It helps also that Tom Brady's getting people on the sports cards. That's true. He's going to open up 100 sports cards across the country. I saw where Dick's Sporting Goods. I think Dick's Sporting Goods is going to make a whole section for sports cards, kind of like they have their golf center. There's going to be a whole area now in Dick's Sporting Goods where they're going to start selling collectibles. I was like, holy moly. Maybe I've got into this at a good time, because it seems like the world is shifting back into wanting to collect and stuff again. So maybe I'm in a good position for the rest of my career. At least I hope so. Casey and the Sunshine Band now playing. This is sold to Kathy Hodges. Thank you, Kathy. That's sold to you. The Kiss album's at $38. And one more time on the Def Leppard ticket stub, that's at $10 with Patty Anderson Williams. And that's a final call. I'm talking about them now. Yeah. Morphy's Auctions is pretty cool. It's a high-end auction place, though. They sell a lot of advertising collectibles. I mean, they've had like old signs I've been interested in that I thought were really cool. I collect bread signs, and I'm looking for like ultra rare ones. Well, the ones I want end up selling at this auction house for like $5,000, and I usually don't bid on those kinds. So, yeah, it's a cool place, though. Spirit World Eldorado. Spirit World is $33.99. Limited edition sea blue smoke-colored vinyl. And over here, we have Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death. I was on a mission tonight to sell one of these. This is Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death. That's a 2LP, $54.99. I'm assuming the other bidder's done on the Def Leppard ticket stub. What is the Kiss? This is Kiss Best of Solo Albums, an 87 German reissue compilation, a strong VG copy. It is a maybe VG Plus. And this is over here at $38. $38 on this. And then Def Leppard is a final call for $10. We have Pearl Jam 10. Even Flow. Pearl Jam is $29.99. And we did sell an Iron Maiden. So there's one left. A Matter of Life and Death is sold to David Saunders. $54.99. Now there's only one left if anybody else wants one. I have Striper, When We Were Kings. Striper is $38.99, When We Were Kings. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Nothing from the advertised post have been put up yet, but we're about to start on them any second now. We're about to start on them any second. The next thing I'm going to put up is a King Diamond. It's kind of pricey. This is the one I teased last night, but here it is. It's a pretty pricey one. It's called King Diamond. It's Time for Tea. A radio-only blood red single from the LP Them. It's an 88 OG 12-inch single promo. It's single-sided blood red vinyl with hop sticker, and it is EX for a $95 start. Now, you can see the cover did get a little wet at some point. This white inner sleeve did get a little damaged, so we'll call it VG. But other than that, it's really clean, and it's a pretty scarce record. 1988 blood red vinyl. King Diamond, I have a $95 start on that. A $95 start. Over here, Sandevilla on Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam. And then we have Pearl Jam sold to Sandy Villa. I have one copy of Rush 2112, $36.99, and then Def Leppard. Def Leppard is over here. Patty Anderson Williams is getting that for $10. Okay, and then Kiss over here is sold to Steve McGee for $38. I lost a couple other bidders on that, but we got to go ahead and sell it. Sell that to Steve McGee for $38. Let's put up another auction. And no, it's not Kiss night, but I do have several over here I need to run. Here is another Metallica ticket, or this is, and he wrote little, did he write anything on the back of that Def Leppard? Yeah, I meant, so he wrote a lot of times who opened for the band. So Tesla opened for Def Leppard on that one. I forgot to mention that. Here is one. This is going to be a $10 start. This is Metallica, 1989. That would have been the Injustice for All tour. Knoxville Civic Coliseum, Queensryche opened. How cool is that? Queensryche open for Metallica. Knoxville Civic Center, 1989. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. That's now up for bid. King Diamond's a $95 start. Japanese shouldn't be too limited, but I will say, David, one of the people we get a lot of stuff from, we communicate to them through email. They're pretty frustrated about understanding if there's is or is not duty or tariff on all this stuff, and there's not. But they're being told at their local shipping center that there is, and they were trying to pass on like an extra 25% charge to us. And I basically, Seth handles a lot of this for us. I basically said, we're not paying it because we're not supposed to, and they're trying to charge us an extra 25% on top of a pretty hefty bill. And so he said, well, we'll just have to cancel the order. So I don't know if I'll ever be buying from them again. So that's one less place. But I think if you give it a week or two, it's all going to kind of fizzle out, and there shouldn't be tariffs or customs on this vinyl coming in from Japan. It shouldn't be. But some places are being told at like their local, wherever he's at, Kyoto or whatever, they're like, yeah, you got to pay. If it's going to the U.S., we got to slap 25% on it, or 15 or something. I'm like, yeah, well, we're not paying it. So we might just not do business with them. But two other places have already shipped, and they said there's no fee. So there's a lot of misinformation on how much it is, who's paying it, et cetera, et cetera. So as of this week, we've received 0 Japanese pressings. Most of it's held up due to confusion and what's going on. But media is not subject to those tariffs. So, yeah. Maybe I just need to make a trip over there myself. I've been saying that for, what, 3 years now? It sounds like I just need to go over there myself and just take care of business. I'm just going to go over there and negotiate in person, I guess. Does anybody know a really, really good Japanese translator? Also an English translator. We have Municipal Waste, Toxic Holocaust. This is a 2012, a $20 start on Municipal Waste. $20 start on Municipal Waste. Matt Nichols on Rush. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you on that. Rush is sold. Let me go back to the top here and see what's going on. We have Metallica ticket stub at 10, 10, 10, 12, 15, and 13. Matt Nichols got Rush. And then we have Municipal Waste at 20, Municipal Waste at 25, And this is a Metallica ticket stub, an original. They played January 11th, 1989 at the Knoxville Civic Center, Queensryche Open, and then King Diamond is a $95 start. No bid yet on King Diamond. That is a full, that should be a full album, but let's take a look at it for Municipal Waste. Should be a full album here on Municipal Waste. Let's see here. It's 12-inch EP. Yeah, it's got 4 tracks. 4 tracks on this one. 4 tracks on this one. Okay, moving right along. I know somebody bought Led Zeppelin 3. This is sold to Scott Dwallow. Led Zeppelin 3. Led Zeppelin 3. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. And then we have Black Sabbath Paranoid. I had 2 copies left. We sold 1 to Tom Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Tom Kelly. And we sold 1 here to Matt Nichols. He bought 1 from the video this morning. He's also watching live right now. So, Matt, I saw your message come in. Of course, if you're sending a message, you're talking to Ed 9 times out of 10. Every once in a while, when I catch a few minutes, I'll click on an inbox and I'll reply to some people. However, most people ask that question you ask quite often. They ask, is there any other way to buy vinyl from you other than your live streams? And the answer is no, unless you come to our store or you're in our private group where you can pre-order or catch our videos a couple times a day. So we don't have a website, and honestly, I just encourage everybody to watch our live streams, even local people that's 20 minutes down the road. We don't put anything out in the store until it's shown right here first. So if you walk in our store right now, everything up there, even all the toys and miscellaneous, they've been shown at least once here. So everything comes through this screen. Everything comes through the screen, and then we put it out for sale in our store. So if you want to catch all the newest arrivals, if you want to catch all the great auctions, and we sell the good stuff immediately. It's all going to be sold at auction. There's never any leftovers. That's another reason somebody hop on and say, Chad, do you have any Metallica? I'm like, yeah, we do. We probably have a few dozen in the back. They'll be auctioned right here on Thursday nights. We just don't put them out for sale. If we did, our shows would be a lot less boring. We auction that kind of stuff, and then if it's new, we order it new. So everything out front has been through the live stream at least once. That's why when it goes up there, it's automatically on sale. So this is the best place to watch. All the new best stuff comes through here every night. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Municipal Waste had a, let me figure out where we left off. Okay, so I've got several tied bids. Deckelman has Municipal Waste at $27. Municipal Waste is at $27, okay? That is the high bid. It's a split between Municipal Waste and Toxic Holocaust. It's called Toxic Waste. It's a 4-track EP. That's at $27 with Deckelman. This Metallica ticket stub is a final call. It's an original Metallica ticket stub. The high bid is $15 of Brandon Jones, and everybody else is out. I've got a whole stack of ticket stubs we're going to be auctioning tonight. King Diamond Them is an 88 US promo-only radio station copy. It does have the sticker. The sleeve is a little damaged. It's stained right here, as you can see. It looks like it got wet. The vinyl, though, is nice. It's EX or better. It's on red vinyl. It's a $95 start. That's a pretty good one. $95 start. I got 2 Billy Joel Greatest Hits. That's a 2 LP, $38.99 for Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. David Gilmour, On an Island. David Gilmour is $33.99. 180 gram gatefold jacket. Rammstein Herzeld is a 2 LP, $49.99, and we did sell a Rammstein Zeet. Rammstein Zeet did sell to Cameron Lingefeld. There's one left, a double LP, $44.99 for Rammstein. Can you get the Them LP? There's not much available right now for King Diamond. This is from the album Them, of course. They come in and out of print. So sometimes I can get Abigail and Them. Sometimes I can't. Just whenever I catch them in stock. All right. So Brandon Jones, you get Metallica. And Daniel Hisner, here's something you might want to look for. There's some Metallica fan groups on Facebook. And some people make replica ticket stubs and sell them. I'm in a group, and I seen a guy make like, they're like large, they remind me of like football game tickets, like for season ticket holders. They're large. and they're really high quality, and people make them in these fan club groups and sell them. So you have kind of like a memento ticket stub, because a lot of people have been buying the Metallica vinyl. They buy those ticket stubs and they frame the vinyl from that show, or maybe the poster and the ticket stub. So something you might want to look into. That's sold to Brandon for $15. Thank you. Municipal Waste is at $29. The next ticket stub is AC/DC. This is also Thompson Bowling Arena, Knoxville. AC/DC, and it looks like White Line opened that night. White Line opened that night. AC/DC, August 16th, 1988. How cool is that? The guy who owned this, his name was Patrick. So Patrick walked in, they ripped that stub, and he got access to AC/DC in 1988. What a time. $10 start on that. $10 start on that. I will have to go find that group, and it might even popped up one day as suggested. I don't know if y'all's feed is probably like mine. You get a lot of suggested groups, and you'll start seeing posts, and you're not even in that group. And it was how I saw it. Then I think I joined the group, but if you give me a day, I'll try to find it. We have Peter Murphy, Silver Shade. Peter Murphy is $39.99. And we have King's X, $39.99. King's X, $39.99. Ticket stub and $40 for ticket set list. Yeah, Mark knows what I'm talking about. I don't know the name of one of those groups, but man, if you just search Metallica in groups, oh my gosh, there's hundreds of Metallica groups out there. There's one for collecting stuff, and just one for posters, and one for just nostalgia, and one for people talking about current events, and that's a very active fan base. All right, King Diamond's a buy it now for $95. Buy it now for $95 for the King Diamond. Kind of a pricier record there to start the show, but there it is. And then AC/DC is a $10 start, and Municipal Waste is at $29. Paul Catrich, you're out, just FYI. Let me make sure I didn't miss the other comments. And then over here is, I think we're good to go, right? We're good to go. Okay, and let's just read through these one more time. I have one more crate of warm-up stuff, then we'll be right into new stuff. And it's 6:30. I'm probably going to go ahead and start putting up the $15 start tab for tonight's auctions right now. And the first one I have is Loudness, Devil Soldier. Loudness is an 83 Euro original in VG condition. A $15 start for Loudness. Here's what's left in here. Hannah Montana, a.k.a. Miley Cyrus, $36.99. Disturbed is $33. Albert King, $34. Gary Newman, $34. The Black Crow, Shake Your Moneymakers, $34. Rancid was $29. Rat Now Playing, $24. We have Urge Overkill at $33. Dropkick Murphys is at $29. Wasp is at $33. Spirit World's $33. Iron Maiden, we did sell one. There's one left. A Matter of Life and Death, $54.99. Stripers on purple vinyl at $38. Billy Joel's at $38. David Gilmour's $33. We have Rammstein at $49. Rammstein Z at $44. Peter Murphy $39. And King's X $39. Greg Smith wants Rat Now Playing. That is sold to Greg Smith. Nobody technically bid on AC/DC, so you can pick that one up for $10. AC/DC is $10. And then Municipal Waste over here. Municipal Waste over here is sold then to Deckelman for $29. Thank you on that one. $29 on that. Yeah, the Metallica radio station, yes. I need to... I've been seeing clips of the concert. You know, they played a small 500 crowd concert to open that radio station channel up. To launch, I should say, launch that station. I even seen Paul McCartney in the crowd. People were taking pictures of celebrities in the crowd. I was like, wow, Paul McCartney at a Metallica show. I would think I would have died and went to heaven. I'd been like, whoa, am I standing right next to Paul McCartney at a Metallica show? What universe is this? Loudness is at $27. He had earplugs in. It's loud. Oh my gosh, I couldn't imagine seeing them in a small room like that. That's got to be blistering for your ears. Loudness is at $27. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss auction. Got some OG looking Kiss stuff here. Let's bring out another Dress to Kill. This time it's a 77 Santa Maria repress. The note from Seth said, No exact match, but looks like a 77 Santa Maria repress. This record can get kind of difficult to look up too, but boy, that's not a bad copy. He graded it strong VG. That's a pretty sweet looking copy there. Not a bad, around a 77 press, $15 start on Dress to Kill. What is the next ticket stub? No takers for AC/DC. How about Motley Crue, 1987? That was at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. Motley Crue, an original ticket stub, 1987. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right, let me go grab that last crate. It's up front. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in early, and the show's definitely underway. We're recapping the 3 crates from this morning's video. I've almost pulled everything. It's Thursday Metal Night. We've already started with advertised auctions. John's already delivered his loot. He's already delivered his loot, which is 4 crates. I'm sure Laura's already marking some stuff, and we're going to have a fun time tonight. Hopefully you can stay till the very end. We started at 5:30, pretty sharp, so I will be here till 1:30, and then I've got to start assisting Ed and John for the big dollar sale in the morning. And of course, if you hadn't heard already, if you're local, might want to go ahead and make plans to be here. It's going to be a big fun morning. All right. If you're here early enough, you might even catch a glimpse of Chad before he's heading home to go eat Pop-Tarts and order more new vinyl. That's my 9 a.m. or about 8 a.m. routine. I'm usually popping some Pop-Tarts out. Okay, let's go back up to the top and see what happened. I remember saying loudness was at 27, loudness was at 30, loudness is at 32, loudness 35, Kiss 15, loudness 37, wins Megadeth in about an hour. Kiss 15, loudness 40, Kiss 20. I wouldn't go anywhere though. And then over here, where can we park? You can Friday, tomorrow is going to be the challenge. Because the body shop is open for business. So don't park at the body shop, especially in front of their bay door. But I would say on the side of the building, and you can parallel park across the street in front of us, not on Highway 231, but on Short Street. You can parallel park in front of the storage building. There's enough room. They're not really marked, but there's enough room where you can parallel park over there. So, of course, there's about a dozen, but tomorrow everybody's here. So, at 8 a.m., Caden's going to be here, Ed, John, Jack, Steve, G, Julie, or no Julie, Jill, and my vehicle could very well still be here. My old Tahoe is still parked out front, and there's a giant trailer out front. So, that's 10 parking spots. At 8 a.m., our parking lot's already going to be full. So they're going to try to park on the side, so all that's open for customers. And then you can parallel across Short Street. And then I would say after that, you may have to park like down the road some. It may get so full you might have to park down the road some and like almost near the bakery and walk up. And then when you're ready to move your vinyl, go get your car, pull it up, and load up. Because it's going to be busy. I spent about $500 on an ad, and I think already the ad has already reached 115,000 people's feed this week. And it's sometimes these ads overperform on Facebook for the money you spend on them. This one's in the green where it's basically overperforming. That means a lot of people are sharing it, commenting, clicking on pictures, screenshotting it, etc. And that tells me, I told Ed, I was like, Ed, I'll be here to help you out because you may get overwhelmed at 8 o'clock. There might already be people like ready to dig at 8, and we're not really going to open everything till 10. So by 9:30, yeah. So it's usually pretty crazy. All right. I will be wearing a mustache and a black hoodie with my hood up. And that's how you'll know when you see me. Okay, so loudness at 30, 32, 35. Kiss 15. Loudness is at 40, Kiss 15, Kiss 20, and we have Kisses at 25, play tapes on deck, and over here, Celebration Day is a live Led Zeppelin concert that is not available on vinyl, okay? And then over here is this. This is Led Zeppelin, Mothership. This is sold to Matthew Sherrick, and this is Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. This is a 4 LP box set. 4 LP box set, $119.99. That is Mothership, aka the best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. Okay, nobody bet on the Motley Crue stubs, so you can pick that one up for a $10 buy now. And then that means Kiss here, the 77 repress, is at 25 with Stanley Richmond, going once, going twice. And Loudness, an 83 Euro OG in VG condition. The last bid was Cindy Yarborough at 40, and that's going once, going twice as well. Over here, Acid Bath, Pagan Terrorism Tactics. Pagan Terrorism Tactics is $39.99. And Acid Bath, When the Kite String Pops, $39.99. I've got both of those Acid Baths in stock, by the way. If you don't have one, I've got multiples of each. Saw a comment that you were going out of business. That's probably what people see a dollar sale and they be like, well, they must be going out of business. We have Lords of Acid, Voodoo U. This is a 2 LP red vinyl, $44.99. This is Lords of Acid. I have a few still left if you need one. That's $44.99. That's on red vinyl. Our last copy of Queen Latifah did sell to Joe Sontag, Joesontag. That's sold to him. Thank you on that one. And then David Lee Roth, Skyscraper, $28.99. Travis Tritt. We need one for Don Nicole. Thank you, Don Nicole. That's sold to you. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Coolio, It Takes a Thief. Coolio is $24.99. Information Society. This is on clear vinyl, $19.99. And NoFX, S&M Airlines, NoFX is $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Raven Mad. Raven is an 86 US Specialty OG. VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Loudness has a new bid. Loudness has a new bid for $45, and then we have Kiss is at $27, and Raven's a $15 start. Kelly's on a waiting list. Yes, Kelly's on a waiting list for Everclear, and that was Everclear Song for American Movie. Yes, they have got you down, or at least tomorrow morning they should have you down when they were watching this sale. Is the waiting list for Queen and Price. Queen and Price. Yeah, $19.99 if I can still get them on sale. If I can still get them on sale, I'll order you one, Pam. Make sure Pam goes on a waiting list for Queen Latifah. Last copy of De La Soul, 2 LP yellow vinyl, $24.99. And I've got 3 copies of The Sword, and we did sell one. The Sword is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. The Sword is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. And Kiss is at 30, Loudness is at 48, and those still getting bids, and Raven's a $15 start. I've got 3 Mothership box sets left if anybody would like one. The best of Led Zeppelin. All right, let's put up another ticket stub. Ozzy Osbourne. This is at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum, 1984. 1984, Ozzy at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum, except, is this the one where, let me see here, let me 1 second here. March, okay, 82. That does say 84, right? March. Yeah, February 28th. Okay, I was about to say, boy, that would be a significant one if that was, I may have that one over here. Do I have any more Ozzy? Randy Rhoads' last show was in Knoxville, March 18th, 1982. Do I have that one over here? I would. There's a good chance. Let's see, Def Leppard, Kiss, Aerosmith. I thought I had another Ozzy. Kiss, Van Halen, Kiss, AC/DC, Whitesnake, Iron Maiden. I don't have that one. I don't think. There's another big stack over here I hadn't sleeved yet, but that's Ozzy, 1984, Knoxville Civic Center, February 28th, 1984. Yeah, Randy Rhoads' last show was in Knoxville, and that is March 18th, 1982. So that's a $10 start on that Aussie ticket stub. What label is Loudness on? Loudness is on Roadrunner because it's the UK edition. It's an 83 Euro OG in VG condition, and that one's called Devil Soldier. The last bid was Tom Sullivan at $48. The Aussie ticket stub's a $10 start. Kiss over here is at 32 with Paula. Nobody's been on Raven yet. Final call for a $15 start. Did I miss any questions? Okay, what was the price on Acid Bath? The Acid Baths are $39.99. When the kite string pops, and Pagan Terrorism Tactics. I also have Mothership at $119.99. There's the two Acid Baths. If anybody's new, $8 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. We've been doing this the last 5-6 years every night. I'll be here every night for the next 20 years, okay? Next 20 years, I'll be here every night selling vinyl. Y'all are going to be right here with me. Except open for Aussie that night. Except open for Aussie that night. Okay, Raven has a bid for 15. We have Loudness at 50 and Aussie's at 11. Okay, Aussie's at 12. Aussie was arrested in Tennessee in 1984. There we go. There we go. So there's an interesting bid. He was arrested on that show. Zane Crace says, I'll start on kite string. Okay, so this is sold to new buyer Zane Crace. I like that name, Zane. Zane, thank you. Make sure you send us a Facebook message. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? I need your email address and mailing address, okay? Email address and mailing address. I would greatly appreciate that. Still got the Lords of Acid Voodoo U, David Lee Roth, Coolio, Information Society, NoFX, De La Soul, and The Sword. $29.99. Those are available, okay? And I think almost everything's still getting bids, except Raven. It's only got one. And then Kiss is at 32 with Paula. I don't know who the other bidder was, but it's at $32 with Paula, and I've already said that a couple times. I think Stanley Richmond. Stanley Richmond has not set out on Kiss. So, Stanley, if you could give me word on that one, okay? Well, the next item is going to be our newest new vinyl, and I'm going to start going through it right now, and it should be mostly metal that I ordered. But if you missed my conversation earlier, I did say that Ed told me, he said, well, good news, bad news. Good news is we did get some new vinyl, but all the other stuff you typically order, so it'll be here on Thursdays, only about half of it showed up. And I was like, well, that's okay. That means we're just going to have even more for tomorrow, because I guarantee Laura's going to pull out even more great auctions for tomorrow. We've been having like we've been having a pre-metal night, and a post-metal night 2.0 on Friday nights, and it shouldn't be any different tomorrow. All right. Okay. So, first thing we have is the following. Raven is sold one bid to Brad Waits for $15. The Aussie ticket stub is with Patty Anderson Williams at $18. The last bid on Kiss was Paula, and he went out, so this is sold to Paula on YouTube for $32. And then the last bid on Loudness, I knew this would get a lot of activity. Loudness is always popular. Cindy Yarborough at $50. Tom Sullivan went out. That's sold to Cindy Yarborough at $50. That just leaves us with Aussie at $18. Everybody else is out. And let's put up another auction. And this is Dog. Heavy the World. DOG, Dog, Heavy the World, a 1993 USOG EX condition, $10 start on that. And the other $15 start I have over here is US Metal Volume 2. Mr. Varney presents US Metal Unsung Guitar Heroes Volume 2. An 82 USOG VG condition, $10 start on that. The Aussie ticket stub is about to sell. Okay, next thing I have, and I should have a waiting list from this, Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Let me see if I made a notation on that one. $44.99. A notation as in, hopefully I wrote down who bought the puzzle and who wanted the vinyl. He just reminded me again, I think last night. And I was like, well, let me figure this out. Okay. And let me open up my laptop. I'm probably going to need it anyway for some of this other stuff. Here we go. Here we go. Let me open this up. Thanks everybody for tuning in. So here's the agenda for tonight. Metal is going to be back there up for auction all night. In the crates, you might see anything tonight in the crates. Starting with the pre-owned stuff. You might see Nat King Cole and Frank Sinatra. You also might see Metallica and Megadeth. You could see Steely Dan and Dan Fogelberg. You could also see Cattle Decapitation and Acid Bath. I've run out of options here. So you just never know on those. So, but during any time we're showing a crate, there's always going to be some sort of metal up for auction, okay? And I don't have who wrote down who that was. I don't think that sticky note has made it to me yet. So I'm going to set at least one copy of that over there. And I know I have at least one left, $44.99. So that's available, $44.99. Here is Black Label Society. Skull Age. I actually caught these on sale where I can do them about $5 cheaper than I normally do. This is Skull Age. It's on green vinyl. It's a 2LP, $34.99. James Young wants Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Fear of the Dog. Fear of the Dark. That is so to James Young. Thank you. All right, let me update all these auctions over here. Here is where we're at. I had left off with Ozzy at 18, which was a final call. U.S. Metal got bids for 10, 10, and Scott Arnold 15. Sean Holford bid 20. That is the high bid, and Dog is at 10. Patty, you get the Ozzy ticket stub for $18. Thank you, Patty. Next over here is another ticket stub. And at this point, you might be like, my gosh, Chad, what else are you going to put up for auction? And I'm like, I've got this right here. Kiss. Unfortunately, though, I don't have a date. Kiss, Knoxville Civic Center. You probably could track that down just whenever they played that venue. Kiss at the Knoxville Civic Center. Now, I know for sure, did we have a bootleg of that the other night? Maybe? Kiss. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's an original ticket stub. That's now up for bid. Brandon Jones on Black Label Society. Somebody wanted a little bit more details on the U.S. Metal. And U.S. Metal is Mr. Varney Presents U.S. Metal Volume 2. This is 80. This is 19. This is 1982 USOG. It is with cover damage. It is in VG, a $10 start. It does have some cover damage up the side here. There's a piece of tape where there's fraying on the edge over here, just FYI. Sean Holford has that for $27. $27 on that one. And then Dog has one bid for 10. Okay? There's that. I don't think 12/26 was the date. It's whatever's right here. It was cut off. Tuesday, January something. January something. It's missing, though. No year on this one. Here we go. Vandenberg and Riot open for them. Vandenberg and Riot. It's got, from this guy, it's got to be 80s. It's got to be like, if you could look up Kiss, Vandenberg, Riot, that was probably January, probably 84. I bet it's around 83 or 84 based on when this guy went to a lot of shows. And I think there's more from that same auditorium. Yeah, like here's another one they played there, that same place in 88. Here's where they played in 83. So I'm sure they played there a lot. Okay, we have Iron Maiden. We have Black Label Society. I've got two left. Now I've got one left. Chad Schneider also wants one. 1983. Thank you, Pat Lucero. 1983. I was about to say, this guy was in college up there in Knoxville in 83, 84. He was going to shows like every night, it seemed like. You should have seen his record collection. Pretty amazing. There we go. Okay, so Kiss is now at 12, Dogs at 12, and U.S. Metals at 28. There is one Iron Maiden left. There's one Black Label Society left, and I know we have a waiting list for the new Halloween album. This is the new Halloween album, Giants and Monsters. And this is $54.99. $54.99, Halloween, Giants and Monsters. And the waiting list for Halloween, Giants and Monsters, is James Davidson, Aaron Andrus, and Gerald Whitworth. James Davidson, Aaron Andrus, and Gerald Whitworth. That's 3 people on a waiting list for Halloween. Those are all sold, 1, 2, 3, and I have 2 extra of the newest release from Halloween. Those 3 people were on a waiting list, okay? And then over here, we have Lick It Up Tour. That was Lick It Up Tour 1984. That's the Kiss ticket stub. It's now at $16. The last bid on U.S. Metal, Sean Holford's out. Matt Nichols has it for $28. And Dog, D-O-G, the last bid on Dog, I think Dwayne Sevilla had it for 10. And then somebody bid 12. That was Ron Duffield at 12. Dwayne, just so you know, you were out, and he says he's done, okay? So that's a final call for 12. Halloween is sold to Chad Schneider. Now there's one left. So the only thing left in this crate right now is Halloween, Iron Maiden, Black Label Society. We're already heavy into the metal, no pun intended. How about more Balls to Picasso? That's Bruce Dickinson. Bruce Dickinson, More Balls to Picasso. His classic 94 album, Revisited and Regenerated, features 2 unreleased bonus tracks on splatter vinyl, 2 LP, $44.99. $44.99. Dog has a new bid for 13. The Kiss ticket stub is with Melanie at $16. And here's Tool Undertow. Nice. Sober. Right on. Dot on. A double LP. Intolerance. Flood. $33.99. This is available. Okay, and now let's go ahead and sell the U.S. Metal then to Matt Nichols, new buyer. Thank you, and this is sold to you for $28. If anybody else is new and you want in on any of this action, folks, go right ahead. It's all available. We have Lynch Mob. Now, I only ordered one because it's pricey. It's $69.99. It's from Friday Music. All of their releases are pricey, especially when you get into double LPs. I think it's the licensing on this one. It's on colored vinyl. I think it's green. Lynch Mob is $69.99. I usually only special order those for people, but there's one in stock if you want to grab it. Next auction. Let's get into some of this other stuff here. Holy moly. Here we go. I am going to go ahead and put up right now Voivod, Dimension Hatred. Voivod is a 1988 US OG. It is a gold stamp promo in VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. This is a $30 start for Voivod, Dimension Hatred. This has the original inner sleeve with it. A couple stains right there on it, just FYI. A VG Plus jacket and VG Plus vinyl. $30 start. Dog is at 13. That means the other bidder's out. Let's go ahead and sell that Kiss ticket stub. I'm glad I got some Kiss folk on that can figure this stuff out for me. Melanie gets that for $16. Brian Stern wants Lynch Mob. That was my only copy. If anybody wants on a waiting list for next week, if you go on a waiting list on anything tonight, unless just a random one pops up somehow or another or a putback, you're most likely going to be billed for it next Monday. Like that record, you definitely won't be billed until the next Monday, okay? Let's do back-to-back Kiss ticket stubs. This one I can see the date. This was the next year. The next year, they played at the same place. Kiss, Knoxville Civic Coliseum, 1985, January 8th. They played there again almost 1 year later. There's another one for a $10 start. And that night, Crocus opened. Crocus opened that night. Crocus and Kiss, KK, $10 start on that. All right. Over here is Gorgira, From Mars to Sirius. Gorgira is $54.99. That's a double LP gatefold jacket. And we have Sabaton Heroes, $38.99. I thought that was a sweet cover. Look at that. Sabaton Heroes. Got some kind of like, it's a kind of like a World War II, like a U.S. soldier there punching the heck out of a Nazi. There's airplanes flying over. There's people fighting and explosions in the background. That's a cool cover. Sabaton, $38.99, $38.99. Voivod's at $35, and we have a bid on Kiss at $10, another bid at $10, okay? What year's the Tool? Tool, I think they call this a, what do they call this? Like a 2016 or something? I mean, they were probably made this year, but they call it a 16 maybe? I don't know. That, I'm telling you, if they didn't print that on the cover right there, and you open this up, you could mistake it for an OG pressing. It's pretty complicated, actually. If they didn't actually print that parental advisory, a lot of people that really wouldn't know how to dissect the texture of the covers that have seen OGs like I have, you probably would think it was an OG pressing. They've pretty much used the same kind of design and stampers for years on that one. $33.99 on that one. Okay, we have Kiss at 10, Kiss at 10, Voivod at 36, Voivod at 38, $65 offer on King Diamond will stand till show any consideration still available. Or I'll go ahead and sell it to you right now for 75. Kiss 11, Voivod 40, and Scott Arnold on Tool, okay? This is sold to Scott Arnold. Somebody asked me about a jacket sleeve. What was that? It was, do you recommend storing albums with vinyl outside of the jacket or just these? And I like to take the vinyl out of the jacket. I don't, not so much, well, cover wear is part of it, but I don't, on my old like 60s records, let's say I'm handling a 60s Beatles album, I'm always worried about this right here splitting. You know, the more I take the disc out of a 67 mono Doors that I have already in mint condition, I do not want to risk this right here splitting. So I never try to worry about trying to cram anything inside of the jacket. So I take the disc and keep it outside like we do our auctions. Tool is $33.99. Tool is $33.99. $33.99. Okay, Black Label Society is still available. Black Label Society is still available. Let me see if I can adjust the camera here. Let's go to this angle here. That might help a lot right there. And plus, every once in a while, I'll try to slip up here. All right, and let me go ahead and update where we're at. So Voivod, let's update this right here. Voivod is just got a bid for $50, and this is a 1988 USOG. The back of the cover has a gold stamp promo right there next to the barcode. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. It's at $50. Okay. The other LP is Dog, and I think we're done on this one. We need to go ahead and sell this. It's been at 12 for quite some time. It may have got one more bump. Yeah, Trent Peasley gets that for $13. Okay. And then the other thing right here is the Kiss ticket stub. The last bid on Kiss was 1010, and then Voivod, Kiss 11, Voivod, Crocus info. There's no Crocus auction. Crocus open for Kiss. That's why I said the word Crocus. They open for Kiss at this concert. Kathy Hodges bid 15. And then over here, we have Voivod at 50. And body slam in the jacket. Yeah. Well, some of those jackets are pretty fragile. Black Label Society is $34.99, Kevin. It's on green vinyl. Danny, you get King Diamond for $70. And I'm going to make that the last item in this crate so I can bring over already a brand new fresh crate to start filling up, okay? Now, I'll show those in just a second. Voivod's at 50. Going once, going twice. New bid on the Kiss ticket stub at $16. Okay, let me swap these out. I'm going to put all these over here. I got a whole box over here of rock and roll books. Mostly Kiss. I see the Gene Simmons biography. I see the Rob Halford autobiography. I see books about Kiss. A little bit later tonight, if I have time, I'll put some of those up for auction as bonus auctions whenever we get done with the ticket stubs. Or we'll show them later buy it nows. I think when I run out of ticket stubs, that will be our, quote, bonus auction. I like having 2 LPs and then something else to bid on. Something usually miscellaneous. Cassette, CD, 8-track, book, ticket stub, backstage pass, guitar pick, whatever we can do. We have over here Kevin Voitosh on Black Label Society. Melanie said she'll take, I was about to say, the only 2 ticket stubs that hadn't sold is Motley Crue. Melanie said she'll take that for $10, and I still got AC/DC for $10. Once again, Knoxville, 1988. Voivods at $51.55. Okay, right back to the crate. Guess what? More Black Label Society at $34.99. On purple vinyl, 1919 Eternal. 1919 Eternal. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Pretty Maids. Pretty Maids is called Future World. This is an 87 USOG gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. A nice copy. No condition notes, near mint minus. Pretty Maids. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the back jacket. $35 start. That's now up for bid. There's the other Black Label Society. $34.99. However, like right now, probably half of my records are stored inside of the jacket. I just haven't had time to redo them. It depends on the condition of the jacket. Some really fragile covers or super high-end records, I will never put the disc back in the jacket. But some, you know, a lot of newer stuff, I should say, like, I don't know. There's a certain jackets, I think they're okay until I have time to clean them, sleeve them, which I never have time to do that. I told y'all the last time I sat down to archive my collection, I started with my Pink Floyd. Oh my gosh, I got through like 3 records after cleaning, meticulously cleaning them, sleeving them, trying to key them into Discogs. 2 hours later, I was like, my gosh, I'm just going to have to hire somebody to do this. I'm going to have to like pay Laura or Paul and just a couple extra hours a week them come in and help me organize my personal collection, because otherwise it's just going to be laying here for years. I'm never going to have time to do it. We have Chad Schneider on Black Label Society, and because that's how I end up with so many duplicates, because I have no idea what I have. I just keep, if I see something really nice here before it ends up being sold, I'll go ahead and stash it away, but then I'll end up with 4 or 5 copies. I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to sell some of these. Here we have Carcass Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Carcass is $34.99. Seems like a great price on that. $34.99 on Carcass, and I've got 3 copies of Twisted Sister. This isn't official, too. This isn't a bootleg. It is an official pressing. Detroit, 1979, Twisted Sister. That's from Cleopatra, $34.99. Okay, Pretty Maids has bids for $35, $40, and $50. The Kiss ticket stub is at $70, and Voivod's at $60. So Ivan R., you're out on Voivod. Jeff Brindley has it for $60. Jeffrey Freeze has the Pretty Maids at $40. Alonzo has it for $50. So Jeffrey F., you're out. Brian S., you're out. There it is, okay? Now, we have What Press is Voivod. Over here, What Press is Voivod. Voivod is an 88 USOG Gold Stamp promo. 88 USOG Gold Stamp promo. No pressing plant given. No pressing plant given. Brian's out on Pretty Maids. The Kiss ticket stubs at $17. It's up to somebody to bid again. It's up to Chad Anderson to bid again. No, Chad has it. He must have tied somebody. It's up to somebody. I don't know who. Kathy Hodges, maybe. Kathy from 7 minutes ago. Kathy, if you want to bid from 7 minutes ago. Over here, we have James Vasquez on Twisted Sister. That's sold to James Vasquez. Voivod's at $65. And Kevin Voitosh needs to put back Black Label Society. He says he's okay paying the $1 trillion restocking fee. Congratulations. You almost got the country out of debt. This is sold to you for a $1 trillion restocking fee. What did I do with that? There's 1 Black Label Society, 2 Black Labels. Is this in this crate? Did I already pull it for you? I don't know if I've even pulled it for you. Have I pulled it for you? I have not. Okay, Schoolage. So I still have a copy of Schoolage left. I don't think I have Sonic Brew to answer your question, Alonzo. Okay, and then over here, we have Black Label Society Doom Crew. Black Label Society Doom Crew. This is $34.99. This is on gray and white splatter, and I have 3 of those. Okay. So, Chad Anderson, you get the ticket stub for $17. James Vasquez wants the Metallica Ride the Lightning puzzle. That's sold to James Vasquez. Pretty Maids is sold to Alonzo. for $50. That was a fast auction. 35, 40, 50, both bidders out. Nobody bid again. Sold. If that was the way for all these, we'd be done by 8 o'clock, but it's not going to be. We got some over here that might be bid on for 45 minutes. All right, let's get this right over here. Chad needs to outbid me, and Kathy said no. Okay, so now I'm confused on the Kiss ticket stub. But I will say Voivod's at $65, and now Alonzo, you're out. She said I had bid 17 first. Okay, this is going right over here. Now, you did bid 17 first. Chad Anderson, you are out on the Kiss ticket stub. Kiss ticket stub is at 17. She's right. She did bid 17. Kathy has it for $17. Chad Anderson, you're outbid on that. She's right. So that's going back up. Let's put up another auction. Nico Amalava. Nico, he made a terrible decision leaving Tennessee, financially at least, and probably for his career too. I think we're going to be much better off, though. All right, here is the other U.S. medal. U.S. medal. It's also pretty crazy just think about these 18 to 22-year-old college athletes are making millions of dollars playing football already. But if you've ever been to a college football game, you'll see why. You look around you, they fill up stadiums. So that's it's pretty crazy. They're getting paid already that much money. U.S. medal, Mr. Varney presents Unsung Guitar Heroes. Guitar Heroes, an 81 USOG. There's the first one, U.S. medal volume 1, $20 start. $20 start on that one. Now Kiss is at 18, and now Voivod is a final call to Ivan R for $65. Gorgira, Fortitude. Gorgira is $33.99. Gorgira is $33.99. And we have Iron Maiden, Dance of Death. Iron Maiden, $54.99. The Dance of Death. That's the other one. That's kind of like the other one we had earlier. Very also, this cover really dates this album, doesn't it? Looks like video game graphics from around 2001. This was released in 2003. I figured $54.99 for Iron Maiden. $54.99 on that. And then Bruce Dickinson, Accident of Birth. There's the other Bruce Dickinson. That's a 2LP, $46.99. Now Kathy's back in on Kiss at 20. So that means Chad Anderson, you've been outbid. U.S. medals at 20, and Voivod is sold. Voivod is sold for $65 to Ivan R. Ivan R on that one. We got a pretty good deal. I think we're paying our quarterback a couple million for this last season because I think he's eligible after this. So I think we got a pretty good deal for $2 million. Bruce Dickinson is sold to Tom Sullivan, U.S. medals at 20, and you did not buy that one. You bought A Matter of Life and Death. You can get Dance of Death for $54.99. I haven't had that in stock in a while. Okay, they're still bidding on Kiss. Chad Anderson's out. Kathy has it. Let's put up another medal auction. Let's go ahead and knock out Leather Wolf. This is street ready. Uh-oh, this is always a busy one. Leather Wolf, street ready. And Leather Wolf is in shrink, an 89 U.S. specialty OG. It is EX condition, a $30 start on Leather Wolf, street ready. Street ready, that's up for bid. Oh, yeah. They're paying them a lot of money, these NIL deals. So if you're a really good college athlete and you go to a big school, especially like as a quarterback, you're going to be earning millions of dollars right out of high school. If you're top of the line, you go to a big school, oh yeah. Well, all of them, not just the quarterbacks, but if you're in some way or another, they cash in on those NIL deals. Plus, like up in Knoxville, you know, just think about all the businesses up around Knoxville. They pay these athletes to come in. They give them cars to make ads for commercials now. They're like, hey, we'll give you a brand new Mercedes-Benz if you come here and do a meet and greet with at our dealership. We'll give you a brand new car. And, of course, you know what? A few years ago, you couldn't do any of that. So, yeah, it's now NIL. Yep. They're making tons of money. They can get free stuff. They can get anything now. So It's pretty crazy. If you're top of the line, if you dedicate yourself to it and make it to that level. All right, so Tom Sullivan got Bruce Dickinson, U.S. medals 20, U.S. medal 23, U.S. medal 25. David Saunders did want an Iron Maiden, Leather Wolf 30, Leather Wolf 38. And we have Kiss. Let me make sure this sold. And Chad Anderson's out. Kathy, that sold you for $20, okay? $20 on that. $20 on that. All right, so first thing we have is Leather Wolves at 40. Let's go ahead and recap this crate quickly one more time. All right. Let's see here. We need another ticket stub. I was like, what are we missing? We're missing another ticket stub. Let's do the next one I have over here. This is going to be for Rat. This is a pretty cool one. And Bon Jovi and Rat. Wow, Bon Jovi? Yeah, I guess so. Bon Jovi opened for Rat that night. Knoxville Civic Coliseum, 1985. That is an original ticket stub, $10 start on that. $10 start on that. So these colleges, athletes that are getting paid, are they paying for their schooling? No, they're still like on scholarship and they're getting paid NIL money. So most of them have scholarship and then they're getting paid NIL money. So like our quarterback, Joey Aguilar, he was at UCLA and basically we said, we'll give you $2 million to come to Tennessee and play football. And he left UCLA. We write him, the University of Tennessee writes him a check basically for $2 million. He plays football for one season in Knoxville. And he's already an SEC graduate, technically, because he had enough credits. He's wearing a patch on his jersey that says SEC graduate. So if he doesn't get a chance to play on the next level, he's getting an SEC degree, too, technically now from the University of Tennessee. So pretty good situation for him. Pretty good situation. Leather Wolf is at $47. U.S. medal, the last bid that came in on that is at $25 of James Vasquez. And the Rat ticket stub is a $10 start. In here, I have Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark. That is a 2 LP, $44.99. I've got one left, Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark. Halloween, that's their newest album, Giants and Monsters, 2 LP. And technically, this is the indie exclusive yellow vinyl, Giants and Monsters, $54.99. $54.99. We have Bruce Dickinson, Balls to Picasso, More Balls to Picasso. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Tool Undertow. Tool is $33.99. Tool Undertow. And we have Black Label Society. Black Label Society Scollage, 2 LP green vinyl, $34.99. 007 Platinum on Halloween. This one, the sticker fell off, but make sure it goes in for $54.99, please. Thank you on that one. And then we have Gorgira, From Mars to Sirius. Gorgira is $54.99. Ryan Eaton on Black Label Society. Thank you, Ryan Eaton, on that. I've got 2 copies of Sabaton left, Heroes. Sabaton is $38.99. The last bit on Leather Wolf just hit the screen, $55 with Stuck 73. And over here, U.S. Metal. U.S. Metal is done. It never did get another bid, and it was sold to James Vasquez for $25. That's sold to James Vasquez for $25, okay? Patty's in on Rat at $10. That's going once, going twice. Our next auction is going to go up right now. TNT, Tell No Tales. TNT is an 87 specialty OG pressing with the original on her sleeve. Nice copy for a $35 start. $35 for TNT, Tell No Tales. TNT, Tell No Tales. Leather Wolf, 55, now 57. Final call to get a bid on that Rat ticket stub. That's our 2 auctions. I'll try to go, every once in a while, just the camera just gets 1 inch off and it messes up the glare, but I hope that's a lot better. I might can turn off this light. That helped a little, right? Yeah, that helped a little. I'll turn that light off tonight. It's just weird. My camera will get 1 inch off, and it just kind of messes up. Also, I will put you on a waiting list for Halloween. Make sure Oso goes on a waiting list for Halloween, Giants, and Monsters, okay? That never did make it to a whole lot of records for a pre-order, so sorry I missed that one, but that came out, I guess, last week or the week before. Black Label Society again, 1919 Eternal purple vinyl, $34.99. And we have Carcass Heartwork. Carcass is $34.99. Carcass Heartwork. And we have Twisted Sister Detroit Club, 1979. Carcass is, this is Carcass, $34.99. This is Twisted Sister in Detroit. That's an official live purple vinyl, $34.99. Patty gets the wrap for $10. TNT is at $35 with Tony Bradford, and Leatherwolf's at $60. Everybody wants me to cover up Chevy Chase. Here, I'll just keep my finger there all night. I'll use my left hand and just cover them up all night. I'll change it in 1 second. I was hoping somebody would ask and we could sell a couple tonight. But first, here's Black Label Society Doom Crew. That's on clear and black ice colored vinyl, $34.99. Twisted Sister sold to Gerald Whitworth. And we have Gorgira Fortitude. Gorgira, $33.99. The last copy of Dance of Death by Iron Maiden, $54.99. And the last copy of Bruce Dickinson, Accident of Birth, 2LP red and yellow splatter, $46.99 on that one. Next ticket stub, it's another Kiss. This time, Kiss and Ted Nugent, 1988. 1988. That was also at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. $10 start on that ticket stub. That's up for bid right now. $10 start on that one. All right, I got another little short but sweet half crate of new vinyl and other items to go through. TNT's at $38. Anybody else on this? Metallica. We'll go ahead and put up, I have some that was unadvertised that I was going to go ahead and put up tonight early. I'll go ahead and put up one. I guess it depends on which one you're looking for. I have a few over here that was unadvertised that I was going to put up early because I keep forgetting about them. I keep forgetting that word, That's a Michael McDonald song. I keep forgetting, I keep forgetting. Okay, what is next here? First thing is info on Leatherwolf. All right, Darren Wortman, which of the two Bruce Dickens did you want, Accident or More Balls? And then any Twisted Sister. There's one Twisted Sister left. TNT's at 40. Kiss is at 10. And Kiss is at 10. Okay, so Stephen Tinley is requesting Underground Metal. So he kept on saying that earlier. He kept saying that earlier. That's actually a name of an album then, right? Stephen Tinley, I think, is requesting something called Underground Metal. Can you give me an artist, a title, a year, a description of the cover, etc., etc.? Otherwise, I'm not for sure if I know what you're talking about. Didn't we just sell those? Didn't we just sell those guitar comps? Isn't that what we just sold? I think we just sold those, didn't we? Okay, so we sold a Twisted Sister and an Accident by Birth, okay? So these are sold. We have, right here, oh, just a genre, okay. I've seen you, I was like, man, am I missing something here? Darren Wortman got Accident by Birth, and Brian Campbell got Twisted Sister. Okay, first thing is this new Funko. This is really cool. These are $24.99. Now, they're a little bit more than a normal Funko because he lights up and talks. His lightsaber lights up red, and I think he talks. He might even breathe. You know, he might do the... But those are $24.99. Those are new light and sound Darth Vaders. $24.99. I've got two of those. They take two AAA batteries. Two AAA batteries. Two AAA batteries. Not included. Those batteries are not included, okay? I'll let you buy your own batteries. Next over here is this. Darren Wortman says he'll take the More Balls to Picasso too. Okay, there we go. Now, where are we at on our auctions? Oso wanted to know more info on Leatherwolf. Leatherwolf is an 89 U.S. specialty OG pressing in shrink and EX condition. Leatherwolf. Leatherwolf. The last bid on Leatherwolf was $60 with stuck 73. Oso had asked what it is, so we'll give him a chance to bid or say done or out or pass. And then the last bid on TNT that came in, is an 87 Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, 87 USOG original inner sleeve, and the last bid that came in on this was $40 with Tony Bradford. The Kiss ticket stub got a bid for 10 with Chad Anderson. Then Melanie bid 10. Okay, then Melanie bid 10. And then Melanie bid 12. Then Chad bid 13. Then Melanie bid 14. Then Chad bid 15. Oso got a Darth Vader. That is sold to Oso. There's one Darth Vader left at $24.99. And now Leather Wolf is getting new bids. Okay, I hadn't gone through this crate yet. There is the very popular Smashing Pumpkins box set. That is, oh my gosh, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy box. Almost called it Pisces. I knew that wasn't right though. $114.99, $114. It comes with 4 LPs and basically a double book. We have a waiting, okay, yeah. So Ed told me, let me just wait till tomorrow. Well, I'll go ahead and show it. If anybody else wants one on a waiting list. There was a waiting list for this. Some of my orders have been split, if you didn't hear me earlier. So it's not like I have my whole invoice, because I was expecting 5 more copies of this. It's not like I didn't get them. They just will be here tomorrow. This is Slipknot, the new 25th anniversary that comes out tomorrow. We already got in the pre-order on Tuesday. Tuesday, we've already sold a whole crate full of them. So I think I got 2 people on a waiting list, and I think I ordered 3 extras. If you want to go ahead and say, I'll take one whenever they come in tomorrow, Chad, they're $49.99, okay? $49.99 on those, if anybody wants one. And then I got a restock of Ozzy, No More Tears, and these are $44.99. Let me see who was on a waiting list. Is there a waiting list? Could there be? Possibly. Is there? Scott Dwallow, Richard V. Miller, and Sean Drew, and that was from the last time. We've already got those people taken care of. What about another waiting list? Is there another wait? Those are people I tagged last week because I remembered the Richard V. Miller. Let me search one more time for Ozzy. Let me close out all this. All right, O-Z-Z-Y. Okay, nope. And yep, Don Nicole and Red Cave Collections. Here we go. Matthew Krause was next on Slipknot, and then Stanley Richmond. We'll go ahead and tag one of those right now. So the first thing I'm going to do is say that two of these Aussies are sold, and I'm going to have 3 extras at $44.99. Don Nicole and Red Cave Collections. Sold. The first person on the list for Slipknot is Matthew Krause. Stanley Richmond, your copy will be here tomorrow. If anybody else wants one, let me know. $49.99 on that. I've got 2 copies of Jane's Addiction, Nothing Shocking, for $33.99, and Slipknot's Nevermind. Dun da dun dun chicka chicka dun da dun. That is $36.99. Okay, what happened on the Kiss ticket stub? The Kiss ticket stub is sold to Chad Anderson for $15. Thank you on that. The Kiss Ted Nugent one. The last bid on TNT, no one else bid, right? We can go ahead and sell this and put up new auctions. Laura's on her way with a new crate. I love it. That's perfect timing. Tony Bradford, you sat on that for 7 minutes, so that's sold to you for $40. I'm about to start moving through these a lot quicker because I am done with pre-orders. The rest of them goes a lot faster, okay? A lot faster. And this is right now at $85 with Nick Bargeron. I didn't get an invoice for the Aussie. I didn't. Okay. Now, Richard V. Miller, you heard me emphasize your V like 5 times, right? I guarantee the other Richard Miller got an invoice. I guarantee it. I guarantee that's what happened again. Your name is officially cursed. Let me look that up right now. I guarantee the other Richard Miller got an invoice. Let me see if he sent Ed a message. And let me check on invoices. I guarantee that's what happened again. Or did you say you did? I didn't get an invoice for Ozzy. Yes, I did. No. Okay, so they did do it right. Okay, I was about to say, I was about to have a talk with our KNN people again. Okay, I got confused on what you said. You got one last week. I have no idea what's going on now. But over here is Leather Wolf, Oh So Adventure. You're out. Nick Bargeron has it for 85. 85, okay? Lord just dropped off a crate, mostly full of probably brand new and sealed vinyl. Let's get to it. Let's put up new auctions first. And let's put up Metal Church. Metal Church, Blessing in Disguise. This is an 89 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original company inner sleeve with insert, EX condition, a $30 start. Metal Church, Blessing in Disguise. This is an 89 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original inner sleeve and the lyric insert. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start. Let me read through Richard V. Miller's comment. I didn't get an invoice for Ozzy. If I heard that right, yes, I did. No, I didn't. Sorry, I did not. And then Metal Church has a bid for 30. Metal Church has another bid for 30. Oh So Adventure, it's up to you on Leather Wolf. He says he's out. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $85, okay? That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Metal Church already has a bid for 30 and 30. Metal Church has a bid for 30 and 30. Richard Miller. All right. It was billed to you. Invoice has not been viewed. It was sent to your email. You were sent a reminder 8 hours ago. Yep. It was emailed to you, right? Richard V. Miller. Check your junk folder. It was sent to you. It just hadn't been opened, so it's probably in your junk folder. Yep. Okay. I was about to say, man, I emphasized them putting the V in there like 7 times. They did their job. Now it's up to the email system. Now it's up to the email system to do its job. Docking under lock and key. Docking is an 85 U.S. Specialty OG, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. $20 start, original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, $20 start. And I'll say this, I've seen 3 messages come in this week. I'm not saying anything on Richard V. Miller. This is totally unrelated to him not seeing his email. But I did see 3 different messages come in this week where somebody thought they were missing something in their order, and then an hour later, they email later and be like, never mind, I found it. I think some people tear into their order and they flip through it really quick and they're like, oh no, I'm missing something. And then they immediately go message Ed. Ed's looking for it for 2 days, and then they'll message later, Ed, I'm so sorry, it was in the bottom of the box. And then Ed's like, oh my gosh, we've tore apart the shipping room looking for a missing record. But that's happened 3 times this week. So make sure when you're unpacking your orders, you unwrap everything, okay? Everything. And those little JSA cards, 2 people have thought theirs were missing, and they have ended up finding them. They've been tucked down in an envelope, or they've been tucked inside of a sleeve, or something like that. So before you start ripping into your order, unpack it delicately and make sure it's all laid out before you think maybe something's missing, because so far nothing like that's happened. But every once in a while they will miss a record, okay? Your order will be at the end of somebody else's and they will accidentally grab it and it will just get slipped through. That happens. But so far this week everything's turned out okay. And then if you ever think you're missing an invoice, go check your junk folder. It's usually there. All right, so Metal Church and Docking. Metal Church and Docking. Metal Church and Docking. That's our 2 auctions right now. Metal Church is at $45. Docking's at $25. So $25 and Metal Church is at $45. The only thing left in here is Nirvana's Nevermind, $36.99. Jane's Addiction's $33.99. Ozzy, No More Tears. That also has Mama, I'm Coming Home on it. $44.99. That's a 2 LP. And then, of course, the Smashing Pumpkins box set is $114.99. Smashing Pumpkins box set, $114.99. I'll transfer these over here so we cover up Chevy Chase. But let me go ahead and try to sell one. Let's try to sell at least one. Signed and JSA authenticated Chevy Chase autographs. I've got Santa Hat and I got Crazy Chevy. Maybe Crazy Chevy looks better. That's when he's lost his mind. That's when he found out he was enrolled in the Jelly of the Month Club. That's when he found out he was enrolled in the Jelly of the Month Club. We're on the threshold of hell here. I always thought that's what cracks me up every time. His threshold, we're on the threshold of hell, Helen. We're on the threshold of hell. That gets me every time. $125. Okay. There's that. And before I show anything, let's hide let's hide this Laura Crate sticker. Wow, what a Laura Crate sticker. Good gosh. Can I keep this one, Laura? I'm keeping this one. I am keeping this one. Wow, somebody's going to get really lucky. She knows which one I'm putting that on. I do have to write it down just for the sanity of this. So, one, so I don't forget, and two, so we know it's fair over here. All right. Y'all are going to obliterate this crate. Not obliterate, obliterate. Okay, that's a new verb. Look around. Just look around you. Anybody ever had a Christmas that crazy with your family coming over? I'm sure some of y'all have. What a time. This blue juice is making me a little silly. They might have put something extra in that. What's the sticker mean? That means you get a work of art. Okay, you're getting a work of art. Metal Church is sold to Tony Clem for $45. Hope y'all ready for some insane auctions. It's 7:30. It's almost 8 o'clock time. But right now we got docking. And docking over here is a high bid and sold for $25 to David Saunders. $25. Let's put up some new auctions. The board is cleared. We're ready for 2 more auctions and a ticket stub. 2 more auctions and a ticket stub. Okay? Over here. First thing we have is Rat, the self-titled EP. This is an 83 USOG. It's on the Silver Timecoast label. Look at that. The Silver Timecoast label. VG Plus condition. A $30 start on Rat. This album still has not been reissued, even for the box set. Even for the box set. $30 start on Rat. Okay? That's now up for bid. Auction number 2 is going to be the following. Kicks Midnight Dynamite. Kicks is an 85 specialty OG. It has the original Atlantic Company sleeve. It's VG, almost VG Plus. Also a $30 start. A Laura Crate. We did. We sold a Laura Crate sticker last night for $6.99. It was laying over here on the shelf. It said metal auctions, Laura. It was one that had fell off of your metal auction, your crate you brought me one time. And I was going through random stuff over here on my shelf, and we sold it for $6.99 to Michael Rudolph. It was just a text sticker. All right, and then we have going up for bid, Van Halen ticket stub. 1984 Knoxville Civic Coliseum, Van Halen, $10 start. Let the bidding begin. Let the Laura Crate begin. Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith, sealed, $59.99, a deluxe edition, brand new Triple LP with 20-page book, $59.99. Motorhead. Jack Russell's Great White, Once Bitten Acoustic Bites on pink vinyl, sealed at $24.99. These are all newly priced records, no more, no less. First time showing them. Sticker price, probably almost all metal, okay? Probably everything in here. And they're going to get gone quickly. Gerald Whitworth on Motorhead. Deckelman on G for Great White. Kix has a bid for 30, Midnight Dynamite. Kix has a bid for 30, Midnight Dynamite, okay? Rat has a bid for $30. Those are both going once, going twice. The Van Halen ticket stub is a $10 start. Over here, we have Accept, Too Mean to Die. Accept is a 2LP, $24.99. And this is what? Drowning in Formaldehyde, Blistering Corpse Abortion. What a cover and title. Thank you, Laura, for translating it on the back. $14.99. $14.99. Hey, Johnny, how are you today? Fine, Mom. Have y'all figured out what you're going to name your new album, sweetie? Yes, Mom. We're calling our new album Blistering Corpse Abortion, okay? Now leave me alone. I'm going to my room. $14.99. Also, Slayer, Rain and Blood. Slayer is a 2022 reissue, near mint and shrink, $29.99. Over here, Kix is at $40. The Van Halen ticket stub has a bid for $10. Tom Sullivan is first to accept. Chad Schneider, second to accept the Accept album. He was second to accept the Accept album. Kix is at $43 with Tony Bradford. Rats at $37. Stephen George Tinley II first on Blistering. Matt Parsons first on Lothel. Kix is at $45. Kix is at $50. Rats at $40. Kix is at $50. So the Van Halen ticket stub, a final call for $10. Let's look at the details again on Rat. Rat is their self-titled debut. 83 USOG, Silver Time Coast label, VG Plus condition. Kix, Midnight Dynamite, is an 85 US specialty OG, VG Plus, and that is at $55. Slayer is sold. David Saunders, you would have been second. Moving right along, this crate's going to get obliterated pretty quickly. As the Palaces Burn, Lamb of God. This is a 2021 Record Store Day exclusive from Kraft on red vinyl. $39.99 for LOG, Lamb of God. Mick Mars, The Other Side of Mars. Clear vinyl, $19.99 for Mick Mars. And we have Headcap. That is with Lemmy. And Headcat is sealed. Lemmy Goes Rockabilly, live in Berlin on red vinyl, $29.99. Kix is at $57 with Tony Bradford. Blaine Zapnick, you get the Van Halen ticket stub for $10. And then Rat over here, the last bid on Rat was Tony Bradford at $40, and now that's a final call. We have M.M., that was Mick Mars, so to Jeremy Rourke, then James Davidson, then George Jones, then Chris Johnson. Hellcat is so to Tom Sullivan, and we have Ron Duffield next on Mars. The only thing so far not claimed is Lamb of God. Next ticket stub is going to go up right now, and let's do another Kiss. Let's do Iron Maiden. Let's do Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden ticket stub, Knoxville Civic Coliseum, 1983, October 19th, 1983. Iron Maiden ticket stub from Knoxville, Tennessee. $10 start on that one. I even got it in a card saver. Y'all realize how desirable these things were during COVID? Who opened that night? Quiet Riot opened. Who opened for Van Halen? We didn't look at that, did we? Autograph opened for Van Halen that night. Who opened for Iron Maiden? Quiet Riot. $10 start on that one. I was going to say, during COVID, these card savers were impossible to get. There was so much boom in the card market, and everybody was submitting stuff for grading, and they usually require you to use this kind of sleeve when you submit a card for grading. And they were selling for like $3 a piece at one, something crazy. Everybody was trying to get card savers so they could submit submit cards to PSA and Beckett. We got Dream Theater, A View from the Top of the World. This is $29.99. Dream Theater, a double LP. That's on colored vinyl. And then we have Slayer, God Hates Us All. Slayer is $24.99. Rat is at $50 with Richard Davis. Are we done on Kicks? Kicks is at $58 with Kenny Roll. And then Lothel, Matt, first on Slayer. The Iron Maiden is a $10 start. 007 Platinum on Dream Theater. And the only thing left right now is Lamb of God. And Dwayne just asked what it was. Lamb of God is As the Palaces Burn. It's a craft limited edition red splatter, $39.99. Hiram next on Slayer, Stephen Tinley next on Slayer. That Slayer is still in print. I probably could get that for, it'll be more than $24.99, but just saying, if anybody maybe wants to go on a waiting list for a new sealed copy, yeah. Okay, Kicks is still getting bids. Rat is still getting bids. And Dwayne, if you pass on Lamb of God, I'm going to give it to Buddy Cordova, but you do have dibs on it right now. Okay, next thing we have is Megadeth, The System Has Failed. Wow, don't get that one too often. 2016, that hadn't been printed in a while, $34.99. Iron Maiden, $10 sold. Well, you can place a bid for $10, but it's not a buy it now. But if you want to put Iron Maiden $10, that means you've bid on it. And I'll say going once, going twice. But it is technically up for auction, okay? Technically up for auction. There was a really good chance if I would have flipped through this crate, I would have put that up for auction. Because that is a Megadeth album right now that's technically not in stock. And look at all the claims for it. Almost a whole... Hold on, man. Almost 2 whole pages of claims for this Megadeth. And this is sold to Lothel, Matt Parsons. Sean Holford was second. Then Mike Ospaw. Then Kenny Roll. Then 007. Then Jeremy Rourke. Then Trent. Then Chad Schneider. Then Jeff Brindley. Then Tom Sullivan. Then Paul Richards. And then Buddy Cordova gets Lamb of God. Then Paul Catrich. So going one more time now on the bids because they've definitely got buried. Richard Davis is backing on Rat at $55. Tony Bradford has Kicks at $60. And then technically, Johnny Hancock, if you want to bid on Iron Maiden, you need to put IM10. And then I'll say final call to you. Because technically it's still up for auction. And technically, there's no bids on it. There's no bids on it right now. We have Black Sabbath, Mob Rules. This is sealed, $29.99, a 2021. That's a great price because if I had to order those now, they're almost like $50 MSRP for Mob Rules, sealed at $29.99. No wonder these crates are absolutely obliterated. It's like on sale new vinyl. It's like on sale new vinyl. Black Sabbath is sold to Deckelman, then Matt Parsons, then Matt Nichols. Johnny Hancock sort of has a bid in on Iron Maiden for $10. Final call for $10. The reason I got to make that such a stipulation is because there's maybe somebody right now hoping nobody will bid on it so they can try to grab it for $10. So if it's up for bid, you technically have to place a bid. If not, then I make it a buy it now. And as soon as I make it a buy it now, there might be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people try to grab it. There could be 0. But if you bid, then somebody else is probably like, well, crap, now I've got to bid. And then they're going to bid 11, and then somebody's going to bid 12, and then it's technically an auction. But now since you've bid 10, you have it, and it's a final call to you. Now, if somebody bids 11, then you've got to keep bidding, or you can say you're done. Over here, same thing for Rat. The high bid is with Richard Davis, and one of the other bidders went out, so that's a final call to him. And same thing for Kicks. Nobody else has bid since I last said that Tony had it for $60. That's a final call to him. Church on Milkrath, Varkalok. I don't know if I said any of that correctly, but that's black metal dark ambient, sealed, $19.99. The Number of the Beast over Hammersmith, that's a triple LP, sealed, $49.99. There's not going to be anything left in here, so grab these while you can. Like Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. Alice Cooper, $24.99. Lothel on Iron Maiden. That is sold to Matt Parsons. Sold. And then Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy is sealed, $29.99. 40th anniversary, and that is on blue vinyl. All right, Richard Davis, thank you on Rat. That's sold to you for $55. $55. That's so to you, 55. Let's put that away right over here. And then we had Iron Maiden to Matt. Razman was next. Mike Ospaw first on Alice Cooper. Okay, Matt Nichols on Ozzy. And Stephen Tinley wants the black metal. Johnny Hancock gets Iron Maiden for $10. And then Kicks is sold to Tony Bradford for $60. Wow, the crate's cleaned out and all the auctions are sold. Let's keep rolling. If you were next, you were next. Next is, oh my goodness. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 da-da. That's the opening riffs to Creeping Death. This, folks, is an 84 UK original pressing, VG Plus condition, Music for Nations, a $55 start for Creeping Death. The 12-inch single, 84 UK original. VG Plus is nothing for this one because you're going to be playing it so loud you're going to have a headache. Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg and Creeping Death, an 1984 UK. That's now for bid, a $55 start. There's that, and Glenn's already in. Auction number 2. Let's get into some of the other eyebrow stuff. The other eyebrow stuff over here, where all of a sudden you start raising an eyebrow. Your eyebrows, you start furrowing. Your eyebrows start furrowing. We have Slayer, Show No Mercy. Slayer is an 84 USOG. It's technically a second press with a silver label. It's on Metal Blade, 84 USOG, second label. With the inserts, EX, a $95 start. A $95 start. It does have the insert with it. Slayer. There's only one way to say this. Slayer. Matt's in at $95. Sean just shaved his eyebrows. He couldn't take any more of it. He just went in the bathroom and shaved his eyebrows off. SpongeBob did that one time. I actually had a friend that did that in high school one time. His name's Austin Vaden. He shaved his eyebrows, and I was like, dude, golly, what is wrong with you? All right, let's go ahead and put up another ticket stub. This time, Kiss. 1986 for Kiss. Knoxville Civic Coliseum, 1986, January 4th. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. $10 start. $10 start on the Kiss ticket stub. All right, back to the lower crate. Holy moly, what could be next? Wasp. You got to kind of say that with some emphasis like Slayer. Wasp. Babylon, $29.99. $29.99. Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. Sealed, $24.99. Bulls on Parade. I've always got to say it. Rally Round the Family. Look, they're looking at each other. Chevy Chase is like, are you really wanting a mosh pit right now? Next, Metallica, the Black Album. $29.99. The 2021, wow, Through the Never. The Black Album, $29.99. All right, let's go back to the top and figure out what happened. So I introduced a Metallica, which got a bid for $55. And then I introduced Slayer, which got a bid for $95. Then it got a bid for $105. Hey, Chad, when you do the vintage crates in the morning on the private channel, what time do they do those, and do you do them every day? Next is Paul Catrich bid on Slayer, I think. Slayer at 100, Metallica 60, Slayer 96, Mike Ospaw got Wasp. Mike Ospaw got Wasp. Mark Stanley got Rage. Metallica, 55, another $55 bid. Matt was second on Rage. Dave Silver second on Wasp. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Wasp. Clay Moore next on Wasp. Metallica, 65. Kiss 10. Stephen Tinley next on Rage. And then David Saunders next on Metallica. David Saunders next on Metallica. And then Matt next on Metallica. Metallica has a new bid for $95. Okay, so here's the updates on the bids. Metallica's at $95. Slayer is at $100 with MT Matt, and he's had it for 3 minutes. Is everybody still awake? Slayer's at $105. It's not moving. Metallica's moving. It's at $95, and Kiss is at $10 with Melanie Clausen. There is a video posted every single morning in Whole Lot of Records at 9 a.m. every single morning, 9 a.m. Central Time. You can count on it. If it doesn't get posted, then I've made a big boo-boo. I have forgot. I have died. I've been injured. I've been held against my will. Something tragic has happened if that video doesn't upload at 9 a.m. every morning. Something bad has happened. So if you don't see that, then you need to go like, oh my God, what has happened? Somebody make sure Chad's okay. Now, I will say, in the last 30 videos, I have forgot about 2 of them. I've gotten home and I'm like, oh, no. It's usually like on Sunday when sometimes I'm not here during normal hours. Moving right along. Ghost is $24.99. This is Meliora. Ghost, $24.99. Alice in Chains, Rain or Fog on Smog colored vinyl, $34.99. Dragon, Fallen Angel, $29.99. David Saunders has a timer. People have set their reminder. They have set their reminder and said, remind me every day at 9 a.m. to watch Chad's videos. And so ping, they get a message, they go to Collectco, they're buying records. Kiss is at $14. Slayer. We got a bid for $106. MT Matt, you've been outbid. John Kaiser's in at $125. What about Metallica? Metallica. $95 of Glenn on Twitch. This is an OG VG Plus Creeping Death. It's at $95. Nobody bought Ghost. Darren Johnson gets Alice in Chains. Nobody got Dragon. Skid Row, the gang's all here. Skid Row is sealed on white vinyl, $24.99. Lamb of God, Sacrament. A Revolver exclusive on gold with purple smoke colored vinyl, $39.99. Wow, that's a wild looking color scheme. That's amazing looking. Doesn't look real. $39.99. Grumpy Moose Gaming on Ghost. There's a new bid on Metallica at $105. The Kiss ticket stub is at $15 with Melanie Clausen. Now, Melanie, you've went out. That would be an error because you still have it for $15. Unless somebody's bid come in I couldn't see. Okay? Danzig got Lamb of God. Well, Matt put Purple Smoke, question mark. This is gold with purple smoke colored vinyl. If you want this, Matt, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Danzig, $35. Stephen Tinley was next. Metallica's at $115. Not a claim. This is sold to Danzig, $35. Slayer is at $136. John Kaiser, you've just been outbid. And then evidently there's an invisible bid because Melanie said out, but you have it, Melanie, at $15. If somebody had outbid her, you need to bid again or you're about to lose the auction because I still got her at $15. Merciful Fate is on red smoke colored vinyl, $29.99. When they say smoke, typically they mean like, yeah, it looks like smoke inside of the vinyl. So $29.99 for Merciful Fate. Merciful Fate. My crate is almost full over here. My crate is almost full. Let me swap out crates before we go any further, honestly. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this one here. And let's get another one full. Let's do it. Let's do it. Another full crate to start filling up. Wow. All right. Here we go. Now, we have Slayer at 140, Metallica 121, Metallica 125. Tony Clem got Merciful Fate. Jeff, claim on Hammersmith 82 if you have another one. I do not have another one. These are ones of ones and there's no waiting list because these are usually at technically on sale prices compared to MSRP. There is no more Iron Maiden Hammersmiths. That is gone. Tom Sullivan next on Merciful Fate. Richard Davis 3rd, Tony Clem 4th, Scott 5th, Dwayne 6th, Metallica 135. Melanie gets the Kiss ticket stub. Melanie Clausen gets that for $15. That's sold to Melanie. Heathen, Victims of Deception. This is on yellow vinyl, $34.99. Yellow vinyl, $34.99. D. Schneider, Leave a Scar. Red vinyl, $14.99. Gerald Whitworth on Skid Row, and then Jeff Brinley asked how much it was. Gerald just claimed it. MT Mac gets Heathen. D. Snyder, Leave a Scar, sold to 007 Platinum. And the last two records, Slayer, Decade of Aggression, $39.99. And Motorhead, Aftershock, a Record Store Day picture disc, $39.99. Wow. Okay, first thing is this. Slayer's at $145 with Stephen Tinley. The Metallica is at $135 with Aaron Andrus. Gerald Whitworth got Skid Row. MT Mac got Heathen. 007 got D. Snyder. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Heathen. Ron Duffield next on D. Snyder. Dave C. third on D. Snyder. Matt Parsons got Slayer. Weasel next on D. Snyder. 007 Platinum got Motorhead. David Saunders next on Slayer. Slayer's at $150 with John Kaiser. John Kaiser has Slayer at $150. And Metallica is at $135. Glenn says he's out. Aaron Andrus, you have Creeping Death at $135. And OG UK 1984. OG 1984 UK, Creeping Death. Okay? That is a final call. Slayer's still getting bids. There's only one record left. $29.99 for Dragon, Fallen Angel. John Mincemoyer, $29.99. That's it. We'll blow the air horn, and I'll tell you who got the Laura Crate sticker. There's only one record left, and then we're already off to an air horn tonight. Wow. John Mincemoyer says he'll take it. There is nothing left in that crate. It is all sold. It is all sold, okay? Kaysen, if you want Kiss, Melanie says you can have it for $15. But just to make sure everybody's clear, it's not that big deal. It's just a $1 increment here. But I always have to say, if you're the winning bidder, I have to sell it to you. You've got to take it, unless the other person's okay with that same price. So Kaysen, I think she's saying you can have it for $15 if you want it. I will change it from Melanie to Kaysen. But I got to make that clear for this auction, just in case that happens for something back here. If you say $125 and then someone says out, then I still got to sell it to you, even if you're the high bidder. I know it's just a $1 difference here, but just make sure everybody knows that. Kaysen said he'll take it for $15. So change that from Melanie Clausen to Kaysen for $15, okay? Not that big of a deal, but it's the same thing for a $15 auction or if it was for a $190 auction. Same rule applies. If you're the high bidder and everybody says out, it's sold to you. It is yours. No takebacks. Slayer's at 160, Slayer's at 163. Over here is Metallica. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. If this is, doesn't get another bid, I'm selling to Aaron Andrus for $135. I can remember that. I won't even have to scroll up again. Let me go ahead and show you who got the sticker. Actually, let me show you the sticker, and that will be self-explanatory on who got it. That'll be pretty self-explanatory, right? I don't know how you got that snake in there like that, Laura. How did you get that? to show over. That seems like that'd be pretty hard to do. The Metallica Black Album, which was David Saunders. That was already sold over here, of course, in this other crate. I'll go put that on David Saunders' Black Album. It was David Saunders. Very carefully. Yeah, I have no idea how that looks like an you even got the tongue on there. That's an absolute challenge on such a small little field of medium. David Saunders, who's been worried all night about the lag. You still somehow got a lower crate sticker. So the lag was actually good to you. Okay, so here's where we're at. We've got insane metal auctions tonight. One after another. One after another. Just boom, boom, boom. One after another. We got this sold to Aaron Andrus for $135. I'm going to introduce another one. I've just got a few more ticket stubs. Then I've got some books over here to auction. This sold to Aaron for $135. $135. Slayer, Show No Mercy, $168. I didn't read Laura's caption on that one. Let me go read what the caption was on it. The caption on that one was, I didn't read that. The caption was, Ghostface loves Metallica's Black Album. There we go. Ghostface, of course, from Scream. There we go. I didn't read the caption on that one. Okay. Slayer, no surprise, is still getting bids. The Death Angel was sold. We have essentially not sold hardly anything from the ad tonight. Almost nothing from the ad tonight has sold at auction. Very little. Very, very little of the key titles. We're just now getting into the beef of them right now. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. Death Angel is an 88 Canadian OG with the original company insert and inner sleeve. EX condition, a $45 start. Let the bidding begin. And now it's time for the air horn. Yep, I'm putting on my headset right now. And she's working on one right now. She's working on another crate. In the meantime, we got like new vintage check condition stuff. And it's also time for the Eddie Van Halen autograph. So let me go get it. It's a really cool item. It's signed on a vintage piece too. It's signed on a calendar from 1983, I believe. Let me see if I can get over here to it. I was worried they would block me off. When I was told that they almost filled up this booth full of records, I was like, oh no, I hope they didn't block off my Eddie Van Halen autograph, because Ed had told me he left it over here on a shelf. So, all right. So, first time offering this man, his signature. I retract that. The second time. The last time I had a fully signed Women and Children First album. And the majority of that value is on his signature. So, this is really cool, actually. Let's go to the top cam. So, this is a signed Cream magazine calendar. Okay. Nice signature up here in the corner. He signed right there where his name is. It's been in this framed in this custom Eddie Van Halen, Frankenstein design. Very cool. And of course, it comes with a full letter from JSA. Eddie Van Halen, signed Cream magazine calendar. Starting bid, $1,500. That, of course, includes shipping. This thing's going to be hefty to ship. It's in a big frame. But I think that's amazing they've done the Frankenstein guitar around it. So, full letter there from JSA. $1,500 start. Eddie Van Halen. And let me give you a close-up of what it actually looks like if I can negotiate it here in front of my camera. That's about the closest I can get it. That's what you're looking at there. All right. There it is. So I can't obviously leave that on the table, but I'll leave this letter up here so we know what we're bidding on, okay? That's now up for bid. I think there's a few people waiting on that. Let's make sure there's no other bids that have come in. I think it's time to sell some auctions. And probably some people wish I would sell some auctions. Let's go through John's check condition bin. John's check condition bin. Let's do it. Okay, so the first thing we have over here is the following. The first thing I have over here is Death Angel Frolic Through the Park. The last bid that came on Death Angel was Jeff Breenley at $75. I think he's the only bidder at $75, and we're about to sell it to him. Slayer Show No Mercy. Slayer Show No Mercy. MT Matt has it for $180. Stephen Tinley never did say out. That's why it's been hung up back here. Stephen Tinley never did say out. And MT Matt's had it for 5 minutes. I can't leave it up much longer. Final call. I usually at least make sure the other bidder has set out. Haven't heard back from Stephen Tinley on that one. There's Death Angel, and there's Eddie Van Halen. Okay? Slayer just got a new bid for $181. Death Angel's a final call for $75. New arrival, check condition stuff. The best of Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman. VG condition, $14.99. Percy Sledge. Merle Haggard, It's Not Love. VG plus, $9.99. Death Angel has a new bid for $80. We're not done on Death Angel. It's Slayer and OG. Slayer is an OG 84 US second label. They still consider this an OG. It's just on the second label. It has the original on her sleeve. It has a new bid for $185. Stephen Tinley, you've been outbid. Chase Arnold, you've been outbid. Jeff Breenley, you've been outbid on Death Angel. Eddie Van Halen is a $1,500 starting bid. Signed. That's what it looks like. That's about the best image I can show you there. Really cool picture of him. And then signed right there on the front. That's what that's looking like. Let me give you an example of a comp. A signed photograph, an 8x10 photograph sold yesterday on eBay for $2,100, Beckett LOA. So a signed photograph sold yesterday for $2,100. $2,100. $1,500 start on this. I think it was an 8x10 autograph. 8x10 autograph. Any word on Green Day? I'm in negotiations. I'm in negotiations on a 5-digit autographed album collection, and it's overseas. So I am being both careful and meticulous about everything. Queen, A Day at the Races. VG Plus, $24.99. Queen, A Day at the Races. VG Plus, $24.99. Chase Arnold's in on Slayer at $200. Death Angel is at $90. Jeff Breenley's at $100. Okay? He did not mean to bid $200 on Death Angel. He was bidding $200 on Slayer. This is... no, it's not. The Green Day's not 5 digits. No, the Green Day's not 5 digits. The whole deal I'm doing on the autograph collection. And I think he's an American. He's just living overseas right now. So I'm being, you know, deals like that, when you're involving that much money, you got to be really careful. I'm trying to convince him to ship stuff to me, partial, and then pay, and then I'll pay, and then he can ship the rest. But he's also at the same time being like, why should I ship you something without payment, without you paying me first? You know, so we're kind of back and forth on that. Queen is sold to Chuck Yeager. We have Merle Haggard, and we have Percy Sledge. No, Green Day's not that expensive. No, it's not. It's a 3-digit item, okay? It's a 3-digit item. It should be, I think. I really hadn't broke it down per item, but it's probably a 3-digit item. There you go. That's probably a sigh of relief from Robert. Robert Volarchik just probably went, whew. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, VG Plus $24.99, and Stevie Nicks, Rock a Little. Stevie Nicks is VG Plus $14.99. You know, I think that's why people buying online, I think that's why people get on here and they trust Collectco. You know, I would advise if somebody just solicits you and say, hey, I've got this for sale for $1,000 if you PayPal me right now, friends and family. Well, that doesn't give you any protection. And if they don't send you your item, then you're SOL. So, you know, myself even, I'm like, hey, we're an established business. Here's all of our credentials. I just can't wire you X amount of dollars without maybe getting part of the order first. But, of course, it goes both ways. They're like, well, how do I know I can trust you? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm glad that's why we've been able to build all this up the last several years, last 5 years. People know when they're buying from Collectco, they're actually going to get their records. This is all safe and secure. This is all safe and secure here, okay? Death Angel. Are we done on that? Death Angel, the last bid was Jeff Brindley at 100. Now, Chase Arnold, let me know if you're done, okay? You got outbid on Death Angel. They're having absolute war over here for Slayer. We got Stevie Nicks, The Doors, Merle Haggard, and Percy Sledge. Deep Purple in Rock. EX Condition, $27.99. Deep Purple in Rock. EX, $27.99. I'm going to give one more chance to lock in a bid on Eddie. If not, I'm going to make them a buy it now. Over here, the Beatles Abbey Road, a 69 press too. VG Plus, $39.99. Abbey Road, look at that. VG Plus, $39.99. We have Deep Purple, that's sold to Aaron Andrus. And then we have, he did say out on Death Angel, DA out, did he? He did, okay. Sold, Jeff Brindley, 100. We won't give that any more time. I am going to go ahead and put up Dockin. Here we go, Dream Warriors, a theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Boy, this is usually a battle here. This is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG pressing. VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Jay Neutra has thrown a flag. Okay, you should have got Deep Purple. You should have got Deep Purple, and Aaron Andrus should have got Doors. Is that not what I said? So over here, Jay Neutra gets the Doors. Aaron Andrus, Jay Neutra gets Deep Purple. Aaron Andrus gets the Doors. Okay, I may have said that wrong. Jay Neutra got Deep Purple. Aaron Andrus got the Doors. Chris Martin, how much was Stevie Nicks? Stevie Nicks was VG Plus, $14.99. Have you sold Hella Weights? I have not. How much was the Doors? Already sold. Danny asked the details on Death Angel. Already sold. Shannon Mashaka wants Stevie Nicks. Let me make sure Chris Martin doesn't want it. Chris Martin, if you don't want Stevie Nicks, it's sold to Shannon Mashaka. Over here, Dockin has a bid for 25. Over here, Dockin has a bid for 35. If anybody wants Eddie Van Halen, he can be bought right now for $1,500. $1,500 if anybody wants him. He's a no bid. Okay? I was expecting at least a minimum bid, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it went up over $2,000. It's available if anybody wants it. Also, I have John Mayall, The Blues Alone. John Mayall's in VG condition. Right now, we're going through new vintage LPs, check condition, okay? Slayer, Show No Mercy. The last bid on Slayer. Over here, the last bid was Chase Arnold at $235. It's up to MT Matt to bid again. Dawkins at 40. Chris Martin's passing. Stevie Nicks is sold to Shannon Mashaka. We have, wow, Young Frankenstein soundtrack. VG $14.99. I should have put that up for auction. Young Frankenstein soundtrack. VG $14.99. Wes Montgomery, A Day in the Life. VG condition, $9.99. And we have Styx, VG Plus, $14.99. Dawkins at $45. Matt on Young Frankenstein, and then Michael Freiberger, then Jason Widener. Next over here is Foreigner 4. Foreigner is in VG Plus, $14.99. Wes Montgomery, so did Tom Sullivan. Young Frankenstein, lots of claims for that. They're still coming in. Did MT Matt say out on Slayer? That's my big question. MT Matt, it's up to you, sir. Chase Arnold has it for $235. The last bid on Dockin that came out, just came in at 47. Matt Nichols wants Foreigner. We have Dawkin at 47. He's done on Slayer, so that's a final call. And Jason Wilski got Sticks. All righty. Let's go ahead and show this. John Lee Hooker, I Feel Good. VG Plus, $24.99. Does have the chipping. Who got Young Frankenstein? Matt Parsons got it. Then Michael Freiberger. Then Jason Widener. Then Jeff Sapia. Then Paula. It was 5 people after you. Let's go ahead and grab the next auction. Let's get back into the other Metallicas, Testaments, Megadeths. Let's go ahead and put up, let's do back-to-back Slayers. Since some of the bidders still may be watching for this one, let's end this one. And let's go ahead and sell this one officially to Chase Arnold at $235. That's sold to Chase at $235. Dawkin has a new bid for $50. Let's put away Slayer. Okay, there's that. Over here, we got Slayer Hell Awaits, and this is now up for auction. This is an 85 US OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. This is an 85 US OG pressing with the original inner sleeve. Nearly VG Plus condition. Conservatively, we're going to say VG, maybe VG Plus. $55 start on Slayer. Hell Awaits. The last bid on Dawkin was Brad Waits at $50. Going once, going twice. Brent Robley on John Lee Hooker. A group called Smith with that great song, Baby, It's You. EX condition, $12.99. And Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, EX, $12.99. I've got another autographed item to show you. This is a very cool item. The last time we put up a Clint Eastwood item, it went into extended bidding. This is a mini movie poster of Pale Rider, signed by Clint Eastwood with a full letter from PSA. Also a $1,500 starting bid. Also a $1,500 starting bid. Pale Rider. It's in a really cool barnwood top frame. Very cool barnwood top frame. That was probably not cheap. All these, this and Eddie, has been very well framed, by the way. It's got a little bit of a tear. See up there at the top? There's a tear on the back of the paper of the frame. No big deal there. But signed by the man himself. The last signed Clint Eastwood photo, we sold a signed photo, an oversized photo, like a 24 by 18 for $3,100. I think $2,900 or $3,100 a couple weeks ago. Just a $1,500 start on this and a PSA letter. That's going to go over here on top of Eddie Van Halen. $1,500 start. Everybody was snoozing on Eddie Van Halen. Let's see if anybody snoozes on Clint Eastwood. We're about to find out. Over here, we have Slayer at 60, Slayer at 65, Dawkin at 51, Slayer at 60. The details on Dawkin is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG, VG Plus condition. Tom Sullivan on the Smiths. We have Jay Nutra on Marshall Tucker. David Saunders said S. Price. That was Slayer. It's now at $85. Over here, we have Slayer. Yeah, Slayer's at 85, and Dawkin is still getting bids. Okay? Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. VG Plus, $9.99. We have Gassers for Submarine Race Watchers. Murray the Case. VG condition, $9.99. What an interesting record that is. Slayer has hit $100. I won't be surprised when it hits $200 here in about 7 minutes. Dawkins at $55. Clint Eastwood is $1,500. Over here, the London Howlin' Wolf Sessions with Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood, Bill Wyman, and Charlie Watts. VG condition, $14.99. Another Beatles, this time Sgt. Pepper's, a 67 OG stereo press. Wow. 67 Los Angeles press with the insert, VG, $24.99. And Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hell Bound. Hank Williams Jr., VG Plus, $17.99. Slayers at 67. Matt Parsons in on the Sgt. Peppers. Dawkins at 55. Slayer is at 100, I should say, with Chase Arnold. Slayer is at 100. Slayer is at 100. Slayer is at 100, okay? Slayer's at 100. Johnny Hancock on Hank Williams Jr. That's sold to Johnny Hancock. And Brian Studdard on London Howland Wolf Session. Sold. Nick Bargeron next on Hank. David next on Hank. This is a sticker price check condition bin. Sticker price check condition bin. John Mayall back here, the blues alone is VG $12.99. Okay? Slayer has hit $100 of Chase Arnold. And this was an OG pressing. Nearly VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. $100. For hella weights. OG. Slicker, your John Lee Hooker comments very late. Slayer has a new bid for 105. And then over here is Dawkin. And Dawkin is at 55 with Greg Smith. Okay? Slayer has a high bid of 110 now. Razman sold on John Mayall. Sold. I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Oh, wow. I don't know if y'all heard that pop. Oh, that felt good. Okay, next is Dire Straits. Communique. Dire Straits VG Plus $17.99. Murray the K is still available. I'm going to say Clint Eastwood is a buy it now for $1,500. You can pick it up right now for $1,500. What a great price. Wow. I think the other one we had, the big photo last week, sold for almost twice as much. So if you're interested, it can be bought right now for $1,500. Next is Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town, VG $9.99. And Dire Straits is sold to Josh Brown. I'm going to go ahead and put up a third LP. Dawkin did not get another bid, right? If not, I'm taking it off the table. Brad went out. It was with Greg Smith at 55. It was with Greg Smith at $55. I want to make sure everybody was out. Greg Smith at $55. Okay. Slayer's at 120. Next is Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits. VG Condition, $9.99. And we have Wes Montgomery, California Dreamin'. Wes Montgomery is in VG Condition, $9.99. And Foreigner Head Games, EX Condition, $17.99. Topographic on Patsy Cline. That's so the Topographic. Okay? Slayer's at 130. And now Dawkin is sold. Dawkin is sold. Dawkin. Greg Smith for $55. Any better price if I picked up Clint Eastwood? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me think on that for a second. Matt wants Foreigner. Lothel gets that. Shannon, and then Scott Arnold. And then Travis, to address your question, let's just see what happens after the sale tonight. I always tell everybody I never promise that opportunity while it's still available for sale, but for some reason, if it doesn't sell tonight, the only time I've ever done anything like that is I'm splitting something up is on something really expensive. You know, some people have asked like for a record to go on the next invoice. Could they go ahead and claim it? And I've always not allowed that because that could get really out of hand. People wanting to buy something now. Could you bill me in 2 weeks? We've never allowed that. However, on sometimes really expensive stuff, I have split it up before, like, you know, maybe into 2 payments or something like that. But we'll see. We'll make sure it doesn't sell tonight. And then we can talk later about it. I've always left that open for high-end stuff. I think I've got somebody new interested in the Beatles autographs, the set, you know, and we were thinking about splitting that up over multiple payments. Of course, I would hold the item, but I don't try to allow that too much because then it could get really out of hand. So Wes Montgomery is sold to Michael Freiberger, then Tom Sullivan. Slayer's at 140. Slayer's at 140. That's Chase Arnold, $140. MT Matt and Chase are in another Slayer battle right now. Kingdom Come This is Kingdom Come in your face. An 89 US hub serval with the original inner sleeve. A $35 start, near mint minus. It is beautiful. Kingdom Come is not in print. Kingdom Come is an album that's not been reissued and not in print. $35 start. Another album, like they could reissue this right now and sell a bunch of them. So for pickup on Clint Eastwood, I would say I would do all things considered. So I'll basically say I'll give you a shipping discount because you're picking it up and maybe a discount off the price. I'll say $100 off. That will save us labor and postage. So $1,400 to answer your question, Stephen A. Young. I would say after labor and postage, it's going to cost $100 to get that to you. Steve would probably spend 45 minutes wrapping that thing up, getting the right box, packing it, securing it, measuring it, weighing it, printing the label, taping it up. And then the cost of the postage is probably going to be somewhere between $50 and $75 at least. So that'll be good for both of us. And Steven says he would take it. Let me go ahead and show the Beetle 65, an original 64 Pickneyville press in VG condition, $19.99. That is sold, VG condition, $19.99. Clint Eastwood is sold for $1,400. I'm going to blow the air horn, Laura, so I hope I don't scare you to death. Over here is Clint Eastwood. Let's show this on screen. Awesome. Big item tonight. Big item tonight. First air horn of the night. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. I think that's at a great price, too, especially with full letter from PSA. Framed. Already framed. I mean, sometimes, you know, I've sold 8x10s. We sold an 8x10 loose without any framing on here, I think, for $15.75 before. I know we have, just like a loose 8x10 with no framing. It was authenticated, of course, but I think I got $15.75 for that. So both of these were priced to anticipate additional bids. So nice pickup. And let's go ahead and blow the air horn. Let's blow the air horn. Let's do it. Let's blow the air horn. Thank you, Stephen. Let's put this over here in the operations room. Sold! Clint Eastwood on metal. Clint Eastwood's out there right now somewhere in the world. He has no idea we're blowing an air horn for the sale of his autograph. He has no idea. He might have heard that. That is a very expensive frame. I have a very good framer. She's local. Her name's Kim in Carthage. I've been taking stuff to her literally since I was in junior high. She's the best. Anti-backing, barnwood frame, museum quality UV glass. That is $300 to $400, just like Carol Puckett said. So that might be one of the best values on a Clint autograph I've ever sold. Thank you, Stephen. All right. That's done. Okay. Sold to him. Awesome. All right, let's get back to the metal auctions now. Kingdom Come opened up at 51, 55, 55. Slayer still getting bids, no surprise. Let's go 3 wide with the metal autographs now. The next one I have over here is, let's do Dark Angel. This is Leave Scars. We got some insane metal auctions to sell tonight. This is an 89 UK original with the original inner sleeve, VG++/EX. Dark Angel Leave Scars is a $30 start, okay? Let me make sure I didn't miss any claims. Nobody on the Beatles, right? Slayer's at $180 with Chase Arnold. MT Matt, it's up to you. Kingdom Come is at $58, and now Dark Angel's up for bid. Dr. John, the Night Tripper, VG condition, $24.99. Thank you. Dr. John is VG $24.99. Kingdom Comes at $60. Dark Angels at $30, and now another $30 bid, and now another $30 bid. Deep Purple Machine Head, Smoke on the water. Now, that's not the OG label, but it's not a modern reissue. That would be like a late 70s pressing. VG Plus $24.99. And we have Iron Butterfly Inagata Davida VG $9.99 for Iron Butterfly. We have Dark Angel at $30, three $30 bids. Slayers at $185, and Kingdom Comes at $65. Any Iron Maiden coming soon? Yes. I have a whole crate over here of metal auctions, one after another. I would not leave the chat if I was you. Next is Iron Butterfly, sold to Matt Nichols. Slayers at $195. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. Also a great song on here. Her Strut. VG Plus $17.99. VG Plus $17.99. Also over here, we have Leonard Skinner, Gimme Back My Bullets. That's on actually the first label. That's the first label, so that could be OG. It does have a clip corner. $14.99 for Leonard Skinner. Kingdom Comes at $66. Slayers at $198. And Dark Angel is at $35 with Jeff Brindley. He bid $35 first. That is an '89 UK original. Nice jacket too with the original inner sleeve. Over here, we got Eric Van Leuven on Leonard Skinner. John Kaiser put KC and then Leonard. Leonard's already sold. How much was Deep Purple? $24.99. Chad Schneider third on Leonard Skinner. And the best of Wilson Pickett in the midnight hour. Funky Broadway, Mustang Sally. Land of a Thousand Dances. VG $12.99. More Leonard Skinner comments coming in. Unfortunately, that was my only one. Also, we got Jimi Hendrix. He played an instrument called a guitar. This is VG condition, $14.99. Nice. The last record in the crate, Bad Company's debut, self-titled, VG Plus $17.99. Bad Company. Dun, dun, dun. To the day I die. Awesome. Okay, Lord just brought me a bottle of water. I think I got a little bit of blue juice left, but the ice is melting. I got all my favorites today. I woke up early enough to go to Publix and get a sub. I've had a Publix sub. I've had blue juice. And now I just need some Oreos to complete that rare trifecta. Publix, blue juice, and Oreos. Chad's having a great day. Chad, what makes you happy? Publix, blue juice, and Oreos. First on Bad Company is John McPatriot. Mark Berger first on Wilson Pickett. Scully Mack next on Bad Company. Matt Nichols on Jimi Hendrix. Tom Sullivan next on Wilson Pickett. Slicker next on Wilson Pickett. Dark Angels at $40. How much was Bob Seger? VG Plus $17.99. Was Eddie Van Halen on a picture? The Eddie Van Halen autograph is on a Cream magazine gatefold insert of a 1984 calendar. Somebody asked me, do I know when it was signed? I do not. I have no idea. No idea. Okay? And Buddy Cordova says, I'll take it. And that was for Bob Saget. Seger. Bob Saget doing Her Strut. Slayer. Boy, Chase and MT Matt was in a battle. David Saunders tied Chase Arnold. So Chase has it for $200. I told you, like 15 minutes ago, I said, if one of y'all want to go ahead and bid $200, we're going to get there anyways. And now it's at $200. Now it's at $200. David Saunders, you've tied you've tied Chase. MT Matt, you're out. Over here is Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come in your face. And the last bid on this was Nick Bargeron at $69. And he outbid Stephen Freyu. Stephen Freyu, this is up to you. And then Dark Angel, Leave Scars. The last bid on Dark Angel was Jeff Brindley at $40. Everybody else is out. That's going to once and going to twice. Okay? Final call. Final call. Final call. Final call. Over here, we have this. We have the best of Percy Sledge. When a Man Loves a Woman. When a Man Loves a Woman. Fiji, $14.99. And right over here is poor old Chevy Chase. We're on the threshold of hell. $125 autographed photos. We got to sell at least 20 tonight or I'm going to shave my head. I shouldn't have said that. We have Merle Haggard, It's Not Love. VG Plus, $9.99. The Beatles, Abbey Road, a 69 Jacksonville press. VG Plus, $39.99. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. VG Plus, $9.99. Murray the K's, Gassers for Submarine Race Watchers. VG, $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. VG, $9.99. The Beatles 65 is VG, $19.99. Dr. John, The Night Tripper, VG, $24.99. And Deep Purple Machine Head, VG Plus, $24.99. What is the Slayer bid? $200. You tied Chase Arnold. You tied his bid about 5 minutes ago. You're out at $200. He has it for $200. The last bid on Kingdom Come just came in. Stephen Freyu has it for $70. That means Nick Bargeron, you're out. And I already said Dark Angel was going once, and now Dark Angel's going twice, and now Jeff Brindley's about to get Dark Angel for $40. Tony McDaniel put P. He put the letter P for Percy Sledge. Sold. Scully Mac gets Deep Purple. Sold. David Saunders is out on Slayer. Sold to Chase Arnold for $200. It's up to one person on Kingdom Come. You know what that is? Nick Bargeron. Now, Nick is a mysterious bidder. You may not hear from him for the next hour, and then he'll get on and say, did I win Kingdom Come? He may bid in the next minute. If not, then it's definitely going to go to Stephen Freyu. We're going to give that just a few more seconds. Dark Angel has a new bid with Jake Gold. There it is. Jake Gold, he's in. Jeff Brindley's out. Next auction. Metallica. Goodness gracious. Here we go. Holy good gosh. Whoa. I just read the details. I didn't realize it was Nista. $1986 U.S. Carrollton OG Club, a super desirable pressing with the original on her sleeve, super clean copy, $425 start. A near mint minus, and shall we say pristine copy of Master of Puppets, the 86 club copy. And if you check the stats on these, you'll know right away this is a super desirable pressing of this record. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's going to go up for a $425 start. And if you want to go ahead and bid $600, that's fine with me. That's fine, okay? $425 start. Good luck bidding. Let's go through another crate. The next crate's going to be buy it now or best offer, new arrivals. Stephen Freyu, Nick Bargeron come back from the dead at the last second. I mean, I was selling that record so we could put up another one. In the middle of all that explanation, he got in a bid for $75. Stephen Freyu, you are out. Over here is Dark Angel at $48. $48. Okay. That's where we're at. Hope everybody understands where we're our position. Now it's back to Stephen Freehugh. Nick Bargeron has it. Michael Thrower would like to see the Eddie Van Halen autograph. It is a centerfold calendar where he has signed it up there on the top right. This is a large frame. When I lay it back down over here, I'll give you the dimensions. It's like the calendar's the size if you would have unfolded a magazine, like a cream magazine, one of the vintage cream magazines. If you would have unfolded one of those, that's about the size of what you're looking at here. And then the framing makes it 28 by 22, approximately. Metallica is a $425 start. Kingdom Come is sold to Nick Bargeron for $75. I'm going to go back over the Metallica again as soon as we figure out where we're at on Dark Angel. Dark Angel's up to one person, Jake Gold. Metallica is an OG near mint minus copy, 86 club copy, which is one of the ones you want. Let's go grab a crate of new arrivals, if I can weasel my way over here, and go through these best offer. Looks like we need to go through this one. Let's go through this one. Phillips in at $425. Jake Gold, it's up to you on Dark Angel. Jeff Brindley has it for $50. This is an 86 USOG Club, near mint, VG Plus sleeve, $425. Phillip Holtz in. Thank you. We're about to sell it unless somebody else bids. Should be a pretty dang good price on that one. Next auction is Testament. Practice what you preach. Testament, always been a desirable record. Before this was reissued, oh man, super tough to get. Testament, practice what you preach. In shrink with hop sticker, an 89 specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Testament is a $75 start. $75 start on Testament. Practice what you preach. That's now up for bid. Dark Angel has a new bid for $52 of Jake Gold. Jeff Brindley, you're out. Final call on Metallica. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The Mothers of Invention freak out. And OG with the hotspot ad, a 2LP, $49.99. Always been a desirable record. That is a very clean copy with a little bit of ring wear on the cover. Testament already has bids for $75, $75, $75. Dark Angel, $55. I'm going to make sure everybody was done on Metallica. $425. Chase is, or excuse me, Phillips about to get it. We have Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes. Pete Townsend's $14.99, and Nazareth, close enough for rock and roll, $19.99 for Nazareth. These are all buy it now or best offer. Next ticket stub is going to go up right now. That next ticket stub is going to be Aerosmith. This is Aerosmith Live 1988 at the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Aerosmith. Testament's already hit 100. Over here, we have the Cow Seals in concert, $9.99. All these are buy it now or best offer. Paula wants PT for Pete Townsend, sold. Matt got Nazareth for $15, sold. The Pointer Sisters breakout, $9.99 for the Pointer Sisters. And Undercover, Boys and Girls Renounce the World. Undercover, $14.99. Jeremy Rourke has Aerosmith at $10. Testament's at $120. Metallica, big sale here. Thank you, Phillip Holt. That's sold to you for $425. I would not be surprised if this would have sold for $780. Like, I wouldn't have been surprised at all if it would have sold for $780. He gets this for $425, a superb copy. Thank you, Philip. That is so due. Do you mind if I blast that tonight? I'm going to try to play that so loud tonight stuff starts falling off the walls. Dark Angel has been a battle between two people. Jeff Brindley bid $55. We're waiting on Jake Gold. He controls the fate of that auction, but there is a time limit. Final call to Jeff Brindley. He's had it again for a couple minutes at $55. Testament has already got up to $120. Aerosmith ticket stub, a final call. Vacation pictures. There are two designs. There is Crazy Chevy and there's Santa Hat Chevy. They are both $125, JSA authenticated. Okay. Next is over here. We have the Ambroy Dukes Dr. Slingshot, $24. That would be Ted Nugent. Don't see that one very often. $24.99 on that. And Ray Manzarek. You may know him for the keyboard player for the Doors. Ray Manzarek, $24.99. And everybody, come on everybody, Elvis Presley, $9.99. RCA Camden. Aerosmith ticket stubs sold for $10, and that was Jeremy Rourke. Thank you on that one. Testament is a final call, and I have Chase Arnold at $120. Next auction is going to go up right now. Iron Maiden. That is Whitesnake, Chad. How about Iron Maiden? Seventh son of a seventh son. An 88 U.S. Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve. Always getting a little bit more difficult to get this one because of the year. 1988. A little bit lesser production on vinyl. Has the original inner sleeve, and it's near mint minus. It's a nice copy. $75 start on Iron Maiden. Look at that. Superb. $75 on that. All right, let's go back up over here. And then the next thing I have is this. Dark Angel. Dark Angel. I already said Jake. It was Jake Gold's lead on that one. It's been up for a while. Jeff Brindley had it for $55. There was no bids, right? Jeff Brindley, $55. I lost Jake Gold somewhere. This is sold for $55 to Jeff Brindley. $55 to Jeff Brindley, okay? That's sold. It's off. Now, I think we're done on Testament. No, we're not. Chase Arnold's at $150. Those bids just popped up. And then Iron Maiden's at $80. Okay? Next thing we have is why is the club desirable? Sometimes there's just certain pressings. That are mastered better than others. And by happenstance, the club copy of that one has some really good mastering on it. Don't let Discogs lead you to believe that club copies are always bad. That's a bizarre phenomenon with Discogs pricings. There's really typically 9 times out of 10 no difference between a club copy and a retail copy. That's just a bizarre thing that's happened with Discogs pricing, because most people, when they click on 2 copies, they'd rather click on a retail than a club copy. But for some reason, that one is mastered really well. I think about the next best one you can get is the White Label Promo. And the White Label Promo is huge money. Like, we sold a really nice one on here one night, I think for over $1,000 about 3 or 4 years ago. I know who has it in case they ever want to sell it. We have Great White, Once Bitten. It's an 87 USOG. Great White is in EX++ condition, near mint, minus. This is a super nice copy of this album. $35 start on that. The Ted Nugent record over here, the Ted Nugent record is Ambroy Dukes Dr. Slingshot. $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Jake just sold out on Death Angel. There we go. Okay, over here. And we have Generation. We call it Grass. What is this? I don't know. Second generation, we call it Grass. It's either bluegrass or they're talking about pot. I think they're talking about bluegrass because it's on Rebel. It's probably a bluegrass album. $19.99 on that. And then over here is Trent gets this for $22. The Ambroy Duke sold. Over here is Joe Cocker. The name of the album is Joe Cocker, and that is $16.99. And we have the Time Lapse Now. An 89 German press, $14.99. Over here at the top, let me read through some bids, okay? Testament, $155. Slicker Van Slyke put Dukes. Dukes, is that still available? Dukes, what was Dukes, Slicker? Testament 156, Testament 157, Testament 158, Testament 159, Testament 160, Testament 161. White label promos on Discogs are generally list cheaper for some reason. I have a theory on that too. Great White's at 40, and then we have Testament 162, Testament 163, Great White 35, and Great White 45, and William Drugovich on Time Lapse. There's that. I think sometimes rare records on Discogs can be misleading on prices because there's not many that are just listed for sale. So if you have somebody that is selling exclusively on Discogs and they have a record that's really rare, sometimes they price it, you know, too cheap. Sometimes it's priced way too high. I also have stuff on Discogs that we've marked down for 5 years. I've had stuff on there since 2021 that's, quote, rare. I've been marking them down for 5 years and still hadn't sold them. Really bizarre stuff. Like I've clicked on something and I've seen where one sold for $590. We put ours on there for $599 best offer. Then $550, then $5, then $4, then $350, then $3, and then somebody makes an offer for $175 and we have to take it. So one sold for $600, one sold for $175. So what's it worth? Whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. That's how some of that rare stuff goes. Typically, it works best when you can just price it and be patient with it. Because some of that stuff, there's not somebody every day waiting for it. Okay, Hugo Largo drum, an 87 Enfant Garde, $19.99 on that one. And then we have Sieg wanted a Chevy Chase. He wanted a Chevy Chase Santa hat. That's sold to Sieg for $125. Thank you. That's sold to Sieg. Let's go over here. And the Dukes. Oh, yeah, that was Ted Nugent, the Ambroid Dukes. Gotcha. Okay, so, yes, that is already sold. That was sold to Trent Peasley. You were down the line on that one, Slicker. You were down the line. Okay, we had a battle going on for Testament. Chase had it for $165. Justin Deckelman's out. Final call. We had quite of a battle going on over here for Iron Maiden, but I think we're done. The last bid was Steve McGee at $85. Matt Parsons went out. Final call for $85 on Iron Maiden. And then Great White got up to $50 with Chad Schneider. $50 with Chad Schneider. $50 with Chad Schneider. $50 with Chad Schneider. So that is where we're at on that. We're about to sell all three. Joe Cocker is $16.99. And this is Graham Parker, the Mona Lisa's sister. That is Mona Lisa's sister, $14.99. Also, Roy Ayers, Ubiquity, Change Up the Groove. Roy Ayers is $34.99. This is, boy, it feels like a reissue. I don't think that's actually 74. The cover doesn't look 74 either. $34.99. Okay. Tom Sullivan said 11 on Joe Cocker. Sold. All right, that's done. And then over here, we have Testament. Thank you, Slicker. Testament is sold to Chase Arnold for $165. Okay, $165. Great White's at $55. What is the Iron Maiden at? The Iron Maiden, that's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. The Iron Maiden is a final call. It was a final call. I just scrolled up and updated that one. The high bid on this is with Steve McGee at $85. He's had it now for 5 minutes. That is a very fair time for me to go ahead and sell it. Great White has a new bid for $60. Great White has a new bid for $60. And then over here is Manfred Mann's Earth Band, somewhere in Africa, $14.99. So let's put up another auction. Let's roll with another Metallica. Actually, let's do a Megadeth. There's also a helicopter flying really low over the building. They might be coming to get me. We have Megadeth. So far, so good, so what? Here is OG Megadeth. This is an original 88 club copy from Carrollton. VG Plus, a $65 start. So just so another maybe more you know kind of thing, 1988, year of manufacture or the year of print. Carrollton, that's the name of the pressing plant. It is an OG. First year of print or issue, and it's a club copy, which means this particular copy was not sold in stores. This was sent to somebody in the mail through the Columbia Record Club. VG Plus condition, a $65 start to get that one going, okay? Over here, we have Great White at $60, then $65. Kenny Roll is sitting in his screened-in porch. He's got a nice breeze going, a cup of coffee, and he's watching Coletco. Man, that sounds like paradise. Screened in porch, nice little breeze coming through, sipping on a cup of Joe, and watching Chad sell records, and hopefully Kenny's going to buy some records or buy more records. Dave Ferguson, Manfred Mann, sold to Dave Ferguson for $10. Megadeth, $55. Megadeth, $65. Megadeth, $65. Megadeth, $65. Over here, we got Megadeth 75, Megadeth 80, and the last bid on Great White, Chad Schneider's out. Final call to Michael Hamburger at 65, and nobody bid on Iron Maiden, right? There was no new bids placed. This thing is sold to Steve McGee. Steve McGee, I tried every way possible to get you outbid. I'm just going to be honest. It didn't work. That's sold to you for $85. $85. Now Megadeth's at 88 already, and we're about to hammer Great White. It's about to be hammered to Michael Hamburger for $65, it looks like, okay? All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go ahead and put up this auction right here. Let's do Pantera. So last week we had a near mint minus OG copy of this sale in shrink and hype, I think for $275 or $295, right? This is a sealed copy. I think this is pretty significant, honestly. It's a 94 OG sealed. Laura has, thank goodness, censored it because you know what the cover looks like. It looks like, well, you can use your imagination if you don't know. It is a sealed copy, okay? And also, probably one of the few tonight, other than that Master of Puppets we just sold, I'm in no hurry to sell this because I think this is pretty incredible. Find a 94 OG sealed copy of this that's perfect with hop sticker. $350 start on Pantera. $350. That's now up for bid. $350. Sealed Pantera Far Beyond Driven. With hop sticker, unopened, and original retail copy. I'm going to say it again. I say it quite often with records like this. It would have been hard to find that in a store in 1994. Walked in. Hey, Joe, who owns the record store, you got any of those new Pantera albums? Sure, we got a whole stack of them here on CD. Nah, man, I want it on vinyl. Psh, good luck. Not going to find that on vinyl. And that was 30 years ago. Great White over here. This is sold then. Great White is sold to Michael Hamburger at $65, okay? Next thing is Megadeth. Megadeth is $88 to Tom Sullivan. Pantera is now up for bid. $350. Let's finish out this crate. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run, 1999. American Folk Songs for Children by Pete Seeger. That's $12.99 on Folkways. And we have String Driven Thing, Please Mind Your Head. That is $12.99. So the last bid on Megadeth, Tom Sullivan, $88. We're about to sell it. $350 to get Pantera rolling. And let's put up a Slayer. Oh boy. This is an unofficial pressing. This is actually unofficial. It is Undisputed Attitude. It's from Chile. It's an unofficial pressing, $30 start. The OG copies came out in Europe on two 10x10s, on two 10-inch, like a double 10-inch in 1996, and those sell between 100 and 200. So I think the OG of this is really just a double 10-inch. I don't know if they ever put out an OG pressing of that year as a 12-inch format. But this is a $30 start on the Slayer. That's now up for bid. Next is Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. This is Dirt Silver and Gold with the poster. With poster, that is $34.99. And Steel Vengeance. Where's that coming out of? Steel Vengeance Prisoners. 1988. That's probably almost worthy of auction. There is a name written on the back, $24.99. And Willie and the Poor Boys, Great Rock and Roll with Bill Wyman from the Stones and Jimmy Page and Charlie Watts, the drummer from the Rolling Stones, $26.99. All right, looks like we were done on Megadeth then. Megadeth is sold to Tom Sullivan for $88. That is sold. Slayer does have a bid for $30. And final call on Pantera for a $350 start. $350 on that one. Let's lay that right over here. Didn't expect to see Steel Vengeance in the crate, did we? And that got claimed quickly by Tom Sullivan, then Ed Riviera, then Jason Widener, and then Richard Davis. Over here, we got Red Wing, What This Country Needs. Red Wing is $12.99. And we have Mike Panera Osla, $14.99. Mike Panera Osla. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. What could y'all possibly be waiting to bid on? How about we go ahead and slip in? Let's see, what we got up there? We just did a Megadeth. Let's knock out the other Metallica. Boy, I'm afraid to flip this over. It's an 84 specialty press. So this will be the second label, a.k.a. the reissue for this album from 84. It's nice though. EX, $125 start on Metallica. So an 84 reissue with the original inner sleeve, $125 start. Don't get me started. Amazing. 125. Ride the Lightning. Whew. God, for whom the belt, Fade to Black. I can't even like finish reading them off trying to read the next one. Creeping Death. Ride the Lightning. $125 start. It's an 84 pressing. Good luck bidding. Next thing is Tommy Page, Paintings in My Mind, 1999. Also, music from Rustler's Rhapsody. This has music from Gary Morris, Nitty Gritty, John Anderson. This is $9.99. Also, we have Mick Ronson, Play, Don't Worry. Mick Ronson's $14.99, and George Thorogood Live is $19.99. All these are buy it now or best offer, by the way. You can determine the price. Let's go ahead and make Pantera a buy it now for $350. If anybody wants in, you can pick it up right now for $350. The Slayer just has one bid for $30. That's a final call. The Metallica has one bid for $125. We'll go ahead and say going once, going twice. And here comes the next auction. Let's do another Great White. Looks like a really nice copy of Twice Shy. Great White is an 89 USOG. It has the original inner sleeve. The side A's label is gotten pressed oddly, but does not affect play. So side A label looked like it got looks like it got double pressed and then they trimmed it off or something. Do y'all see that? So side A label's kind of messed up. It's in VG, nearly VG plus condition. It has the original inner sleeve, and Great White is going to go up for just a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Metallica is a final call. Wow. Just one bid. We're about to sell it for $125. Tommy Page for $10. Let's go back to that. Sell that to Robert Barnett for $12. If you do $2 bump, I'll sell it to you. James Goggin, George Thorogood, $15. We'll do that at 5 off. And let's go ahead and say that Tube's Love Bomb, a gold stamp promo, is $19.99. And the Association, and then along comes the Association, $14.99 on that. Also, we have Georgia Satellites at $29.99. That one's called Open All Night. All right, the Slayer just got one bid, this unofficial pressing. That's sold to Trent Peasley at $30. Okay? Mortgage Guy Rob on Tommy Page for $12. Sold to Mortgage Guy Rob. Kristen went, oh my gosh, Tommy Page. All right, let's go right over here. And then Great White 20, 20, 25, 25, 26. Over here is Alan Parsons' project, Eye in the Sky. And folks, that's going to have the Michael Jordan song on it. That's going to have the Chicago Bulls. And now, from Chapel Hill. You know the Michael Jordan song, don't you? Dun, 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 dun. I can't do it, but that's on there. Eye in the Sky. That's the Cirrus, and then it goes into the song, I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. That is Alan Parsons, $19.99. We have Gerald Whitworth gets the Tubes for $15, and guess what? There's a new bid on Metallica. Joe Castillo bid $130. You got that in at the buzzer. We was just talking about basketball. The reason is because Matt's had it forever at $125. I was getting highly concerned, but he was about to get it. David Saunders, did I get the Slayer? No, you did not. There was only one bid on Slayer, and that was with Trent Peasley. Trent Peasley had the Slayer, one bid for $30 for the last hour. No, for the last 5 minutes. Nobody else bid. And then we have Metallica at $132. And then Alan Parsons has bids for 15 or offers for 15, 15, and 15. The first person was Topographic. That's sold to Mike Bartlett at $15. Let's put up another auction. Looks like we're going to get some more bids on Metallica. Over here, we have Judas Priest. I've never seen this before. Metalworks. Judas Priest, 73 to 93. I think it's official. It is. It's a 93 euro original pressing. Wow. Here's something that won't come through too often. It's a Gatefold 2LP Judas Priest compilation. A 93 Euro OG, original or sleeve, EX condition, a $95 start on that. So this is an official, let's take a closer look at it because I don't get to see this too often. Beautiful gatefold with pictures and album covers. It's a 2LP compilation of Judas Priest. Wow, look at all those tracks. That is really cool. That's available. $95 start on that. Metallica is at $135. Great White's at $42. And we have Judas Priest now up for auction. It's a $95 start. Okay, let's go back down to the bottom here and make sure I didn't miss any offers or claims. Great White's at $42. Priest is at $100. And Metallica is at $135. Matt Parsons out. Joe Castillo, you have it for $135. Moving right along, we have Chicago. This is $9.99 for Chicago 6. Chicago 6. ABBA Super Trooper is $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, $19.99. And Jimi Hendrix's Smash Hits, No Condition Notes, Super Clean, $34.99. That was a crate of vintage, buy it now best offer, new arrivals from John. Laura's working on another metal crate. That will be coming up probably after I get done with the next buy it now best offer crate. John's got two more over here, nothing but classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, everything like you've been seeing in this crate. And I'm just going to read these titles one more time. And I'm going to remind everybody exactly what's up for auction and where we're at. This is an 84 reissue of Metallica's Ride the Lightning. Nice jacket, original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Joe Castillo has it for $135. Okay? Great White here is with Kenny Roll at $44. Kenny Roll has this for $44. Great White Twice Shy is an 89 USOG with the original under sleeve, VG, maybe VG Plus. Judas Priest is an OG compilation, 2 LP from 1993. And it has one bid, two bids. Steve McGee has it for $105. Dwayne Sevilla, you've been outbid. Trent Peasley on BS for $15. Bruce Springsteen sold to Trent for $15. Awesome. Let's go through the rest of this crate right now and see what's up, okay? I'm just going to read these titles, and I'm going to bring over the other one right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. That's a Van Halen song from the F.U.C.K. album. I want to remind everybody about the Rocktober exclusives. That's up for pre-order in our group. There are some big items up for pre-order now in our group. And I want to make sure everybody's in and aware of those. Make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. Great time for me to be telling you about that. Today, I just posted a Sammy Hagar pre-order. It was a customer request. And we love for you to message me or the store or Ed or Laura and remind us of pre-orders. And I didn't ignore you. Somebody just asked earlier about Queens of the Stone Age. I'm going to get Laura set up one day, if I get here early enough, where she can work on posting some stuff too, because there's enough new releases coming out between now and the end of the year to make my head spin, okay? I've basically spent the last 3 days, every spare minute I've had, posting the pre-orders that start here, and then you can just scroll. You can click on my name in the group, or you should be able to search Rocktober. And if you search Rocktober in the group, it should narrow it down to most of them. There's about 45 Rocktober exclusives up for pre-order. There's some stuff that's been out of print for years. There's some new audio file pressings. You can also check out our flip videos in there every morning. And this is basically our Facebook exclusive group. And this is where most of our customers join. And there's other people in there that I don't even know who they are. And they've never been on a live sale. I sell a lot of stuff to people every day in this group. I've never seen their name before pop up here during a live sale. They just buy out of the group. They buy on the videos. They buy pre-orders. I've never seen their name pop up in a live sale. So they just probably are working at night or don't have time to watch. They miss a lot of great stuff. But I'm done with Rocktobers. I took a day just to post that one Sammy Hagar. The next couple days, especially Saturday and Sunday, I'll be posting more pre-orders. There is so much more stuff coming out. So I always let Ed know. He writes it down on my daily memo. I look them up. I post them. You can let Laura know. maybe when we get her set up to do it, she can post some stuff that maybe I don't even know about, and that would be great. So, she can save it as a draft or something, whichever, because I told her, I said, well, if you do it under your account, I might miss comments and forget about them. So I don't want to forget about any pre-orders and not order them, because I have a system down to a science now on how I order everything. So we'll figure out how to do it, though. We'll figure that out later. We'll worry about that later. Let's sell this to, oh, there was a new bid, Steve McGee, 140, and then Joe Castillo went out. All right, let's sell it to Steve McGee for $140. Metallica is sold for $140. That is sold. Priest is still getting bids. It's at $141 with Dwayne Sevilla. $141 with Dwayne Sevilla, so that's still getting bids. And I think we were done on Great White. I'll make sure the last bid over here on Great White, the last bid was Wayne Davis at $45. Wayne Davis had that at $45, so he has the high bid, and I'm going to make sure after he bid, Kenny Rose said out, and I think we were done on this. This is sold to Wayne Davis for $45. Thank you, Wayne Davis. Thanks to everybody who has decided to tune in tonight for Thursday Metal Night. Got quite a bit of stuff still over here to auction. I'll be here tomorrow night. There'll probably be a like a Metal Night Part 2 tomorrow. We've got so much now, we're usually rolling it over to a second day, and there'll be a ton of new vinyl show up again tomorrow. Paul will be here Saturday doing the show. I'll be in Knoxville, Tennessee for the home opener at Neyland Stadium. I'm very excited, even though it will be a blowout of a game and we'll probably leave in the third quarter. I'll probably be back by, I don't know, I'll be back probably when Paul's here about 9 o'clock, halfway through the auctions. But here is Testament. Somebody just said Testament, so here is Testament. This is Testament. This is the new order. This is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG. This is in shrink with the hype sticker, a top copy. This is near mint minus in shrink and hype, a $65 start on Testament. Judas Priest is at $156 with Dwayne. John Kaiser, you're out. Richard Davis says he's done. Here we go. I've got, if you need a price, this is just a recap. The Mothers of Invention, the Cal Seals in Concert, the Pointer Sisters Breakout, Undercover, Ray Manzarek, Elvis Presley, Come On Everybody, Second Generation, Hugo Largo, Graham Parker, Roy Ayers, Bruce Springsteen, American Folk Songs, String Driven Thing, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Willie and the Poor Boys, Red Wing, Mike Pinera, Rustlers Rhapsody, Mick Ronson, The Association, Georgia Satellites, Chicago, ABBA, and Jimi Hendrix. If you need a price, they're going to be right here next to me. Don't hesitate to ask, because I'm going to go ahead and grab another crate so we can go into new stuff that hadn't been shown before. And let's do buy it now, best offer on these. Let me figure out which crate I want to go through first. That one looks pretty good. This one might even be better. Let's go through this one, buy it now or best offer. They just got back today from South Carolina. Another big announcement. They just unloaded 14,000 new albums in this building. New collection purchase. And I've got out of a bad habit. I've developed a bad habit of not posting and advertising when we buy new collections, because it seems like we buy so many so often, they kind of get all blended together. I used to post pictures of the rooms. Paul would send me pictures. We'd post pictures of the trailer, and everybody would be like, oh my gosh. But I think now most of y'all realize, hey, they're buying big collections like every week now. Just tune in. You're going to see great stuff. Judas Priest is at 161 with Dwayne. John Kaiser, you're out. The Testament album has already hit 135, okay? And now the request for prices was Nitty Gritty, Georgia Satellites, Elvis, and I think we're done. So let me pull those. There's Nitty Gritty. This is called Dirt, Silver, and Gold, which is a double LP trifold jacket with poster. $34.99. The other Metallica albums are on deck. The Georgia Satellites here is, I always forget this one, Open All Night. Clean copy at $29.99. And then Elvis, somebody asked for me to discount it, and somebody made an offer. Well, she made an offer for $7. You asked about it first. So Chris Gardner, I'll just go ahead and sell it to you for $7. Then Regina offered $7. So that's sold to Chris Gardner for $7. If y'all decide you want to make offers on those, go right ahead. I'll sell them to you as long as it's a fair offer. Okay, next. I've got, well, Philip, you've already bought this. This is the Metallica Master of Puppets retail copy from '86. So this is an OG copy, 1986 OG retail copy, a specialty press with the original inner sleeve. It's nice too, just EX or better. $175 start. $175 start on Master of Puppets. That's now up for bid. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is sold to Matt Parsons for $28. A 3 LP, I said a 2 LP, a 3 LP on Nitty Gritty. There's another OG. This time it's not a club, it's a retail copy. $175 start on Master of Puppets. That's now up for bid. Okay. Next is Priest 165, Dwayne's out. The last bit on Testament, Deckelman went out. Chase has it for $135. These two are about to be sold so we can put up new stuff. Here's what's next. I have Bad Company. This is Burning Sky. Bad Company is $19.99. The Sky is Burning. What a great song. George Sambarez says he'll take that Georgia Satellites. Thank you, George Sambarez. That's so to you. Also over here, we have The Doors 13. Great compilation in shrink wrap. The Doors. Super nice copy. $34.99. This is, once again, another buy it now or best offer crate. Leonard Skinner's first and last. Leonard Skinner first and last. $34.99. And we have the Giant soundtrack. That's the soundtrack from the film Giant, $14.99. Over here, Judas Priest is sold to John Kaiser for $165. Thank you, John Kaiser. No sale tomorrow. Chad must sleep. Scott, I'm assuming you're going with us then to Knoxville. Oh boy. Let the games begin. Time to make Seth's life an absolute living Hades. We're going to make that guy so miserable on this trip. He thinks he gets time off from babysitting. Not Saturday. I'm going to make sure he goes through pain. Chase Arnold gets Testament for $135. And Metallica going once, going twice. I'm looking for $175 start. The Doors is sold to Aaron Andrews for $30. Thank you, Chase, on Testament. Thank you, John Kaiser, on Judas Priest. And for everybody else that was bidding. Whoops, I pulled the wrong record. No, I didn't. Aaron Andrews got The Doors for $30. And Jay Nutra, you got Bad Company for $15. Seth likes having these ball games, doesn't he, Scott? He thinks he gets to take off. He leaves Rachel with Bo, and he gets a Saturday day off. I'm going to make sure his little day off is not so pleasant. We have Wasp live in the Raw. Wasp live in the Raw. When we stop at Cracker Barrel, I'm gonna tell them it's his birthday and make them come out there and sing. Even though it's not his birthday. We have an 87 pressing of Wasp live in the Raw. Wasp is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy with magazine clippings of Wasp members. There's Blackie Lawless. So somebody has done, they've kept some magazine. There's actually Motley Crue too. There's Motley Crue. And let's see who we got here. There is a centerfold maybe here. Hit Parader, that's part of Motley Crue. Is that Blackie Lawless again? I think so. Yeah, Blackie Lawless. There it is at the bottom. There's that. All right, and there's this and there's this. Wasp is a $30 start, okay? Boom. Boom. Did you say no sale tomorrow? No, we were just joking. I will be here tomorrow. Scott is basically saying I can't do a sale because I've got to drive us to Knoxville on Saturday. And sometimes when I'm driving to Knoxville on Saturday for those earlier games, I'm literally on no sleep because I stay up all night. And about the time I would normally be going to bed, we're meeting in the morning to go drive, to take off to go to Knoxville. So I show up as the driver in Cookeville to pick everybody up, and I'm on 0 hours of sleep. Then I drive all the way to Knoxville to a football game, sit through a 4-hour game, and on the way back, typically Seth drives or I'll fall asleep and crash. And we don't want that to happen. All right, Metallica is an 86 US OG copy in EX condition. This is a $175 start. I've given it about 7 chances and no one's bid. Wasp has 1 bid for $30. Right now, we're in a bot now. Is the Giant soundtrack. Mega Blast said JN9S3ISS. The Giant soundtrack, if so, how much? This is $14.99. You need this. You're from Texas, aren't you? That's all about Texas oil there. Black gold, $14.99 for Giant. Wasp 30, Wasp 40. We have Cream, Live Cream. Cream is in shrink wrap, $24.99. Cream, Live Cream. You can ask Scott. Usually when I pick them up at Silver Point, I crack open an energy drink, and I'm like, boys and girls, we're about to win this game, and Chad's about to be all hopped up on caffeine at a very dangerous level. My doctor would say, Chad, you are at risk. We have Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Holy moly. This is an 86 US specialty OG pressing with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. A $35 start. Let me read that again super quickly. This is Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. A 1986 US specialty OG pressing with the original under sleeve, VG Plus. A $35 start. John Durden gets Giant, Texas Tea, Black Gold. That is sold to John for $12, and now we got to swap out our crates because this one's really full. We've already sold a Clint Eastwood autograph tonight. I still got the Eddie Van Halen autograph for 1,500 smackers. That means dollars. If you don't know what a schmacker is, that's what a schmacker is, okay? Let's jump over here and try to grab another empty crate as soon as I move this Clint Eastwood poster. And let's put this right over here. I'm ready for more auctions. I'm ready for a nice glass of sweet tea and some cornbread, and put on some romantic Tom T. Hall music tonight. Good old Tom T. Hall. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I had to bend over. My back just popped. Okay, let's go right over here, and here's the following. We have Metallica at $175, Master Puppets is at $200, and then Iron Maiden. The last bid on that was absolutely nothing. Wasp is at $40 and Metallica's at $200. Next is Hot Rocks. This is a double LP, $39.99. The Rolling Stones. This is a 2 LP, $39.99. $39.99. Actually, once again, not a bad copy. It's got that original large, what we call hop sticker on the front, $39.99 on that. And Bad Company, Desolation Angels. Bad Company is $19.99. Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99. I'll open Maiden at $30. This is a $35 minimum starting bid. Always no negotiating on that one. If not, it'll be buy it now for $35. I can't believe no one's bid, though. It's not going to sell for $30. It's not going to sell for $35. I'm just waiting for somebody to bid $35, then $40, then $52, then $53. Everybody's kind of fell asleep right quick. I'm got to blow the air horn. I'm got to bring out the tiger. I've got a live tiger chained up over here. I'm about to bring him on camera. Hopefully I don't get killed. This is the Beach Boys Endless Summer. This is a 2 LP, $24.99. That's a compilation. Over here, we got Jay Nutra. I will take your $15 offer, though, on Bad Company. Iron Maiden has an opening bid of $40 of Brian Studdard. There we go. We got the soundtrack to Patton, music by Jerry Goldsmith. That's $19.99. Over here is Metallica. Metallica is sold to Aaron Andrus for $200. That is sold for $200. Wasp, this is sold. Wasp is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $40. Wasp is sold. Over here, Iron Maiden's at $35 and now $40. Now it's at $42. John Kaiser said $26 on the Stones. I will say the Rolling Stones for $31. That's a weird price. I don't think I say that too often. $31. It's marked at $39.99. I'll bump you $5. I've come down $8. How could you say no? Here's our next auction. Cinderella Night Songs. Cinderella's an 86 US Indianapolis OG VG Plus condition. OG Cinderella. $20 start on that. $20 start. John Kaiser sold on Rolling Stones for $31. That is sold to Kaiser. $31. Elvis Rockers. This is a great compilation. It is what it says it is. It's the rocking songs by Elvis Presley. $24.99. Jailhouse Rock, Blue Suede Shoes, Lottie Miss Claudie, I Got a Woman, Ready Teddy, Rip It Up, Hound Dog. Wow, Hound Dog. Matthew Sherritt gets Beach Boys for $20. Cinderella already has bids for 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. And now Iron Maiden. The high bid is Mark Steele at 42. Kaysen has bid 45. Now Cinderella's at 22. Now our next auction. Let's try another ticket stub over here. Hadn't done one in a while. Let's try a Van Halen ticket stub. This is from Monsters of Rock, Liberty Bowl in Memphis. Wow, Liberty Bowl in Memphis, Monsters of Rock, ticket stub, 1988, Von Holland. That is going to go up for a $10 start. That's auction number 3. Christina Curtis gets Elvis for $20. Sold. Chris Frazier was second. Next, Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Robert Plant in shrink wrap. Nice copy for Mr. Plant. $19.99. He was in a band called Led Zeppelin. You may or may not have heard of him before. We have, wow, great record here. One of the biggest of the 80s. Tears for Fears, song from the Big Chair. Shout, shout, let it all out. Everybody Wants to Rule the World. Mother's Talk. So many great songs on that. Cinderella's at 27. What about Maiden? Iron Maiden, Maiden, Iron Maiden. It is still at 45 with Kaysen. The ticket stub, Van Halen ticket stub, $10 start. Cinderella's at 35. Chicago, 17, $14.99. Chicago, $14.99. Over here, we have Blue Oyster Cult mirrors. Blue Oyster Cult is a gold stamp promo, $24.99. Tears for Fears. This was marked at $34.99. I don't know if I even really want to discount it. It's $34.99. We have Steely Dan. Wow, I actually hadn't seen a copy of this in a while. Asia. I don't know why. It's just all of a sudden, I hadn't seen one of these in months. Wow, it's beautiful too. Now, there's a really desirable cut of this. This is A with the B scratched out in the dead wax. Let me see if I can get that where y'all can see it. There we go, right there. A with the B scratched out. Now, that actually might be a good thing, though. That actually might be a good thing. I didn't say a price. Oh, I didn't say a price. So I was wondering, I was like, man, Matt offered $10. What have I done to make him mad? $34.99. Matt, it's yours if you want it. If not, Paula said she'll take it. Yeah, that's one I really don't want to discount. I used to not discount some of these new arrivals, but we've really expedited selling a bunch of them doing that. So some of these used to just, boom, they'd get grabbed. So, but I do take offers on some of these new arrivals at John Price, just so we can move through them. And boy, we've been selling more. And it's the best way to do that. Steely Dan's 34. Okay, so where did we leave off? Cinderella got up to 35. Cinderella 40. Now, the next person on Tears for Fears is Alan Smith if he wants it. Alan, if you pass, then it goes to Paula. Michael Hamburger was first on Robert Plant, so that's going to go to Michael Hamburger. Okay, and then Aaron Andrus was the only person on BOC. So let's sell him that at 20. That's a good thing. I thought so. This is a pretty, this is a pretty good pressing of Steely Dan. So there's different mastering on this album. And when that B is scratched out, that's a good thing. That is a more desirable pressing. I don't know the exact specifics. Probably the master tape, though. $34.99. Okay, so it's up to Alan. Pass it on to Tears for Fears. So this does go to Paula at sticker price. Okay, now Iron Maiden, I kind of have lost track of that one. The last bid on Iron Maiden was Kaysen at $45, and he's had it for 4 minutes. The only other bidder was Mark Steele, and we're going to make sure everybody's done. Then Jay Nutra bid 46. So now, Kaysen, you're out. Joy Fino, you were second on Blue Oyster Cult at sticker. Unfortunately, I've already sold it to Aaron for 20. And then, yeah, this is a Okay, that we're done. We're caught up. So whoever asked first on Steely Dan, Kenny Roll, yeah, you've got first dibs. And then anybody else, $34.99. Iron Maiden's at $50. And there for the longest, we didn't think it was going to get a minimum bid. It has taken off. Next is Megadeth. This is piece sales, but who's buying? This is an 86 OG pressing of Megadeth. This is piece sales, but who's buying? It is an 86 specialty OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and it's going to go up for a $65 start. Megadeth, piece sales, but who's buying? $65 start on that. Okay? We have the Van Halen ticket stub can be bought for $10 if anybody wants that. Almost forgot about that. And then Cinderella. Paula went out after there was a new bid with Tom McEwen for $40, okay? So that's a final call for $40, Cinderella. That is a copy, an OG copy of Night Songs in VG Plus condition. Iron Maiden's also OG VG Plus condition. And then I just put down Megadeth for a $65 start. There's only one no bid tonight, a sealed Pantera Far Beyond Driven. Sealed Pantera Far Beyond Driven, $350. Or now I'll take offers on it. Van Halen ticket stub sold to John Durden for $10. Okay? There's that. Back to the crate. Some good records in here. Billy Joe, 52nd Street. Billy Joe is $14.99, 52nd Street. It has the original inner sleeve. Nice copy, $14.99. Christopher Cross. This is $9.99. Christopher Cross, $9.99. Christopher Cross. Pantera 275. I will wait. Smokey Robinson and the Miracles Anthology. That is a 1, 2, 3 LP Smokey Robinson, $34.99. Wow, I got to say this loudly and make sure everybody's paying attention. Megadeth does not have a bid right now for $65. This is an 86 OG specialty pressing, VG Plus condition, not bad whatsoever, original inner sleeve. There is a poncho on the cover, but a 65, usually I would say that was already immediately up over 100. So I'm like, Earth to Collectibles bidders. Kenny Roll on Christopher Cross. And if y'all remember, Newman booked him for his Newmanium New Year's Day celebration. His New Year's Eve party, Newman booked Christopher Cross. I don't know if y'all remember that one, but Newman booked him. He booked Christopher Cross. Lothel got Smokey for $30. Paula next on Christopher Cross. And then over here, we can go ahead and sell Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is officially sold. I am Cason Palamumbo for $50. Over here is Cinderella. And Cinderella is sold. Cinderella is sold. And Cinderella sold to Tom McEwen for $40. Okay? And then over here, Megadeth has new bids for $65, nil, $75. John Kaiser, I've got a sealed 1994 OG Pantera Far Beyond Driven. It is perfectly sealed, mint, with hop sticker, uncensored original cover. I'm asking $350. I've gotten offers for $275 and $280. I'm asking $350. Right now, Danzig would have first right of refusal. He's made 2 offers. You're getting closer, but I've got to have something pretty close to $350. Okay, Megadeth is now at $75, now $80. This is a great vintage bin too. The Best of Brooke Benton. This is a 2 LP, $14.99. Ain't Gonna Work Tomorrow, the Lonesome River Boys, $9.99. Looks like it's signed by one of them on the back. Some bluegrass there. B.B. King in London. B.B. King is $34.99. Let's put up Kicks. Cool Kids. Kicks is an 83 specialty OG with the company inner sleeve. Kicks is going to go up for a $35 start. Megadeth is at $80. I expect this to bring well over $100. Lothel said he would do $25 on B.B. King. Let me give it a couple more seconds. Dancing the Night Away. It is a 4-record compilation. Wow. From Warner Special Products, Heatwave, Exile, Chic, Donna Summer, The Commodores, Taste of Honey, $24.99. Sticks 2 is $17.99. That's on the wooden nickel label, $17.99. Trent Peasley on Billy Joel for $10, okay? Billy Joel for $10. Billy Joel for $10. Let me step up front for 1 second. And then I have a quick announcement. This has only happened, I think, twice in the history of Collectco. But I'm going to show you that I am human. I think this is only, it might be the third, maybe just second. I've got to take a break to go use the restroom. I have consumed this entire thing of blue juice, and I've consumed this entire thing from Publix, and I have had to pee for about the last 10 minutes, and it's absolutely killing me. So I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to wash my hands. I never have to use the restroom. I think this is the second time I have consumed, though, a gallon of fluids before I got here, and I didn't go use the bathroom. I usually try to use the bathroom before I go live. Sometimes I don't. I am muting my mic to go pee. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause everything. We're going to go to Top Cam. I'm going to ask everybody where they're watching from, and I'll be right back. I'm going to make sure I take my mic off too, okay? I'm going to make sure. But I better go before I have an accident. I have drunk, how many ounces is this? This is like 42 ounces of Diet Coke, and then like 32 ounces. I've probably had 100, and then I've had a Monster too. Golly, yeah, I'm like dying, okay? So, first time ever. Second time, maybe. I think only the second time. So everybody let me know where you're watching from. Let me know where you're watching from, and I'm going to mute my mic, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to have some kind of, something's about to bust. Also, yeah, I did say where you're watching. Okay, y'all already commented. Sorry. Good. I'll be right back. Let's see here. Hello? Okay. Let me refresh this. All right, now I have no idea where we're at on these bids. I have no idea where we're at on these bids. Okay, I took full advantage of the break for sure. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what's going on. There's no telling. Okay, nobody has bid. There's a bid that just popped up, Chad Schneider on Kicks for $40. Now, the other thing was Megadeth when I walked away. So let me go way up at the top. There's no telling how many comments there's been. Sorry for the dramatic pause there. And Chad Schneider had Kicks at 40. Joy Fino was the other person at 30. And then when I walked away, I'd showed 2 or 3 records here. I'd showed BB King, which Matt offered 25, and then Jay Nutra claimed it as sticker. So Matt, if you want BB King, it's yours. If not, it's Jay Nutra's as sticker. So let's not forget about that. Okay, and then Trent got Billy Joe for $10. I've already tagged that. Megadeth got a bid with Aaron Andrus for $90. Adam Bernardi offered 10 on sticks. Adam, that was marked $17.99. If you want it for $12, I'll sell it to you. Then Megadeth had bids for $85, $87, but Aaron Andrus was already at $90. James Goggin on Little River Band. I think that was already claimed. It was. LRB. Okay, and then there's the bids for Kicks. And we are scrolling through locations. And okay, and next is I'm going down to the bottom. All right. And Trent said sold. Okay, so pass on this. So this is sold to Jay Nutra. Just checked and I already have it. Okay, we'll sell it to Matt then for $25. Matt, it's yours for $25. Adam Bernardi gets sticks for $12. Now, we're back at the top. So Ben went out on Megadeth. Aaron Andrus has it for $90. If anybody wants to bid, please make it clear and concise. $90 is the high bid, okay? And then Kicks is still at 40, which is pretty recent with Chad Schneider, or he bid that right before I walked away. So I think it was up to Joy Fino on that one. All right. And Truth in Advertising, I bid 28. You offered 28 on BB King? Is that what you're saying, or was it 25? Whichever. Okay, I'll take either one. He's saying he offered 28. I knew it was 20-something. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, $34.99. Okay, sell it to Matt for 26. Let's do it for 26. You were honest about your offer, but I'd already said 25, so we'll say $26. 26 on BB King. Joy's back in on Kicks, and Aaron, you're about to get Megadeth for 90. Next is John Cale, Slow Dazzle. John Cale is $29.99. Fleetwood Mac, Heroes Are Hard to Find. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. And we have Everlast, a 1990, I Got the Knack by Everlast. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99. Rock and Roll Show, Stage Show, Buddy Johnson and his orchestra, $19.99. ABBA, Voulez, $19.99. Joy Fino on Everlast. Megadeth is sold to Aaron Andrus for $90. Kicks is at $42. And Joy Fino, you're out. Next auction is Lillian Axe. Love War. Lillian Axe is an 89 USOG Gold Stamp Promo EX condition. Lillian Axe is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Joy passes on Everlast, so give it to Chris Frazier. Chris Frazier, you get Everlast. Next is Santana. It's just called Santana. The cover's got a little bit of wear on it. It's the second label, but clean. Some great music on that one. $19.99. Chad, you're outbid on kicks, but you are in on Lillian Axe at $35. Let's put up another ticket stub. Not done with these yet. The next one I have is for, let's do a little bit different one here. Red Hot Chili Peppers from 1989. The Red Hot Chili Peppers. And who opened for them? Fetchin' Bones. Fetchin' Bones opened for them December 5th, 1989 in Knoxville. $10 start on that. $10 start. Lillian Axe getting lots of new bids. We got the Bruce Springsteen live box set. 5 LP, $49.29. $49.25. $49.99 on Bruce Springsteen. McEwen Photo gets Santana for $15. Kicks is at $46. Lillian Axe $45. Been selling some ticket stubs tonight. There's Red Hot Chili Peppers for a $10 start. Here's all the other ones we've already sold tonight. I think Laura just delivered a Laura crate. She did. So we'll be going through that one next. I'm sure it's packed full with metal. We got the Smithereens Green Thoughts. The Smithereens is $24.99. And Chicago Hot Streets. Chicago is $9.99. Kicks is at $46. Chad Schneider, it's back to you. Stephen Reeves has Lillian Axe for $50. Final call to get a bid on that Red Hot Chili Peppers ticket stub at $10. Next over here is The Age of Television, a chronicle of the first 25 years, $14.99. The Age of Television. Kicks is at $47. Joy's out. So Cool Kids will be a final call then to Chad at $47. We got Pat Metheny with Charlie Hayden and Billy Higgins, Rejoicing. This is $19.99 for Pat Metheny, Charlie Hayden, Billy Higgins. Styx Cornerstone is $19.99. Styx Cornerstone, $19.99. And Nice, Pro Call Harem, self-titled. A wider shade of pale. It's actually self-titled, but that iconic song is on there, $39.99. That's always been a tougher OG record to get, and that, in fact, is an OG pressing. All right, and let me go grab this other Metallica, because I am going to make Red Hot Chili Peppers a buy it now for $10. Let's put that right over there. Kicks is sold to Chad Schneider for $47. Jay Nutra gets Styx for $15. We just sold Kicks, and then Jay Nutra gets $15 on Styx, and then there is Lillian Axe at $60. And then our next auction is going to be Metallica's Ride the Lightning. This is a 1984. This is pretty similar to the one we just sold a moment ago. Yep, Ride the Lightning. It is with the original Electra inner sleeve. It's an 84 specialty press. They call it a reissue because it's on the second label, Electra, and not the original Megaforce. It's nice copy. VG++ EX, $125 start on Metallica. Next is James Lavender on Smythe. That was for Smithereens. That's sold to James Lavender. And then Lillian Axe 62, Lillian Axe 65. Okay, this crate's probably definitely worthy of another quick read-through. Pro Call Harem is marked $39.99. Probably because halfway through this I stepped away. While I did step away earlier, I went ahead and grabbed me another monster because I need to get re-energized for the rest of the night. So, and we need to do that. Chad, did you see my question about Joan Jett guitar? I will scroll up and try to find that. Has it been recently? If not, then I probably never did see it. Chad, I saw an Axe Haven Joan Jett mini guitar on Amazon. Are those available to you yet? I'd rather buy from you. I will write that down right now. I'm going to write that down right now. J Jett, and that's for Pam Murray. Pam Murray. I'll let you know in 48 hours, maybe less than 24, or I'll let you know in 48 hours or less. Somebody was asking me about somebody else too the other day. All right, Lillian Axe, 65. Metallica's $125 start. Now, you may be telling yourself, it's a reissue. I'll wait for the OG. Do y'all realize that if this was a silver Megaforce OG first pressing in this condition, we'd be asking 3 or 4 times the starting bid? So also keep that in mind. If you just want a nice vintage copy, that's your go-to. If you want a true OG pressing, you're going to have to open the wallet a little bit wider. Let's recap these very quickly. Leonard Skinner's first and last, $34.99. Cream, live cream, $24.99. Patton is $19.99. James Goggin gets Pro Call Hiram for $28. Sold. Metallica, $125. Chicago 17, $14.99. A beautiful copy of Asia with desirable mastering, $34.99. Pat Metheny, let's go check on it. Pat Metheny for David Hoy, Ray Red, $19.99. This is ECM, a U.S. press. U.S. press, $19.99. The Best of Brooke Benton, a double LP, $14.99. Ain't Gonna Work Tomorrow, The Lonesome River Boys, in shrink, $9.99. Jay Nutra gets live cream for $18. Sold. Metallica does have a bid for $125. That is with Dwayne Sevilla, $125. We're about to sell it. Over here was Lillian Axe. I was making sure Chris Frazier was done. He is not set out. Stephen Reeves has it for $65. We're about to sell it, though. Let's go ahead and add a third auction. That third auction is going to be Dokken, live in Japan. It's called Beast from the East. And Dokken is going to go up right now for a $35 start. It is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG with the original company inner sleeves. Dokken is a $35 start. Next is Dancing the Night Away. That's a 4LP compilation. Don't Go Breaking My Heart. LTD's on here. I Will Survive. Funky Town's on here. YMCA. Looks like a car wash. Heart of Glass. You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. 4 LPs, $24.99. Next thing over here was BB for $8. BB. Brooke Benton sold to Scott Arnold for $8. And then Metallica. Metallica was VG++, maybe even as high as EX. And then Dawkins at $35. Razman said he would do $29 on the Steely Dan. Sold to Razman for $29. And then we are going to go ahead and sell Lillian Axe to Stephen Reeves for $65. That is sold. Over here is Metallica, Ride the Lightning. And that is a final call to Dwayne for $125. Jay Castillo, it's all up to you. I'm going to put these 2 sold items. I keep knocking into them. I still got one Darth Vader Funko left. His lightsaber lights up and he talks. That is $24.99. Let me take these couple. We got a Laura crate about to go through it right now, and it's plumb full of metal. I'm going to go ahead and take these items right here. You go ahead and take those items right there. All right. There's that. Okay, so next thing we have is Ray Red. David Hoy gets Pat Metheny for $15. Brian Studdard gets Dancing for $20. And we have Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. She's a Killer. Queen. That was my best Freddie Mercury, $34.99. Ron Burns wants that last Darth Vader. It's a new release from Funko. Sorry for the little bit of dust on them. But yeah, he lights up. 2 AAA batteries. Pretty cool there. New series they're doing. I'll put that right there for right now. Metallica 130, 131. No bid on Dokken yet. There is one bid on Dokken for Trent Peasley for $35. Also, John Cale Slow Dancing. John Cale is $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Heroes are hard to find. $24.99 for Fleetwood Mac. Rock and Roll Stage Show with Buddy Johnson and his orchestra, $19.99. ABBA, Voulez, $19.99. The Bruce Springsteen box set, $49.99. Chicago Hot Streets, $9.99. And The Age of Television, $14.99. All right, let's put these right over here. So we're about to go through a lower crate, and it's going to be a knockout metal drag out. So I hope everybody's ready. About the closest thing you're going to see to any, quote, metal records in the bin is probably what you're about to witness with this next crate. And then I probably can dig out some new sealed stuff over here. It's all pretty much recent inventory, and I do have a lot of metal. This would be a great time for me to advertise our Spinal Taps. These come out tomorrow. First time they've been reissued in decades. I still got both in stock. Spinal Tap Break Like the Wind, $36.99. And Spinal Tap, This Is Spinal Tap, the first one. Those are $36.99 each. Here we go. The Thursday night lure crates may be the best ever because they're nothing but basically on sale new vinyl. That's all it is. Basically on sale new vinyl metal stuff. Lightly used copies at half of retail. I will take the whole crate. You better be careful saying that. Last time somebody said that a few years ago, it caused mass hysteria because I had a guy said, I'll take the whole crate, and he meant it. That was Jerry Reynolds. He was buying that whole crate of Bob Dylan. Do y'all remember that fiasco? That's back when I used to walk around with the phone in my hand. He said, Chad, I want the whole crate. Everybody knew we'd had a whole crate of Bob Dylan. John had marked like a whole crate of Bob Dylan. And we walked up to the crate, and he said, I want the whole crate. And I was like, are you serious? And he's like, yeah, I want all of them. And then at that point, I was like, well, I guess technically he could. And then it was like confusion. Should I go ahead and sell him the whole crate, or should we go through them all individually and do first come, first serve? And of course, everybody was like, no, he can't buy the whole crate. And then he was asking, why can't I? I don't know if y'all remember that. But he ended up buying the whole crate. And then he said, I don't even know who Bob Dylan is. Oh, man, that was funny. That was a fun time. Okay, let's figure out. I took the lure crate off because I'm picking out where we're going to put the sticker. And I had just figured out where I'm putting the sticker. I flipped through them once, and I have made my decision. Okay? I have flipped through them once, and I'm making my decision. Where was I? I don't know. Was you watching in 2000? Gosh, that was 19 or 2020? Probably 20. I'd have to go back and see. 2020? Probably 2020. But it's in 2020, yeah. It's in 2020. That's when I had the store, it was still resembled a record store here, and we had stuff in alphabetical order, and there was like a whole crate. At one time, there was, I had stuff in alphabetical order, and we kept stuff a lot longer than we do now. So, for example, you know how much Elton John we put out. I used to have like 4 crates of nothing but Elton John records. Like we used to have like this many Breaking Hearts and this many The Fox. And we would go through them and like just do bundle deals. I'd be like 5 Elton Johns for, $35. And we would pick out 5 different ones. It was, man, we'd sell a lot of records back there. Nowhere near like we're selling now. That's why I had to hire Paul and Laura to mark more stuff. I got to a point, I was like, okay, I can sell a lot more, but I got to have people helping me price them. There's just no way me and John can do it alone. So, and we almost need a 4th pricer at this point, or a 5th. All right, here we go. Let's see what happened. Hope everybody's ready. Do we ever get any Convoy soundtracks? Occasionally. Metallica got a bid for $141. There's been no bid since then. Dwayne Sevilla bid $141. That means Joe Castillo, you're out, and Dwayne Sevilla, you're out. Trent Peasley was the only bidder on Dockin at $35, and that's sold to him. Trent Peasley, Dockin, $35. That is sold. Sold. Let's put up another new auction. The next new auction is Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. It's an 82 US Jacksonville OG pressing, and we're going to start it at just $30. It is in VG condition. It does have the original merch insert. Iron Maiden. Hey, there's that wristband. We had one of those one night. Y'all remember that? I had one of those. I put it on and wore it for a little while. I didn't know that was from actually a merch insert. There it is. Iron Maiden. Now up for bid. Okay, here we go. Metallica still getting bids. No Spinal Tap claims. That's okay. I've sold one Chevy Chase photo tonight. I've got more Chevy Chase photos if anybody wants them. And let's put up another ticket stub. I'm almost through these, and I'm going to start putting up our rock and roll books. Let's do White Snake. And Great White opened for them that night. White Snake, ticket stub, 1988, Knoxville, Tennessee, $10 start. Here we go. Motorhead. We're opening with another Motorhead Deluxe Edition. Sealed at just $59.99. 40th anniversary. We have officially began the new crate. Nothing but metal in here. Riot. Riot is called Armor of Light. That is... Oh no. Laura, you've been hanging around Paul? There's no price tag on this. Oh no, I'll just set this right over here. Laura's been hanging out back there with Paul. We have Judas Priest Firepower, red vinyl, double LP, $34.99. And we have Dio on black and white swirl colored vinyl, $34.99 with Dio, Walmart exclusive. Okay, first thing we're going to do is update Metallica. Metallica is at $146 with Dwayne Sevilla. $146 with Dwayne Sevilla. Aaron Andress and Joe Castillo are all outbid. Iron Maiden has jumped up to $50 with Scott Arnold. $50 with Scott Arnold. Chad Schneider, you tied him. Jeremy's out on Iron Maiden. Scott Arnold wants Judas Priest out of the bin. Lothel wants Dio. Then he said put Dio back. That's only a $10,000 restocking fee. Wasp, Golgotha. Wasp is a 2015, $34.99. Kathy said she'll take Dio. Kathy Dumas. That's Laura's first mistake in over 90 days. Maybe all year. So it resets. She was on an amazing streak there. Rarely makes any mistakes. That's not really a mistake. Wasp is sold to Buddy Cordova. Thank you, Buddy Cordova. That's sold to you. And we have Meshuggah. Nice. Destroy, Erase, Improve. 2018, $39.99. We have Metallica. A Final Call. Metallica is with Dwayne Sevilla, 146. I haven't heard back from Aaron Andress, but we're about to sell it. Iron Maiden got a new bid for 160. Buddy Cordova got Wasp. Danzig 35 got Meshuggah. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Wasp. John Howard next on Meshuggah. And then Dave Sibler. And Scott Markheim says, what Motorhead? It's the Iron Fist 40th anniversary celebration. The deluxe edition, sealed, $59.99. And Riot, thank you, Laura, Armor of Light is red vinyl. I was about to say $29.99, but I didn't want it to be some rare out-of-print record that sells for like $74.99, so I'm always careful. But I almost said $29.99 on the fly, and guess what? That's what she stickered it. $29.99 Riot. That's on red vinyl. Okay? Now, Dave Sibler put M. All right? If that's for Motorhead, or that could have been for Meshuggah. If it's for Meshuggah, then Dave Sibler, you were about 5th on it. Scott, if you want Motorhead, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Buddy Cordova. How much was Firepower? That was $34.99. Okay? Also, my eyes are burning all of a sudden. We call that Tennessee allergies. I'm probably not making them any better by rubbing them. I'm about to turn off this, I'm about to turn off some of these lights. It's probably about to get a little darker in here in more ways than one. Do what? These lights. Jake has tinted these, but still, it is brutal on my eyes right now. All right, I'm going to turn off all these lights. Wow. How does that look? Whew. I feel so much better now, too. Okay. I'm about to turn off these spotlights. That's a problem. Golly, I don't realize those are shining in my eyes until I hold my hands up. I'm afraid, though, if I unplug this, it will turn off. Let's see what this does. Okay, if we go off the air, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to unplug this extension cord. Please don't turn off like the Mac or something. Perfect. Whew. Okay. Wow, it is dark. That's a big difference. It looks so much darker here now. Maybe I can do this one light here. No, that makes everything really glary. What about this one? Okay, that one's not too bad because it don't shine in my eyes. Tilt it like that. Okay. Sorry. Whew. I told Jake I was going to start wearing sunglasses, and I wasn't joking. When you got allergy problems, man, your eyes hurt. Golly. Okay. The Metallica is sold to Dwayne Sevilla. Thank you, Dwayne. This is sold to you. Dwayne Sevilla, 146. Appreciate that. Over here, the White Snake is $10 for the ticket stub if anybody wants it. And then over here, this is a VG copy of Iron Maiden. VG copy of Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden in VG condition has a high bid with Chad Schneider at $60, and that was a final call, okay? Then we took care of all those claims up until Riot is sold to Clay Moore, and then Buddy Cordova got Motorhead. Buddy Cordova got Motorhead. My price on Danzig, to buy that tonight, my price on Pantera Danzig, if you want it right now, I'll do $3 1/4 on it. $325. $325. Everybody's giving positive reviews of the lighting. Even with this one off, I guess so. Heck, I'll leave that one off too, because that's reflected off the Iron Maiden box, and it's like a spotlight in my face. And I don't realize it till I turn everything off, and I'm like, gosh, that's so much better. Patty got White Snake for $10, okay? Let's go ahead and show Anthrax. Worship Music. Anthrax is $39.99. $39.99 for Anthrax. $39.99. That is Worship Music. There's a little bit of a sing split on top of it. It is on colored vinyl, though. That's still in print. $39.99. If I can only figure out where these other spotlights plug into. They've got so much stuff wired over here. Trent Peasley on Anthrax. That's sold. All right, let's put up another auction. Sorry for the light delay, but I had to take care of that. Felt like my eyes were on fire. We have Dio. I've never seen this. Diamonds, the best of Dio. It's a 1990 UK official compilation. Never seen this before. On the Vertigo label. How cool is this? VG Plus, a $30 start. The very best of Dio. Never seen that before. Diamonds, the best of Dio. $30 start. $30 start. Iron Maiden. Oh, so you just missed it. Chad Schneider went out. Kaysen bid $62. It's a 1982 U.S. Jacksonville OG with insert. VG condition. VG condition. It has a high bid. It has a high bid right now of $62 with casing. Okay, it goes back to you. Danzig, big purchase here on the sealed OG Pantera, sold for $325. Sold for $325. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. That is sold for $325. There's even still glare on this auction. Where's that? These are coming from the slots. These other set of spotlights where honestly I don't know where they plug into, or I would disconnect them. They plug up right up here. I found it. There we go. That helped a little. Okay. Honestly, though, it's really tough on me. I feel like I'm sitting in the dark now, but I'll get used to it. Black Sabbath tier is sealed at $24.99. LA Guns, Hollywood Forever. LA Guns is sealed on silver vinyl at $29.99. And yes, we are in a Laura crate. It's all straight price metal, and it's going quickly, folks. Just casually, the crate is getting obliterated. Iron Maiden over here is sold to casing for $62. That is sold. Dio is at $70 with Steve McGee. Never seen that before. Diamonds, the best of Dio, not Devo, Dio. Now it's at $72 with Alonzo. It's a best of on a Vertigo Swirl label. Lothel on Black Sabbath. That is sold. And then we have Christina Curtis on LA Guns. And then Ed Riviera, then Scott Markheim. Dio is at $76 now. Jack Russell's Great White, Great Zeppelin II, a tribute to Led Zeppelin. That is sealed at $29.99 on red vinyl. We just sold a Whitesnake ticket stub. How about a Whitesnake self-titled? An 87 OG in VG condition. Here I go again on my own. A $15 start on that. And we have Wasp. And this is the Crimson Idol. Wasp is a 1992 South Korean OG pressing. This is a 92 OG pressing. It is with the original inner sleeve, OG EX++ near mint minus, and Wasp is going to go up for a $55 start. Chris Gardner got GO for Great White. He probably put GW and got auto-corrected. That's sold. And we have Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Zach Sabbath Vertigo is on yellow vinyl, $22.99. It does have a little bit of a seam split up here. That is Zach Sabbath playing Black Sabbath music. Zach Wild, $22.99. Dio's at $90, and Wasp, Whitesnake's at $20. So we got two W titles, so make sure you spell out Wasp for me. And this is an OG record that doesn't come through too often. An OG Crimson Idol, a 92 South Korean OG. We have Ivan on Zach Sabbath. That sold to Ivan very quickly. Also, we got Slayer, and this is Seasons in the Abyss, a 2022 reissue, $29.99. John Kaiser in on Dio at $95. Whitesnake's at $20. Lothel, Matt Parsons, quick on Slayer. That's sold to Lothel. Kenny Roll was next. Iron Maiden, Brave New World. Maiden. What did I just do? I put together Slayer and Maiden, I think. $39.99 for Iron Maiden, Brave New World. That's a 2 LP. Whitesnake has a new bid for $25, and Dio has a new bid for $91. And guess what? Another Motorhead Deluxe edition. Another Perfect Day. Another sealed 2023 Deluxe edition. Triple LP with book. $59.99. And earlier, when I walked away from the mic for several minutes, I even had time to go up front and get me a Monster Energy drink, which I am now going to partake in. Let us break bread and enjoy this delicious Monster Rehab. All right, so now you can see our auctions. No glare from the top view. Dio, Whitesnake, and Wasp. Dio, Whitesnake, and Wasp. All right, Dio just got a new bid for 105. Whitesnake just hit 25. And Wasp doesn't have a bid yet. I'm looking for a $55 start. $55 start. Next is Iron Maiden, which is sold to Tim Rory, okay? That's sold to Tim Rory. Let's go back to the main camera. Thank you, Tim Rory. That's sold to you. There's the other Motorhead box set. And we have Riot Through the Storm. Never seen that one before. A double LP, $24.99. The Wasp info. Wasp is a 1992 South Korean OG. Somebody asked, was it being pressed anywhere else in the world at that time? Maybe in the Euro, but I don't think there is a US original from 92. EX++ Near Mint Minus with the insert and the original inner sleeve. Now, South Korean pressings, they come with a translation insert just like Japanese pressings. They usually always have an insert. South Korean pressings usually have extras very similar to Japanese pressings. Not typically the same kind of high quality, but still get some cool bonus items with them. $55 start. Motorhead is $59.99. Clay Moore got Riot, and then Ed Riviera, and then Dave Ferguson. I've got a few more ticket stubs still over here to run. Almost all of them have sold. I'm probably going to bundle these two. Actually, let's bundle the last three. The reason is these are kind of, well, they're ripped because they were used. They were ripped in half, which is Def Leppard and Judas Priest. They're both from Knoxville. Def Leppard, 1983. Judas Priest, 1984. And then I'm going to put a 1985 AC/DC with it. That's really nice. All from Knoxville Civic Coliseum. Priest, Def Leppard, and AC/DC. That guy got to see some good shows. 83, 84, 85. All three of those a $10 start. You can put TS for ticket stubs. $10 start on that. Excuse me. Trent Peasley gets the Motorhead. Now Wasp is tied at 55. Next record is Judas Priest Turbo, a 30th anniversary edition. Judas Priest Turbo is $24.99. And Dream Theater, When Dream and Day Unite. Dream Theater's on red vinyl. That's a music on vinyl. That should be numbered on the back then too. This should be numbered on the back, yeah. Numbered on red vinyl, Dream Theater. We had an OG copy of that last night. Over here, we got Dio is the big question. Kaiser went out, and Oso Adventure has it for 106. Chad Sauls, you also got outbid, just FYI. Whitesnake got up to $26 with Greg Smith, and then Tommy Ewan bid 28. Angela Ledbetter bid first on Wasp at 55. Deckelman, you tied him. Jay Nutra bid 27 on Whitesnake, but Tommy Ewan had already bid 28. Buddy Cordova first on the Judas Priest. Laura says, you're correct. There was never a U.S. pressing, basically all European and then South Korean. So there you go. James Young second on Judas Priest. Patty's in on the ticket stubs at 10. Deckelman bid 56 on Wasp. 007 Platinum got Dream Theater. Razman third on Judas Priest. Dream Theater's already sold. That I might have not set a price, but let me make sure 007 Platinum wants it. It's $34.99. $34.99. He claimed it. Then Matt asked the price. Then Garrett. Then Edwin claimed it. Then Oso Adventure. And now Dio got a new bid for $115. Oso Adventure, you're out. Wasp is still getting bids, and so is Whitesnake. Wow. Next record is, I've never seen this, Wasp Re-Idolized. The soundtrack to the Crimson Idol. With DVD, $39.99. $39.99. 007 gave a thumbs up. Also, Metal Church Live. Metal Church is a 2018. That's on red vinyl, $34.99. Deckelman first on Wasp. Trent Peasley was second. There's Metal Church Live. And then Anthrax. This is for all kings. Anthrax is on yellow vinyl, $29.99. Deckelman on Wasp. Trent next. Alonzo put M, and that was for Metal Church. Dave Sibler third on Wasp. Mike Strauss fourth. And my crate has all of a sudden really filled up. So let me swap out crates right quick. And with this Allure crate, not surprisingly at all, has almost been absolutely obliterated. After this, I've got another vintage crate to do buy it now best offer. I might even try to show some new sealed vinyl that's very much metal related. Got some stuff over here. I want to go through the new stuff from tonight one more time, and then we got vintage. We got a lot of stuff still to do. Trent Peasley on Anthrax. Wasp has hit 70. Dio's hit 116, and Dio's hit 125. What about the White Snake? White Snake still getting BS. Tommy Ewan at $32. Patty, you get those last 3 ticket stubs for $10. Thank you, Patty. And Patty, if you want these 2, I'll bundle those together for $10. AC/DC and Red Hot Chili Peppers. If you want those last 2 for $10, okay? Aaron Civic next on Anthrax. Here is Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, sealed at $29.99. That's a 2 LP. $29.99 on Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. $29.99. Your mic broke up. Did I get Anthrax? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Lothel got Black Sabbath. That is sold to Lothel. And then we have LA Guns. This is on blue vinyl. I think this is like some of their first recordings. Blue vinyl, $19.99. Patty gets those last 2 stubs, Chili Peppers and AC/DC for $10. All the carded ones I have are sold. I think the next lot I was going to sell in one big bundle, which I'll show in just a second. White Snakes at $35. Solarplex, 3rd on Black Sabbath. Mike Ospaw first on LA Guns, then Dave Ferguson, then Chad Sauls, then Wayne Davis. Ghost, and this is on brownish looking vinyl, maybe. Sorry, I've turned off all these lights. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe brown red, $29.99. So Mike got LA Guns, then Dave, then Chad, then Wayne, then Edwin, then Dave C. And then we have Zach Sabbath, Doom Forever, Forever Doomed. That's on red vinyl for $32.99. Okay, so the big question is, first of all, we're not done with the Laura crate. There's still one more record. But Dio, I need to update these auctions before they get buried. Oso Adventure, you're out. Chad Sauls has Dio for $125. It's up to Oso. Right here in the middle is White Snake. White Snake. White Snake. Tom McEwen has it for $37. And then Wasp. The last bit on Wasp was Deckelman at $71. Angela Ledbetter, it's up to you. Okay? Angela Ledbetter, it's up to you on that. King Fluffy on Ghost. There's Zach Sabbath. And we have Slayer, South of Heaven, $29.99. All right, Patty, let me see what's up with these other ticket stubs over here. Either I didn't... I don't know what's up with these. Let me try to remember why I put all these in a baggie to themselves. No, I mean, there's some good titles in here. We're going to sell them all together, though. Yeah. We're going to sell the rest of these all in one big lot. Oso did say out on Dio. Okay, that might have not came through. Lothel got Slayer, then Kenny Roll, and then Trent, and then White Snakes at 40. All right, we just need one person to claim Zach Sabbath. Who wants it at $32.99? And then the whole crate is sold. Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed. One Zach Sabbath there. All right, so Chad Sauls, that means you do get the Dio then. Congratulations. Never had that before to my knowledge. That's sold to Chad at $125. And Lothel got the Zach Sabbath. All right, now I got to show who got the Lure Crate sticker because obviously everything's sold, so we know it's gone. Let's put that right over there. White Snake, Tom McEwen's out. Greg Smith has it for $40. Angela's out on Wasp. That means that Wasp is a final call to Deckelman then. I think it's $71. Yep. And let's introduce the rest of these ticket stubs in one big lot. Everything here for $10. Starting bid, all being sold together. The Smithereens, David Lee Roth, Striper, Armored Saint. This isn't even a... this is like a... They must have played it like a little club or something in Knoxville. It's not even like a real ticket stub, but he wrote Armored Saint on the back. October of 91, maybe. Stu Ham and the Urge. Pink Floyd Laser Show, okay? Pink Floyd Laser Show. I don't know if that's actually, I doubt 1990. I don't think that's, I think that's like, I don't think it's actually like Pink Floyd. I think it's like a laser show in 1990. Queen's Rock with Suicidal Tendencies. Queen's Rock with Suicidal Tendencies. Aerosmith and Ted Nugent. Joe Satriani. Knoxville Symphony Orchestra. I don't know. It might have got cut off who it was. David Lee Roth, Quiet Riot with Whitesnake and Auburn Saint. And Exodus and MOD. Exodus and MOD. All of those ticket stubs, a $10 start. I should have said 20 after seeing some of those other ones in there. They might get bid up to 20, but right now it's a $10 start for all of them. Okay, and then Wasp over here. Wasp over here is Soda Deckelman for $71. That's Soda Deckelman for $71. Thank you on that. And then Whitesnake is sold. And Whitesnake is sold to Greg Smith for $40. And Zach Sabbath sold to Matt Parsons for, he was first, and that was $32.99. Then Edwin, then Christina. Okay. Ghost. And I'll show you why I picked Ghost for the Lower Crate sticker. Because look who it is. It's Casper is haunting the airwaves in a friendly way. So King Fluffy got that Ghost record. It was on Ghost, which was pretty recent. But I saw it was Casper. I saw a Ghost record, and I was like, Casper's got to go on Ghost. Casper's got to go on Ghost. Nice. All right. Sold to King Fluffy, 1979. Is that your first Lower Crate sticker? Ticket stubs are at 11. John Durden, technically you bid against yourself, but either way, Patty, you've got to bid more than 11 now. Okay? Let's go ahead and put up Metal Church. Oh boy, here we go. An 84 German OG with bonus track. Metal Church, 84 German OG, EX condition, a $30 start. $30 start. Okay? Metal Church, stubs are at 12. And then our next auction is Great White. Great White is an 86 specialty OG with the original on her sleeve. Super clean copy. Great White is a $30 start. Shot in the dark. All right. Ticket stubs now up for auction. And how about we go ahead and do a, let's see what's right here. This is all the new vinyl that showed up today, if you missed it, very quickly. I can do this in about 60 seconds flat. If you missed tonight's newest new vinyl, we have the following. Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark, a double LP at $44.99. Bruce Dickinson, More Balls to Picasso, double LP splatter vinyl with bonus tracks, $44.99. We have Tool Undertow. That's a double LP, $33.99 on Tool. Gorgira From Mars to Sirius, $54.99. Sabaton Heroes on petrol colored vinyl. Sabaton is $38.99. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal purple vinyl, $34.99. Carcass Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Carcass is $34.99. Black Label Society Doom Crew Inc. is 2LP clear and black ice at $34.99. Gorgira Fortitude is $33.99, and Iron Maiden Dance of Death, a double LP, Iron Maiden $54.99. Metal Church has a bid for $34. Great White has a bid for $35, and now Metal Church has a bid for $35. Patty has the ticket stubs at $15. Final call. All right, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Air horn, yes, that was air horn. Let's bring out one of the mini air horns. Let's do this right here. Let's do the mini air horn for the clean out of Lower Crate. Every time I pressed that, because I had this ear protection on, the inside of my ear was pulsating. Like every time I hit that, it was like a pulse in my ear. I told y'all the last time I blew the small one without ear protection on, everything went silent for about 3 seconds. It's like something blew up in the room. You know that like, bing, and it's just like it's quiet. So that thing is still somehow, just the frequency of that thing is killing my ear. I don't know if Laura can hear it back there, but it's a horrible sound. I'm glad I have ear protection. It's a horrible sound. Okay. Let's go ahead and sell these ticket stubs to Patty for $15. I'm going to put them in this little baggie over here. Now, I kept one ticket stub out of this whole collection. I mean, y'all will see why when I show it to you. Patty, thank you. Those are sold to you for $15. I kept one ticket stub out of this whole collection. Metallica, not only because it's Metallica, but also it was at the Thompson Bowling Arena, but it's got the UT symbol. So it's Tennessee Vols with the background there. I think that's pretty cool. I'm going to keep that one. It's got the UT logo on the back of it. I'm going to keep that one. Plus a little memento. I try to keep something like historical Collectco collections we acquire. I try to keep something from every collection, either something somebody gave me, a record from the collection that I will definitely remember, or something. So I'll remember that as the Knoxville Metal Collection. That was a historical buy for Collectco. That was a historical buy for Collectco, the Knoxville Metal Collection. Y'all should maybe go back. I need to reshare some videos one day and be like, y'all remember this? Where I had a video where I flipped through that entire collection. It's like a 20-minute video. And it's just OG metal and rap for about 30 minutes. And it's all like extremely rare and desirable stuff. It was crazy. Great White's at $47. And Metal Church is at $37. Okay? Those are in card savers, yeah. I used card saver ones for these. Card saver ones. They work pretty good for those shorter ticket stubs. Chad, have you ever listened to Great White's very first album, Street Killers, and Stick It? It's the best they ever did. I have never listened to those. I have listened to Twice Shy and the other one that's blue with the girl. I've listened to those. I don't think I've ever listened to any others. Okay, let me find a great crate over here to flip through. One more crate right here. And then I'm going to go do the last John Crate best offer. And we still got some more stuff to flip through. But first, I want to show y'all these in case you didn't realize we still had some of these great titles in stock. And I'm going to throw up some more auctions. We're about to get into some metal kind of related books as well. So Great White's at $47 with Stephen Lewis Jr. And then over here is Metal Church, which Chad Snyder had for $37. Jim Cooper has not set out, though. Jim Cooper has not set out, so I was making sure on that one. Oh, yeah, I've listened to Great White's Zeppelin covers. Oh, yeah, I've listened to those. I've listened to those albums. I don't know if they're available. Are those still available? I have to find out. Okay, I got some cool books here. This came from various places. There's a good chance some of these are signed, so I'm going to check the title page on all of them. I'm going to start them just like the ticket stubs at $10 and see what happens. I got quite a few books over here. Here is the Paul Stanley autobiography, Face the Music, A Life Exposed. Paul Stanley autobiography. We'll say a $10 start. We'll put that right there in the middle. Okay? Here we go. I'm going to breeze through these pretty quickly. We have first Rammstein Rise Rise, a 2LP remaster, $49.99. Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction, another 2LP, $24.99 on GNR. $24.99. Slipknot, Volume 3, The Subliminal Verses. Slipknot is a double LP on purple vinyl, $36.99. Great White's at $52, and Metal Church is at $40. Paul Stanley's at $10. Paul Stanley's at $10. Peace of Mind, Iron Maiden, $33.99 for Iron Maiden. Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. Municipal Waste is $38.99. $38.99 for Municipal Waste. Flotsam and Jetsam, Blood in the Water. Flotsam and Jetsam, $29.99. And Megadeth, So Far, So Good, So What, $33.99 for Megadeth. Primus, Pork Soda, $39.99. So Great White's now at $52. Stephen Lewis Jr., you're out. Metal Church is at $40 with Ed and Riviera. Everybody else is out. Okay, now Paul Stanley's at $12 with Chad Anderson. Pam, you're out. Oso, you're out. Buddy Cordova gets Megadeth. So Far, So Good, So What. So to Buddy Cordova. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. That is a new reissue they've just done on clear vinyl, $39.99. Now, I don't know if y'all realize this, but before these Harry Potter albums have been reissued in the last 30 days or so, they were very pricey OGs because they were released very limitedly, maybe back near the end of, I don't know, it was a long time ago, like a decade ago maybe. They'd been out of print for a long time, especially the first ones like with John Williams, so been very desirable. But I have a whole tub over here of Kiss books and rock and roll biographies we're going to be putting up for auction for the rest of the night. We have Great White at $57. I'm really just waiting for Metal Church bids to come in. Ed Riviera does have it for $40. The Cult, this is essentially the closest thing you're going to get to the Cult's greatest hits. It's called Pure Singles, $38.99 for the Cult. It's a double LP gatefold. I still have two of those. And we have Metallica and Justice for All. 1 second, please. Metallica is a double LP, $44.99. J Neutra on the Cult. That is one left. Metallica's $44.99. Flotsam and Jetsam, $33.99. And Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, $34.99. Paul Stanley's now at $17. Great White's at $60. So it is time to sell Metal Church, and Metal Church is sold to Ed Riviera for $40. $40, okay? Great White's at $60, and I have another Metallica to run. The other night, y'all may have remembered this from the Hatchet Ed crate. I said, we do have a big unpaid auction, and I'm probably going to resell it if no one buys it. This would be the second pressing of this Ride the Lightning we've had tonight. This is an 84 OG second label. They still consider this an OG pressing, even though it's on the second label. I think a lot of that has to do with the mastering and the plating. Probably the same mastering, probably the same plating. But it's not on that silver Megaforce label. If y'all remember, we just had one of these, okay? It's in VG Plus condition. Here's what it sold for the last time. That's what it sold for the last time. I'm going to put it back up for that original starting bid, just like one we sold a moment ago. $125 start. 84 Electra label, $125 start. And I can promise you that's the last Ride the Lightning we have tonight. I don't know if there's any more in the back. There's a good chance there is. $125 start, though. Paul Stanley is at $20 with Oso Adventure. That's a final call. We sold Colt. There's Poison. Judas Priest Rock-A-Rolla 50th Anniversary Edition. Embossed cover, $34.99 on that. Rammstein Shinzuit. Rammstein is a 2LP, $49.99. And Judas Priest Stained Class. Priest is $39 $33.99, new and sealed, by the way. New and sealed. Metallica's $125 start. We have 2 copies of Judas Priest. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son. We sold an OG tonight for what? Close to $100. Here's a remastered copy of that album that came out in '88, $33.99. And there's a remastered Ride the Lightning, $33.99 for Metallica Ride the Lightning. Right back there is a '84 press. Let's go ahead and sell Paul Stanley. And this is Oh So Adventure for $20. Great White, I'm making sure Stephen Lewis Jr. is done. Darren Wortman has it for $65. And I'm going to take this stack of miscellaneous right over here. Because if we start selling a bunch of books, I'm going to need a bunch of room. So let's grab this one here. Y'all like this band a lot. Yeah, let's put this one up for bid. Okay. So I have Paul Stanley sold. Next is Iron Maiden Live After Death. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 for Iron Maiden. And then Overkill Taken Over. Half Speed Master, pink marble vinyl. Overkill is $33.99. Ride the Lightning. This is a buy it now for $125. Wow. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Buddy Cordova on Iron Maiden. That is sold to Buddy Cordova. That is sold. Great White is at $67 with Stephen Lewis Jr. Darren Wortman, you've been outbid. Next auction is, what does this even say? It is, thank you, Laura. Poco Legeb, Metal as Es, 1990 Hungary, heavy metal. This is a bizarre one here, a $35 start. John Kaiser grabs the Metallica for $125. That's another reason after somebody doesn't pay for an auction, we typically don't let them bid again. That last sold for $201. You know what that means? That night, there was somebody on that's probably not on right now that may have even bid $200 that would have already paid for it and shipped it. Now we had to resell it, go through the whole process again, and we just sold it for almost, well, technically $76 less. That cost us quite a bit of money, plus labor, time, etc. Might as well just say we took a $100 loss on that. One reason we say if you bid on an auction, you have to pay for it. Here is a Van Halen book. Everybody Wants Some, the Van Halen Saga, with a new chapter on the Van Halen Comeback Tour by Ian Christie. Van Halen book. This one's being read. I'll say that because you can just kind of tell somebody really enjoyed this. It's got a couple stains and stuff on it, like right there. Hope you can see that. $10 start on the Van Halen book. Now, there was an Iron Maiden Live After Death sold to Buddy Cordova. And then Corrosion of Conformity. This is called Wise Blood. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Flying High again, $29.99. Stephen Lewis Jr., you've been outbid again on Great White. Darren still has it for $70. We have Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $39.99. Wilco, AM, all analog, Rhino Hi-Fi Series, limited edition of 5,000, $39.99. Dokken, Breaking the Chains, red vinyl, $33.99. And then this is that newest Deep Purple release, a 20th anniversary edition of Rapture of the Deep, $69.99. 3 LP blue vinyl, $69.99. Jack Johnson, the songs from Curious George, $36.99, and Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water, $46.99. He's out. Great White is sold to Darren for $70. Final call to get a bid on the Van Halen book for $10. And this obscure metal album is a $35 start. Okay, I have an announcement. All of the advertised auctions are sold. There is nothing left. They're all gone. There is nothing left. This is the last one right here on the table. And over here, I have some other, quote, bonus stuff, which is Kiss, Fleetwood Mac, Coldplay. It's a wide variety of stuff. I'm about to put those up right now. And don't forget, I still got the Eddie Van Halen autograph, $1,500. But it looks like 2 people, one person who has messaged us and one person asked live, 2 people have actually said they basically want it, kind of a buy now, can they pay later, which I haven't ruled out. I just said it's up for grabs if anybody wants to lock it in while we're live. It sounds like after this show's over, we're going to be doing a deal with somebody. So it's available. $1,500 right now. Right now. You ran both of those U.S. metal auctions. Both of them got ran and sold. The entire grid photo from Laura, what we post every day, all those are gone. I do have a Kiss auction coming up right now, though. I have Kiss Dynasty. Kiss is a 1979 US OG with the original inner sleeve. It's an OG Pittman press, no poster, $15 start. The Van Halen book can be bought for $10, and the Pocklegeb can be bought for $35. I have a brand new crate of new vintage stuff. We're about to do best offer. And yeah, the other miscellaneous stuff tonight, I'm going to try to dig into this new batch of cassettes. I don't have any metal CDs. Sometimes we have metal CDs stashed away, but not tonight. We might can get into some more cassettes, though. Okay, I'll try my best to find metal cassettes. But right now, we are going to put up this other crate of new arrivals. Okay, everybody's gotten really quiet. It says there's 207 people watching. There may be 207 people watching. I think there's about 5 people who are actually alive right now. Can we get something? Can we get like a hi Chad, you're my favorite person in the world kind of comment? Is Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark still available? Fear of the Dark, yes, that's still available. I have one left. I still don't know who got the puzzle the other day and said they wanted the vinyl. Whoever that was, we did not get you on a waiting list. We did not get you on a waiting list because or it hadn't made it to my desk yet, which is this little cubby hole over here. I'm going to grab this Rob Halford book and see what's up with it, because I have a Rob Halford book that's autographed that somebody just sold me. So let me see if this thing's autographed. I don't think it is. You got to be careful of these books. I have opened up so many books. I used to not pay attention, but I have opened so many books lately and seen found autographs. I wonder if David Rutherford was watching the other night. Shout out to David Rutherford. He sold us an incredible collection of stuff, including his metal and rock book collection here. So here we go. Rob Halford, nice book. David paid $30 for it when it was brand new, and $5 shipping and sales tax. So he paid $37 for it. Rob Halford is going to go up for a $10 start. Confess, Rob Halford. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right, and Kiss had bids for $15, $20, $20. Glenn said sold, and that was on the Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark. That was my last copy of that. Okay, and then we have an Alive, and then Kiss at $22.25, Kiss at $28, and here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Shooby-dooby-doo. Oh, great new vintage stuff coming up. Yeah, great new vintage stuff coming up. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Rob Halford has bids for 10 and 10. Kiss has a bid for 28. Chad drunk his monster too fast. Now he's burping like a baby. Kiss is a OG pressing of Dynasty with the original inner sleeve in VG condition. And the high bid's $28 with Buddy Cordova. Rob Halford has two $10 bids. Oso Adventure, you're out. Next auction. Let's see what's up with this copy of Coldplay, Parachutes. Whoa. This is not cheap whatsoever. Coldplay is on orange vinyl. It's a 2016 Barnes & Noble exclusive vinyl day. Orange vinyl with the original inner sleeve near mint, a $95 start on Coplay. Orange vinyl too. $95 start. Everything in this crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. I started the show tonight about 5:30. I might go till 12:30 or 1:30. Just depends. We will have people start showing up at the store at 8, 9 o'clock for the 10 o'clock $1 record sale. So some of y'all probably need to go ahead and head to bed. I think at least 2 people have told me they're like in town staying at a hotel right down the road. They have like drove in for the dollar sale as they await the opening of the doors in the morning. Elvis, 50 Gold Award Hits, Volume 1. Very cool. It's a box set. 50 Elvis songs in one collection there. $29.99. Next is Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. Brewer and Shipley is $12.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? Deep Purple on the Warner Brothers Burbank label, $29.99. I'm outside on the sidewalk now. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Heart's Greatest Hits Live. Heart is $34.99. Greatest Hits Live. That's a double LP. It is what it says it is. It's Greatest Hits and Live. Nick Bergeron, You've Been Outbid on Rob Halford. Oso has it for $12. Kiss Dynasty is a Final Call. Buddy Cordova, You've Been Outbid. Chad Schneider has it for $30. I also have Lynyrd Skynyrd, The Best of the Rest. Lynyrd Skynyrd is $34.99. Glenn Campbell, excuse me, Jeannie Clemens. Boy, how did I get Glenn Campbell out of that? What did they put in these monsters over here? Sing a Rainbow and Other Children's Songs. That is $9.99. Dave C. on Heart, Greatest Hits and Live. That includes their cover of Led Zeppelin's Rock and Roll. It's been a long time since I rock and rolled. Ra-dum, ra-dum, da-dum. Rob Halford has a new bid for $15. Oso Adventure, You've Been Outbid by Scott. Nick Bergeron says he's done. We have Nick Bergeron offering $22 for Elvis. Sold. 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 Coldplay, Final Call, if anybody wants it, for $95. Triumph, Surveillance. Triumph is $19.99. Triumph Surveillance. Stan Freberg with the original cast. No pun intended. That's a comedy album. $9.99. Shango, Trampin'. Shango is $14.99. And we have Heart, Little Queen, in shrink wrap. Beautiful copy. Barracudas on that one, $19.99. Oh, so it's up to you on Rob Halford. And then Buddy Cordova's out on Kiss. This is sold to Chad Schneider for $30. Rob Halford has a new bid for $16. Next in here is Queen, A Night at the Opera, $34.99. Beautiful copy, $34.99. That has Bohemian Rhapsody on it. For a sleeve for box set. They sell box set sleeves. I don't usually stock them because there's so many different varieties. And it would be very confusing and complex if I tried to start showing those live. So there are ways you can order box set sleeves, though. We have a 1974 pressing of Kiss, self-titled. It's a third pressing with a second. It's a third pressing, second blue label, a Richmond. The vinyl's not bad, EX condition. And somebody has took like a magazine or newspaper clipping and glued it to the cover. They've took like a, looks like more like a newspaper clipping. They've clipped it out and glued it to the cover. That is going to go up for a $20 start, Kiss, okay? Dave C. first on Heart. Nick Bergeron was second. And then Alonzo put T for 15. That was for Triumph. This is sold to Alonzo for 15. And we have Kiss at $20. And then if anybody wants Coldplay, this is $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now. Coldplay parachutes. Coldplay parachutes. Kiss has two $20 bids. John Kaiser gets Coldplay for $95. Now, Rob Halford is sitting over here at $20 with Scott Arnold. That means Oh So Adventure, you've been outbid. Kiss is at $20. This would not have Kissing Time on it. This will have Kissing Time on it. Kissing Time would be on an OG first pressing. So this one has Kissing Time. So yes, it has Kissing Time because it's a reissue. That's now at $22, okay? And then over here, Rob Halford. Next in this crate is the following. Hoyt Axton, Joy to the World. Hoyt Axton is $39.99. Hoyt Axton, Joy to the World, $39.99. Neil Sean and Jan Hammer, Untold Passion. Journey's guitarist Neil Sean and keyboard wizard Jan Hammer join forces. And then this is in shrink, $24.99. Mandrill. Mandrill is $19.99. Mandrill. Red Polydor label. Sterling, $19.99. $19.99. And the best of Buck Owens, $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99 for BST. Also, we have Hold Me Tight, Johnny Nash. You Got Soul, $9.99. Rob Halford's at $21. Scott Arnold's out. This is sold to Oh So Adventure for $21. Sold. Kiss over here. Chris Frazier has it for $22. John McPatriot, it's all up to you. Next is the Grateful Dead. Skull and Roses, a 71 Terre Haute, $74.99. Wow. Beautiful copy. Allied Press with the original label, $74.99. $1, 6 and 9 a.m. videos. That will not be happening. That will not be happening. But it never hurts to ask, Danny. Let's move this right over here. Okay. It really wouldn't work out. I can promise you that. It wouldn't work out. The claims wouldn't work out too well, and most people probably would, it just wouldn't work out. All right, here's another cool book. This is Iron Man, Tony Iommi, autobiography, My Journey Through Heaven and Hell with Black Sabbath. How cool is that? $10 start on Tony Iommi book. $10 start on that. Here we go. We have the Best of Sticks, $24.99 on the wooden nickel label. $24.99 on that. John McPatriot's out on Kiss. Final call to Chris Frazier for $22. Nick Gilder, City Nights, in shrink wrap, $9.99. And Moby Grape, wow. Moby Grape, wow. Second label, that's unusual. It's always a Columbia 2i. That second label may be more scarce. $24.99. Tony Iommi, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11 with Chad Schneider. Louisiana Man, Rusty and Doug Kershaw. That is $19.99 in shrink wrap. And Led Zeppelin's In Through the Outdoor with the C cover variant. The C cover variant. We had F the other night. All these covers are different for Led Zeppelin. See that perspective? That's different than most. Some people don't even catch that, but they are different covers. Tony Iommi is now at $20. Let's go ahead and sell this to, who was that bidder? Chris Frazier for $22. Chris, this is sold to you for $22. Thank you on that. All right, let's put this right over here. Let's move this over here, and let's grab another LP out of this crate. Next thing is the Paul Stanley picture disc. And this is a 2016 Russian. A 2016 Russian Paul Stanley picture disc. This is going to go up for a $20 start. All right. Peter Criss, $20 start. EX or better. Russian, $20 start. Next thing over here, we had Tony Iommi book at $25 with Hiram Aponte. Okay. Danny put NTL13, then TL13. TLNL, 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 TLNL. I'll wait for him to clarify that. Maybe he's bidding on Tony Iommi. Okay, he's bidding on, that's TI. He's just out of order. How much was Led Zeppelin? $37.99. Edwin asked, And then Scott Markheim, Tony Iommi's at $26, okay? We have Jose Feliciano, 10 to 23. Jose Feliciano is $9.99. Mad Heads, Naked Flame. Mad Heads is a 2002 German psychobilly record, $19.99. Sean and Hammer, Here to Stay. Neil Sean, Jan Hammer, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Albert Lee, Hiding. Albert Lee is $19.99. And Sweet. Sweet is Cut Above the Rest. Sweet, $24.99. Ed Riviera on Slid. Slid. Sold. He might be saying sold for Led Zeppelin. He is. Okay, Peter Criss has a bid for 20. Peter Criss has a bid for 20. And then Ed Riviera on Jose Feliciano. That is sold to Ed Riviera on Jose Feliciano. And Hiram Ponte has the Tony Iommi book for $30. Next is Diamonds by the Dozen Country Style. Diamonds by the Dozen is $9.99. And Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte, $9.99. Also, Spanking Her Gang, Like to Get to Know You, $19.99. Also, Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, $9.99. Culture Club, Shrink and Hype, $24.99. These are new vintage arrivals, by the way. Buy it now or best offer. Hiram has the Tony Iommi for $30. Larry Gonzalez is the lone bidder on the Peter Criss picture disc at $20. That's now a final call. And Chad's going to walk over here and see what's left in the book. The book box over here. What's in this book box? Oh, man. Let's see what we got here. I can see all the spines now. That's interesting. Ooh, a couple 45s tucked down in here, too. What's underneath these? All right, we'll grab this one here. All right. Final call on Iommi. Kiss, Behind the Mask, the official authorized biography. Really cool. The jacket's kind of got some sparkle to it. $10 start on Kiss. Fleetwood Mac, Vintage Years, Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Heart, Babe Lestrange with Hop sticker, $19.99. And then we have Klaatu. Klaatu, Sir Army Suite. Klaatu is $19.99. And we have Jeffrey Downs. Jeffrey Downs is the New Dance Orchestra, a 2 LP, $19.99. Tom McEwen is sold on Heart. Larry Gonzalez is out on Peter Criss. That's sold to Steve McGee for $23. And the Kiss book has bids for $10 and $10. Also, we have Ace, and this one has How Long Has This Been Going On? Ace is $19.99, an Ace album, clean copy. Okay, Jay Nutra, I have to go ahead and sell this to Hiram Aponte for $30. I've always been pretty adamant about that. If you say out, regardless of the circumstances, unless there's some sort of error in the bidding, I got to sell that to Hiram for $30. Now, the Kiss book has gotten bids at $15. Chris Gardner is leading that one. The Graduate soundtrack is $19.99. And then Days of Future Past, $19.99. Days of Future Past. Boy, that's a clean copy of that. Edmund Estrada on Ace. How Long Has This Been Going On? ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2 is $19.99. And The Doors, L.A. Woman. The Doors is $34.99. Now, that is a vintage copy, but it's very clean at $34.99. Kenny Roll on the Moody Blues. Let's grab a couple more things over here. I guess I could bring this tub close. I got to move some stuff around. All right, let's see what's going on here. This one could be pretty good. I knew it. I knew we'd find, did he get this from Premier? Okay, he did. He was going to find one. I found one autograph so far. He got it from Premier. I had a feeling. I'm hoping this one right here will be signed. That'd be epic. Okay, we'll run this one. Robert Plant, the voice that sailed the Zeppelin. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? Kiss 16, Kiss 17. I asked about the Led Zeppelin price. Are you talking about... Wow, when was that? Oh, you're talking about on In Through the Outdoor. You did. You were first asking the price. You asked the price, and then Edwin asked the price, and then Scott asked the price, and then Edwin said sold, and I didn't hear from you, so I'm assuming you didn't want it. But yeah, you had first dibs on that from like 7 minutes ago. So yeah, I guess if you want it, it is $37.99. $37.99. The Kiss book's at 19 and Robert Plant's at 15. We're going to read through this crate one more time. You probably just heard me adjust my neck. That felt pretty good. And my knuckles. And Robert Plant's at 16 and the Kiss book's at 19. That's where we're at. All right, we'll leave that to whoever had it the first time. I think Edwin then. All right, let me grab this Monster Rehab right over here. Here we go, here we go. Let me just read these titles, and if you missed something in the last few moments, you're like, what the heck? I didn't even see you put that in there. Then if you need a price, just let me know. Then we're probably about to do some vintage discount crates, etc., etc. Got a lot of cool books and other items over here too. Sale tonight. Thursday night metal night on the eve of a big $1 sale. Did Laura send me tomorrow's auctions? Laura might already sent me tomorrow's auctions too. She did. Laura sent me tomorrow's auctions. I told y'all, Metal Night Round 2, Repo Man soundtrack, Wasp, Elton John sealed, U2, Wasp, Madonna, Bob Marley, Wasp, Rush, Beatles, Bill Withers, Zeppelin, Dio, Pretty Maids, Nina Simone, AC/DC, DeMoles, whoever this is right here, Let Them Eat Rock, looks like a comp. Something up here on the top left that looks really cool. What is that? Oh, it's an Iron Maiden bootleg, maybe? Dream Theater, Nirvana is a Palace pressing. Bauhaus, Sealed Dire Straits, Sealed Taxi Driver. Sade, Plasmatics. The Clash, Ramones, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Pink Floyd, Ramones. Dylan and the Dead, a sealed, yes, Fragile, wow. Ramones again. Traveling Wilburys is sealed. Pretty cool lineup of stuff. And we should have a Japanese delivery tomorrow, maybe. Maybe. Okay. First thing is an offer on Mandrill. Let me find that. I will sell this to you, Gerald, for $15. The Kiss book is at $21 and Robert Plant's at $27. If you need a price on something, let me know. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? Leonard Skinner, Best of the Rest. Jeannie Clemens. Stan Freberg. Shango Trampin, Queen, A Night at the Opera, Hoyt Axton, Joy to the World, Neil Schon and Jan Hammer, The Best of Buck Owens, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Hold Me Tight, Johnny Nash, Grateful Dead was $74.99, The Best of Styx, Wood Nickel Press, $24.99, Nick Gilder, Moby Grape Wow, Doug Kershaw, Louisiana Man, Mad Heads, Naked Flame, and another Sean and Hammer Here to Stay. Mandrill sold to Gerald Whitworth for $15. Kiss is going to be probably sold to Chris Gardner for $21, it looks like. Albert Lee Hiding, Suite cut above the rest. That's the same suite that does like Ballroom Blitz. It has a WFSU, Florida State University, Tallahassee, Florida. That was at a college radio station. Florida State University rock station. That was played across the airwaves to some fraternity houses. Diamonds by the Dozen, country style. Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte. Spankin' Her Gang. Linda Ronstadt. Culture Club. Fleetwood Mac. Klaatu. Sir Army Suite. Jeffrey Downs, The Graduate, ABBA, and The Doors, LA Woman. The Sweet track listing. Call Me. Play Me All Night. Big Apple Waltz. Dorian Gray. Thank you. They've got my phonics here. Discophony. And then iGames, Mother Earth, Hold Me and Stay With Me. The Robert Plant book is sold to Nick Bargeron for $27, and the Kiss book is sold to Chris Gardner for $21. How about we put up 2 more and another LP auction? The next LP auction is Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. It is an 87 OG specialty press for a $15 start. That's always been a pretty desirable record. $15 start on Fleetwood Mac. Let me grab 2 more books over here. And let's do, here we go. Any Guns N' Roses fans? Steven Adler book. And then, let's take a look at the Peter Criss book. Okay. All right, so we got My Appetite for Destruction, Sex, Drugs, and Guns N' Roses, Steven Adler. That's going to go up for a $10 start, hardback with paper jacket. And then Peter Criss, Makeup to Breakup. Peter Criss, another hardback book, $10 start on those. Sean, for $15. I'm assuming this one here, Edwin, right? That's sold to you for $15. Gene Brown on 7 for Nick Gilder. That would be right back here. That would be right here. And then a bid on Tango for 15. Steven Adler has a bid for 10. And then let me see what else we have. Was there Alvin Lee? Let's go find that for somebody. Albert Lee is $19.99. Okay. And then we got Steven Adler and Peter Criss book up for auction. Fleetwood Mac has 1 bid for 15. And there's only been 2 no bids tonight. The Van Halen Saga is $10. And this pretty deep cut, bizarre, Hungary pressed heavy metal album that's spelt P-O-K-O-L-G-E-P. And that's a $35 buy it now. Fleetwood Mac condition, the vinyl was EX on this one. It's an 87 specialty press. It is EX or better, so pretty high grade record on that one. Okay. And then we have a final call, or we have an offer on ABBA for $15 with Chad Anderson. Sold. Okay, and then somebody asked for cassettes. Let me pop open this lid and make sure they're actually worth, if we can find some. I did have, yeah, these are pretty good titles here. I did have, there's probably not so much metal, but I see pretty good titles, if that makes sense. And I did have another crate over here, but they have old retail stickers on them. What does that mean? That means they have like old price tags on them, which kills me, but some people don't seem to care. I mean, this is like pretty good titles in here. I mean, I see Joe Satriani, Aerosmith, Parliament, Bob Dylan, Eagles, Clapton, Chris Isaac, Fleetwood Mac, Beatles. So we can show some of those. It's about time for me to do my nightly cleanup. That's what I got to do right now. because I am out of space and kind of out of stuff to show. We have officially pretty much shown and sold everything that I had lined up until this time. So everything that I had lined up and ready to sell and show has all been shown and sold. So I'm officially at that time like, well, if we're going to put anything up now, it's going to be bonus or discount crates. That's what we have left, bonus and discount crates. That's what I've got left back here behind me. It's either going to be half off, best offer, $6.99 stuff, etc., etc. Okay. First thing we have, Fleetwood Mac is at 20. The Stephen Adler book got one bid to Levi, and that sold to Levi for $10. Nobody bid on Peter Criss. That's $10 if anybody wants Peter Criss. Okay. What is the play tape? Going up for auction right now is this right here. It's an original play tape of Donna Ross and the Supremes' Greatest Hits. It's a play tape. That's an unusual format. It was made in Japan, 707 Japan. It is made, no, excuse me. It says tape made in USA, processed in Japan, and the actual cartridge was made in Japan. It's Supreme's Greatest Hits, Donna Ross and Supremes. That's going to go up for a $10 start. A vintage play tape. Okay? Vintage play tape. PC10, Cotton Press book cover designs. Okay? I don't know what the rest of that means, but you get Peter Criss for $10. That's sold to Chad Schneider. Fleetwood Mac 21, Fleetwood Mac 22. The next comment is, can you show the Jan Garbach one more time, the Lena Horne, Harry Belafonte details? Okay, there must have been some people watching the replay. I can tell when people are watching the replay. We have Lena Horne and Harry Belafonte. This is a living stereo title, no condition notes, $9.99. Denise is in on the play tape at $10. That is an unusual format there. That's a format you won't see too often. It looks like a miniature 8-track. It's called a play tape. That is now at $10. Okay, and then over here, we had another question on Jan Garbach. I don't remember that title being in here. Evidently it is, though. Are you sure about that? Let's go back to the front. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $7. The Porgy and Bess, Lena Horne. Evidently, there's a Jan Garbach in here. Okay? Jan Garbach in here somewhere. Where at? I don't know. Are you sure that's in here, David Hoy? Okay. Fleetwood Mac's at $26 with Jeff Sapia. Yeah, I think you heard Jeff Downs. Maybe. But yeah, no Jan Garbach in there. Goodness gracious, Jim B's bidding. That means I've messed up. That means I've messed up, and this is a $200 or $300 item. Holy crap, what does this thing sell for? $400 or $500? I have definitely messed up here. Goodness gracious. Let's see what's going on with this. Holy moly. I have definitely screwed up this time. Goodness, what have I done? Hope everybody's paying close attention to what's transpiring right now on the auction block. Holy moly. What is this, a $5,000, $8,000 item all of a sudden? Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. What is going on all of a sudden? Whew. What is happening? Final call on Fleetwood Mac. 20, wherever I was at. Okay. And now, let's go ahead and put up another book. And then I've got to do my cleanup. Every time I say that, I walk over and there's 4 or 5 questions about more records. And here I'm trying to sell stuff. Let's find our next book. Let's put up, here we go. Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley is, I think, is what he prefers. No Regrets. Ace Frehley, No Regrets. This is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Ace Frehley book. Denise is out on the play tape. GMB has it for $15. He's now looking at a $300 profit on that item, unless somebody's willing to challenge him. It's a final call to him, though. He's rubbing his hands together. He's staring down a car payment, folks. Next auction is going to go up right now, or I should say, let me set this thing of cassettes here. And now I can condense what I've been trying to condense for 3 hours. All right. Let's put that there. Let's put this here. I'm gonna put that crate right there. I'm gonna put these in here. I'm in my cleanup situation right now. Here we go. Here we go. That goes there. Busy night. It's always good when every single auction record sells, no problem early on. That means we flew through some stuff quickly tonight. All right, let me walk back over here and update. So Fleetwood Mac is sold for $26 to Jeff Sapia. The Ace Frehley book has a bid for $10, and Jim B gets the play tape for $15. Well, Jim, there's one thing for certain, and I've knew this for the long time. You never have any competition on stuff like that, for sure. There's a good chance you're the lone person when it comes to Chad slipping up and putting up $500 items for $10 starts. Jim B is the lone. He's the lone person that's always betting on that. If I put up it, because we'll know when we see a bid. If I ever slip up and put a $1,000 item for a $10 start, when I see Jim B pop up, I know I've messed up. I know I've messed up. I'm like, dang it. He just paid three car payments. Okay. I'm almost where I can get to these other items. All right, let's see what's in this crate, or at least sample what's in this crate. Looks like some stuff Paul might have marked. Take a look here. All right, we're probably about to do a $6.99 crate. It looks like possibly some stuff Paul marked at one time. A $6.99 crate, which should have some really good titles in it. I'm making sure since I'm kind of low on LP auctions right now, I'm trying to make sure there's nothing in here I want to auction. I've pulled out 2. I mean, I'm still leaving, obviously, amazing steals in here, but I'm about to just make this whole crate $6.99 to get, hopefully, everything in here sold, and then some. So, we're about to find out, though, okay? Let's go through this whole crate, $6.99. And I think this is stuff Paul marked at one time. And I can't set it here because there's cassettes. And in between some of these handfuls of $6.99 records, I'll put up some $6.99 cassettes. So that's about to be our magic price, $6.99. The Ace Frehley book's at $20 of Clay Moore. Oh So Adventure, you're out. Any Elvis, you're about to find out. I have no idea. I was flipping through the backs of these mostly. Paul rarely puts out Elvis records, so I doubt it. I've lost money on Coleco purchases. Yeah, right. Said no one ever. Nice try, Jim. Nice try. We're smarter than that, buddy. As in the words of George Bush, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, we won't get fooled again. Okay? Fool me, we won't get fooled again. Ace Frehley, 21 bucks. Hey, we just sold a Fleetwood Mac Tango on the night. How about a really nice copy in shrink with hop sticker EX Plus near mint minus? That one's going to be started at $25. Okay? Everything in this crate is $6.99. We should sell almost everything in here. If not, I'll be kind of surprised. Actually, I'll probably look forward to doing a big bundle at the end of this, but this could be pretty interesting. Mac DeMarco 2 demos, EX condition. Let me give you an idea of how crazy this is. That record was originally marked $27.99. Everything in here is $6.99. $6.99. Jim B's already in. He just made a cool $45 profit just right off the bat. $6.99. Last Kiss Wednesday, a 1974 U.S. pop rock album, $6.99. Rex Orange County, sealed on colored vinyl, $6.99. The Ace Frehley book is at $21. Clay Moore, you've been outbid. Fleetwood Mac already has two $25 bids. Jason Lind, Ramadan. That's a 72 U.S. jazz album, EX, $6.99. Jim B on Rex Orange County for $6.99. He just made a cool $45 profit on that one. He's up over $1,000 tonight. This is like the equivalent if he was at a blackjack table winning hand after hand after hand. We got Brian Auger Search Party. This is in VG Plus condition, $6.99 on Brian Auger. $6.99 for Aaliyah Diane To Be Still. A folk art rock album was $24.99. How about $6.99? The Ace Frehley book has a new bid for $25. Oh So Adventure, you've been outbid. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid for $30. Over here, we have Tom McEwen on Jason Lind. Sell out to Tom McEwen for $6.99. Thank you, Tom. Over here, I have Matt DeMarco. Here come the Cowboy Demos purple vinyl, $6.99. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid for $32. $32. Next is Deerhoof Breakup Song, white vinyl, $6.99. Shakedown on Mac DeMarco. He just said, take that, Jim B. That's sold to Shakedown for $6.99. Wayne Cochran on Chess Records, an original 67 press, $6.99. Eric Van Leuven gets Deerhoof. Sold to Eric Van Leuven, $6.99. Charlie D and Milo, a 1970 folk rock country rock album with promo stamp on the back, Epic Records, $6.99. Fleetwood Mac's at $33. Final call on the Ace Frehley book. Clay Moore has it for $25. Jim B is maybe thinking or maybe not thinking about bidding again. We're about to find out. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next book. And the next book is going to go up right now, as long as I make sure it's not signed, for a $10 start. And this is Gene Simmons, Kiss and Makeup. Gene Simmons' book is a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also $6.99 is No Pointer Direct Hits in VG Plus condition, $6.99. That's going to be the same price for everything in here. Even Red Queen to Griffin 3. Griffin is a 74 US, looks like a fusion album. VG Plus $6.99. Why do I say that? Well, they're playing like a large thingy there, and he's playing like a piccolo, and he's playing electric guitar, and it looks like he's on drums. Looks like they're doing some fusion there. $6.99. We have Toshiko Akiyoshi Lou Tabakin Big Band Insights, VG Plus $6.99, Fleetwood Mac 3536. And then Oso Adventure, I'm assuming you're not bidding again on Ace Frehley. That is a final call to Clay Moore for $25. You're already in on Gene Simmons at $15. Next is Moki Cole, a 77 US rock album, VG Plus $6.99. Clay Moore gets Ace Frehley for $25. Thank you for that. Gene Simmons is with Oso at $15, going once, going twice. Next is Golden Apples of the Sun. That's Judy Collins, a 70s pressing. Judy Collins is $6.99. Now Fleetwood Mac's at $40. Now it's time for another book. That one up for bid right now is old Gene Simmons. Here comes the next one. The next one coming up right now is, I don't know. What is this right here? This looks like Dee Snider. It is. Shut Up and Give Me the Mic. Dee Snider is going to go up for auction right now, and Dee Snider is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Everything in this crate is just $6.99. Edwin Blom first on Moki Cole. He gets that for $6.99, and he also wants Nikki. Nikki, is that still in here? Nikki? I don't see a Nikki, but I got you for Moki Cole. Maybe that's what you were trying to say. He put Millie, Nikki, and then Moki. And then Fleetwood Mac out with Chad Schneider. That's a final call to Chris Frazier for $40. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Dee Snider book, $10 start. We have With All of Our Love, a 1973 U.S. Gospel Folk, VG Plus condition, $6.99. And Aim for the Heart, Paul Clark, a 1980 U.S. VG condition, $6.99 for that. We have White Denim Fits. White Denim is an indie garage rock album, VG Plus, $6.99. This is Let Us Never Speak of It Again, Out Hud. Out Hud is a left field electronic album, EX condition, $6.99. And the best of the Trap Family Singers, that is $6.99. Jim B on White Denim, sold to Jim B for $6.99. This Kiss Gene Simmons book is sold to Oso Adventure for $15. Fleetwood Mac is sold to Chris Frazier for $40. And for $6.99, we have Rocky and Other Knockouts for Nat and Tyker. That is $6.99. And Hot Love, David Essex. Hot Love is $6.99. Over here, Dee Snider's a $10 buy now if anybody wants it. $10 buy now on the Dee Snider book. Also, Dilford and Tilbrook, they're from a band called Squeeze, $6.99 on that. And Paul Clinch with Choya, Living Like a Rich Man, that is $6.99, a gold stamp promo. And Steve Cropper, Playing My Thing. Steve Cropper, legendary session guitarist, also played with the Blues Brothers, $6.99. All righty, let's see what else we have up here. As far as books, let's see what these are right here. Let's grab what are these? Here's another Kiss book, and boy, let's do this. Let's knock out the rest of the Kiss stuff if I can, because I know Clay and Oso's watching. Okay, we'll call this one Paul Stanley. Backstage Pass, $10 start, and we'll call this one Kiss. Nothing to Lose, The Making of Kiss, 72 to 75. And that one's going to be a $10 start, okay? So Paul Stanley and Kiss, $10 and $10 start on those. Next claim was Danny Thomason on the Dee Snider book for $10. That's so to Danny Thomason. And then Paul Brothers was second. Chad Schneider on Steve Cropper for $6.99. Jim B on Aaliyah Dion. That is right back here, and that is sold for $6.99 to Jim B. Joe Sontag, second on Cropper. Paul Stanley has a bid for 10. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold books around the corner. Oh my gosh. Books. Might as well be a library tonight. I've always done well with books, especially rock and roll biographies. Always done well with them. Man, Dale's Pittsburgh collection, he had hundreds. I think he had a book on every band ever made. Is this? Oh, okay, that's... I was like, who is this? This is a book about Hart. All right, I got some cool ones here on deck. We'll wrap these up first, though. Over here, we have Cropper, and so Paul Stanley. We're going to call this one Paul Stanley and this one Kiss. So I think Oso's also bid 10 on Paul Stanley, but he's also bid 10 on Kiss. Okay, what year is the Paul Clinch? The Paul Clinch, this here, Paul Clark, no, Paul Clinch. Paul Clinch is 1976. Okay, any Sunday show. I've told a few people I would make a decision on Sunday. I have a lot of silver, knives, and gold ready to go. And I don't know if y'all been following the precious metals market, but it's hot and still rising. A lot of it has to do with some decisions coming very soon. What the Fed's going to do, the Federal Reserve. So right now, you know, the beef between him and Trump, he don't want to lower rates, and precious metals continue to go up. So I have quite a bit of gold I'm going to try to sell on Sunday, and silver, and a bunch of Case pocket knives. Case called me today, and I don't keep up with bills too often that I don't pay. They called me and said, hey, you owe us some money. And I was like, holy crap. And I had, at the first of the month, about 12 invoices due. So I'm about to write Case Knives a check for tens of thousands of dollars, and I haven't sold a single knife yet. They give it to you on like a 90-day credit, and I hadn't even sold any yet, and now I owe for them. So I'm going to try to start selling some knives on Sunday. I have every new pattern of Case knife for this year. I hadn't sold a single one. I've got all the spring stuff, the summer stuff, and I'm already getting the fall stuff in. So I'm like, holy crap, we better start selling some knives. So I really need to do a show on Sunday. But also, that's about my only day off, because after that, I'll be locked in for another 6 days. So I got to do that very soon. I mean, if I can get back from Knoxville Saturday, soon from the game, and kind of just decompress my mind, you know, I usually just try to take about 8 hours at least once a week just to not do anything. And if I can do that Saturday after the football game, and someone's like, well, you're going to the football game Saturday. I'm like, yeah, right, that's a stressful event. A day off to go watch football is not a day off. That's usually a stressful event. So, but here we go. Okay, let's go back to the top and see what happens. So Paul Stanley 10, and then over here Clay Moore's at 12. But Oso, you still have this for 10, and Edwin Blom does want Paul Clinch for $6.99. Here we go. We have White Chocolate. White Chocolate's a 1973 Indianapolis, huge discount, $6.99 on that. And we have Rebirth of the Beat, Sandy Nelson, $6.99. We have the Mamas and Papas Book of Songs. The Mamas and Papas is $6.99. We have White Chocolate sold to Bark Knoxville at $6.99. And we have McKendree Spring at $6.99. McKendree Spring. Jim B was next on White Chocolate. Edwin Blom was technically second on White Chocolate. And then we have Big Goals by the Beach. Big Goals, $6.99. Tom McEwen on Mamas and Papas. Now, yeah, knives. Yes, it's been so long since I've shown pocket knives. We probably have hundreds of new customers that don't even know that we're a Case knife dealer, because I hadn't really had time to promote it and work with our Case knives. I mean, we're still at a platinum level Case knife dealer. They're silver, gold, platinum, and then I think they call it legacy. The bad thing about legacy is they come in and basically tell you how to display your stuff, or you can't be a legacy dealer. And I'm like, I'll pass on that. because I like controlling how our store looks, obviously, because it's mostly a record and collectible shop and not a knife shop or a gun store. So, by the way, we filled out paperwork 2 years ago to get a gun license, and I never did finish it. And then it expired, and we were pretty much approved. I was going to start carrying firearms, and I messed that all up, so I got to reapply now. I just don't have time for that either. I don't have time for anything. Yeah, I do need to hire some more people. We got Barber Jaggle Donovan. Donovan is $6.99. $6.99. And the Association Inside Out, Wendy is $6.99. And Lightning Strikes, Lou Christie, $6.99. And we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Child is father to the man. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $6.99. And we have St. Tropez, Belle de Tour, it looks like. That is a sealed copy, $6.99. All right, so Paul Stanley's at 12. Oso Adventure, you were outbid, but you do get the Kiss book for $10, okay? So that's sold. I need you to let me know if you want back in on Paul Stanley. It's at $12. Next thing is any Gil Hibbins. And then Jim B says, Out HUD if still available. $6.99. Jim B wants Out HUD if it's still available. So did Jim B for $6.99. Dave Ferguson on Blood, Sweat, and Tears for $6.99. Gun, Knives, and Vinyl. That would be like a mecca for some people. Could you imagine? A gun store, a knife store, a vinyl store with posters and autographs and cool toys and collectibles. That's what I try to sell here every night. But we're so overwhelmed with vinyl, I can't stop it. Elliot Murphy, Aqua Show, sealed, a 73 US, $6.99. We have J.F. Murphy and Salt. This is a white label promo, $6.99. And we have Brian Prothro Pickup. This is $6.99 on this. E.M. Elliot Murphy Soda Bark Knoxville. Everything in here is $6.99, by the way. It's just crazy. I'm not doing half off. I just said $6.99. This is Mikkel Roos Broken Consort J Tiger. This is an 84 Belgium import, EX edition, $6.99. Elliot, Edwin Blom, you were second. John Fox in Mysterious Ways, VG, $6.99. The Paul Stanley book is sold to Clay Moore then for $12. $12. Gregory's back from watching football. Welcome back. I can tell when there's NFL football starts back. I was missing about 50 viewers tonight. We surpassed 300 a couple times, but usually during peak hours, we have over 350 on Thursday nights. We were down about 50 tonight. You know why? The National Football League. I hate it. Thursday nights, I hate it. Everybody decides they want to go out and watch football instead of watching Chad. Here is Kicking and Dreaming, The Story of Heart by Ann and Nancy Wilson. Ann and Nancy Wilson, The Story of Heart, $10 start on that. $10 start on that. He wrapped this book up in plastic for some reason. This might be a good one. It's a Kiss book. It's called Black Diamond. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. Black Diamond, the unauthorized biography of Kiss. He had this one wrapped up in plastic. Here we go. Black Diamond, $10 start. Must be a Kiss-related book. The unauthorized biography of Kiss. There you go. Okay, let's go back to the top. Next thing in the $6.99 crate is the following. Ford Theater presents Time Changes, a new musical. VG Plus, $6.99. Also, Antithesis by Gypsy. Gypsy's just $6.99. Invincible Ink, Light Up the Stereo, $6.99. An 86 US rock. Also, The Best of Ed McCurdy, that is sealed $6.99. And we have Leroy Holson, Unforgettable. White label promo, $6.99 on that. Claudia Berry, Boogie Woogie Dancing Shoes, sealed with hop sticker, $6.99. The Heart book has 0 bids, $10 start. Black Diamond has 1 bid for $10 with Oso. Paradise Ain't Cheap, Hot Shandy. That is an 81 Bluegrass folk album for $6.99. And we have Just Beside Myself, John Luddington, a private press folk sealed for $6.99. The author on Kiss is Dale Sherman. It says Black Diamond includes an exclusive interview compact disc with ex-drummer Eric Carr. Is that still in here? Is there a CD in here? I don't see one. It's supposed to have maybe a disc with an Eric Carr interview. There's a Psycho Circus. What is this? We Are One. Some kind of, there's a receipt from the post office. You can barely read it though. He must have been using that as a bookmark. It's not signed. Okay. Amanda Darby put LL. LL, is that, or is that II for Invisible Ink? I bet that's II for Invisible Ink. Right, Amanda? If so, that's so to you. Hart has a bid for 10. Jim B on CB. CB for Claudia Berry. That's so to Jim B. Got Invincible Ink. Van Stevenson, Suspicious Heart, $6.99. Caston and Majors, EX, $6.99. Asha Lindiana, White Label Promo, $6.99. The Newborn Free, The Hesitations of 68 US. And the Jug Band of the Southern Mountains, VG Plus, $6.99. Okay. Let's read through those one more time. All $6.99, okay? Preston Rose wants the Jug Band, and Joe Sontag on Van Stevenson. Hearts at $12. The first bidder's out. Tom McEwen, you're done. He's back in at 13. Black Diamond sold to Oso for 10. Let me grab another book, and we'll read through these one more time quickly at $6.99. Our next book is Bruce Dickinson, an autobiography. Bruce Dickinson, an autobiography. And Bruce Dickinson is going to go up for a $10 start. Bruce Dickinson, $10 start on that one. All right, here we go. Hart 13, Hart 15, Jim B, the fastest Discog searcher this side of the Mississippi. He is fast. And Chuck Haley wants Lou Christie. Got any punk, hardcore, thrash coming up tonight? You have missed every single one of them. You are about 7 hours too late. That all sold earlier tonight. All gone, sold at auction. Dozens of them. Dozens of them. Okay? And Lou Christie sold to Chuck Haley. Let's read through these one more time. Everything in here is $6.99. First thing we have is Last Kiss, Wednesday. I'm just going to read the titles. You know what the price is. Brian Auger, Search Party. Wayne Cochran. Charlie D and Milo. No Pointer, Direct Hits. Red Queen to Griffin 3. Toshiko Akashoki, Lugabakan Big Band, Insights. Golden Apples, Judy Collins. With All of Our Love. The Trap Family Singers. Rocky and Other Knockouts. Hot Love, David Essex. Dilford and Tilbrook. Aim for the Heart, Paul Clark. And let me pause right there at Rebirth of the Beat, Sandy Nelson. Bruce Dickinson has a bid for 10. Bruce Dickinson has a bid for 15. Hart has a bid for 16. And Bruce Dickinson has a bid for 11. Ed Riviera wants Red Queen to Griffin 3. This is sold to Edwin Riviera, $6.99. McKendree Spring, B Goals by the Beach. Donovan Barberjaggle, The Association, Inside Out Windy. St. Tropez, Belle de Jour. J.F. Murphy and Salt. Captain Prothrow Pickup. Prothrow. J Tiger. John Fox. Ford Theater. Gypsy. Ed McCurry. Leroy Hudson. Paradise Ain't Cheap. Hot Shandy. Just Beside Myself by John Luddington. Caston and Majors, Asha, and the Hesitations, the Newborn Free. The Heart book is sold to Tom McEwen for $16. Bruce Dickinson's A Final Call to Jay Nutra for $15. Oso's out and Danny's out. No one's bid again. $16, final call on that one. Next book, you may know him as Slash. This is Slash. It's going to go up for a $10 start. It seems excessive, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. $10 start on that. Let's bundle the rest of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Let's sell the rest of these to one person. 32 records. I might have to start making threats. 32. And the high bid on this, or my bundle price for these, is $125. $125 for the bundle price here. $125. Condition of Donovan. And mostly shrink wrapped, near mint minus, $6.99. If he buys that, $115. Yeah, 115 divided by 31. Yeah. Okay. So Bruce Dickens is at 17. Danny, you're out. Oso says he's done. Gene Brown gets Donovan for $6.99. So everything left in here, $115. That's 31 records. That's $3.70 a piece. Or I'm going to set them aside at $6.99 each for a flip crate in the morning. Almost everything in here will sell when it's exposed to a whole new audience not watching right now. I guarantee it. A lot of that stuff gets grabbed in the morning videos. I'd love to just go ahead and sell it all right now. Edwin Blom says he'll take the Gypsy. That's up front here. Where is Gypsy? Right here. All right, so he grabbed another one. That sold to Edwin for $6.99. That's now 30 records, and I'll take another $10 off. So now $105 for 30 records. That's now $350 each. And I will probably bring over either A, another $6.99 crate, or B, a half-off crate if we can get this bundle sold. I would love to. Bruce Dickinson sold to Jay Nutra for $17. Nobody bid on Slash, a $10 buy it now. Slash is a $10 buy it now. Next books. Next books. Next books. Who is this? I hadn't figured this one out yet. Aha. Gotcha. And let's do... What a book. Let's do this one. All right, we got Keith Richards' Life. What a book. And this was 30 years ago. It would be twice as thick if he rewrote it. He's added another that much since he's wrote that. And here is Nikki Sixx, The Heroin Diaries. Nikki Sixx is a $10 start, The Heroin Diaries. Okay? Chad, you got any more sheet music from Fred or miscellaneous stuff? I have hundreds of pieces of sheet music out in the store for sale. They're out here laying on tables where people can just dig through it. And I have put almost all that out in the store. Anybody interested in this bundle? We're so close. Man, where's John Barry been? Where's Mark Kaser? Where is the bundle? Where is the bundlers? Denise wants the hesitations. $6.99. Guess what I'm going to do? Now I'm going to take another $10 off. 29 records for $95. Now they're at $327 a piece. $95 for 29 records. Heck, if 10 more records sell out of here, the bundle will be free at this rate. It's exponentially decreasing at $6.99 purchases. So that sounds like some kind of math equation, some kind of math problem. If Chad is asking $95 for a crate of 29 records, and every time somebody purchases a $6.99 record, he removes $10 off the price, how many records would it take for the records to become zero, and therefore blah, 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 blah? Nikki Sixx is at $15. Keith Richards has 0 bids, $10 start on that one. Some of the bundle people, they'll be like, Chad, I'm back. I'll take the bundle. And then I'll be like, where have you been? They's like, well, the last time I was on here, I bought 800 records from you. I've been listening to them. I've listened to all 800 records. Now I'm ready for more. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, I'm going to have to move on to another crate, I guess. Guess I'll have to move on to another crate. Elliot Murphy, I think somebody already bought that one. I think somebody's already grabbed that one. Fortunately, it'll probably have to be like a best offer crate, though. I'd love to go ahead and win into another half off or $6.99er. Maybe I'll just go ahead and show cassettes the rest of the night. Maybe just keep going through miscellaneous, Paul. Maybe Paul wants to see more just bizarre Fred Goodwin stuff. I'll make sure Elliot Murphy's been claimed, though. Elliot Murphy. Elliot Murphy sold, yeah. All right. Over here, we got Keith Richards. Nobody bid till right now. Jason Kenton, final call. Nikki Sixx is at 15. Unfortunately, though, I hadn't heard back from Tom McEwen or Levi Hilton. I'm assuming they're done bidding, but I want to make sure. You know what? I brought all these cassettes up here, and I never did start showing them. Nobody pushed me. Sometimes you got to push me, okay? And nobody pushed me on these. So let's go ahead and show a handful. Not saying we're done with vinyl, but I will go ahead and show a handful here at $6.99, okay? Let's do this top layer at least. These are all $6.99. First thing I have is Heart. That is Babe Lestrange. Kev Moe, Slow Down. Bob Dylan Biograph. That's part of a box set. So that's cassette 1. And then the George Strait Christmas album. $6.99 on that. Okay? Over here, Keith Richards is sold for $10 to Jason Kenton. The Slash book is sold to Jason Kenton for $10. And the Nikki Sixx book, is sold to Oh So Adventure for $15. Those are all sold. Let me step over here and grab a couple more for auction then. Looks like we got another Motley Crue book. And then here is, I think, David Lee Roth. That's his logo, isn't it? Planet Rock. Who is this? The Life on Planet Rock. But didn't David Lee Roth use that image of the devil on one of his album covers? Life on Planet Rock by Leon Friend, foreword by Lars Ulrich. From Guns N' Roses to Nirvana, a backstage journey through rock's most debauched decade. $10 start. Planet Rock, The Dirt, Motley Crue, Confessions of the World's Most Notorious Rock Band, The Dirt, Motley Crue, $10 start. Okay. Over here at the top, we sold the Heart cassette for $6.99 to Tom McEwen. And we have another handful coming up right now. And that next handful is these right here. I have Fleetwood Mac Tusk, The Beatles Rock and Roll Memories, Hank Williams Beyond the Sunset, and Melissa Etheridge. Those are all $6.99. Also $6.99 is Count Basie, The Count, Chris Isaak, San Francisco Days, Kev Moe, Just Like You, The Louis Armstrong Saga, and ABBA Gold, Greatest Hits. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, Alan Parsons' Eye in the Sky, The Beatles Live Hamburg, Bob Dylan, Good As I've Been to You, and Bob Dylan, Oh Mercy. Tom McEwen wants ABBA Gold Greatest Hits. I actually think I have 2 of those. There's one sold to Tom McEwen. I do. I have another one right here. I have Cheap Trick, Standing on the Edge, Cheap Trick One-on-One, another ABBA Gold Greatest Hits, and Lou Reed Transformer, Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. Red Cave has The Dirt. Red Cave has The Dirt book at $10. Going once, going twice. Paul Brothers wants the other ABBA. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Both ABBA Greatest Hits sold. Next over here at $6.99 is the following. Snap, Rhythm as a Dancer. Was, Not Was, What Up Dog. Madonna, Who's That Girl. Melissa Etheridge, Yes I Am. Indigo Girls. Rites of Passage, Mariah Carey, Self-Titled, Mariah Carey, Daydream, and Chuck Berry, The Collection. Okay, first, Fleetwood Mac. Tusk is sold to Paul Brothers at $6.99. Shakedown on the Beatles Live, that was right here. Now, Shakedown, I will say, this says Volume 2. That says Volume 2. I don't know if that's like Volume 2 released separately, or if there's supposed to be another cassette that goes with it. Honestly, I don't really know. Just saying. And I don't see anything else in here. I do see the other Beatles Rock and Roll Music. That's Volume 1 there. I'll make sure you still want that. And then Paul Brothers on Cheap Trick. I'm going to give you both of them unless you say otherwise. Leslie Holt got the Indigo Girls, which was over here. That's sold to Leslie Holt. And then the next thing I have is Mariah Carey, both sold to Paul Brothers. Okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and sell Jim B. Lou Reed Transformer. That was a $300 cassette Jim B just got. And then over here, Red Cave Collections gets the Dirt Motley Crue book for $10. All right? And Clay Moore on Alan Parsons, I Am the Eye in the Sky, Looking at You. And if anybody wants the Planet Rock book, we'll say a $10 buy it now on that. And I'm going to go take this gigantic stack of cassettes and this gigantic stack of books I've sold in here on the table before there's an absolute crash everywhere, okay? We probably don't want that to happen. And then while I'm around the corner here, I'll grab a couple more books to throw up. So let me do that. And the first thing I'm going to do is grab this and this, okay? This is the Rolling Stones 1972, and this is Tommy Land, Tommy Lee. Let me put this Planet Rock book over here. Make sure Tommy Lee didn't sign this. That'd be pretty cool. Tommy Lee, Tommy Land. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And the Rolling Stones 1972. Looks like a pretty cool book. $10 start on that. Okay? Some cool cassettes here. Let's keep them rolling. They're selling like hotcakes. I have the following. Chuck Berry, essentially self-titled, looks like a compilation. Peter Frampton Comes Alive, Firm, Mean Business, Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, 2 of them, and Bad Company, 10 from 6, which is essentially a greatest hits. That's essentially a greatest hits on that one. Ooh, the bottom layer here gets exponentially better, it looks like. All right, these are all $6.99. Here we go. Bad English, Blondie, Eat to the Beat, U2, Octung Baby, Ringo Starr Ringo, and Ringo Starr Time Takes Time. First is Bad Company, and that is sold to Paul Brothers, 10 from 6. Red Cave Collections gets Peter Frampton. That's sold for $6.99. Ringo Starr, U2 is sold to Paul Brothers. Blondie and Bad English. Now, Paul was bad for Bad English or bad for Bad Company? Because I just realized there was 2 bads there pretty close together. All these are $6.99. How much, you may say, Chad? They're $6.99. Leslie, third on U2. We have B.B. King, Why I Sing the Blues, Eagles, The Long Run, Saga, Behavior, John Lennon, Live in New York City, and Donna Summer, She Works Hard for the Money. Nobody's bid on the Tommy Lee book. Nobody's bid on Jim Marshall, The Rolling Stones, 1972. Final call on those. I got B.B. King, Eagles, Saga, John Lennon, Donna Summer, Ringo, Blondie, Bad English, Cyndi Lauper, Firm, and Chuck Berry. Those are all $6.99. Great titles here. How much, you may say, Chad, these are? I repeat, these are just $6.99. Wow. Chad, I want to make sure I heard you correctly and you're not like on drugs or something. Are you saying you're only selling these for $6.99? That is true. We have Eric Clapton Unplugged, Eagles, Hell Freezes Over, James Brown 70s Funk Classics, Unfunk, The Best of Parliament, Parliament's Greatest Hits, and Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 3. Yeah, those are just $6.99. Bob Dylan, The Greatest Hits 3, Parliament's Greatest Hits, James Brown, Cindy Funk Classics, Eagles, Hell Freezes Over, and Eric Clapton Unplugged. And somebody may say, Chad, are you sure you want to sell these for $6.99? I'm like, yeah, they're $6.99. Like Tom McEwen, he just got Eagles, Hell Freezes Over. That was only $6.99. He's probably like, dang. Just want to make sure you're okay, Chad. Yeah, I'm fine. These are just $6.99. Paul Brothers gets Dylan for $6.99. Greatest Hits Volume 3. Next for $6.99 is Wings at the Speed of Sound. Bob Dylan, Time Out of Mind. Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. Tom Petty, Southern Accents. And Slade, Alive. Unfortunately, Ann Peart, that was Neil's sister. She wrote her name on that one. Ringo is sold to Chuck Haley and Chuck Haley. Chris Frazier on Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic, sold. Paul Brothers on Wings, sold to Paul Brothers. Dylan, sold to Paul Brothers, $6.99. These may be selling hotter than hotcakes. This is like hot fudge. Here's more coming at you at $6.99. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is. The Moody Blues, Greatest Hits. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. Amy Grant, The Collection, Sealed, Never Been Opened. Beatles Rock and Roll Music Volume 1. Aerosmith, Pump. And The Storm. The Storm, Aerosmith, Beatles, Amy Grant, Zevon, Moody Blues, and Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. And one more time, just so everybody knows that I am not being held against my will, these are only $6.99. These 2 books can be bought for $10 buy it nows. Tommy Land, $10. The Rolling Stones, $10. If anybody wants those, they're available. Tommy Lee book and the 1972 Rolling Stones book. You heard me correctly, they're only $10 a piece. First thing is Tom McEwen on the Moody Blues. That's sold to him for $6.99. Moody Blues is gone. Gone, it's finished. See you later, Moody. Those are sold. Okay? Next thing we have is TL. TL for Osa Adventure. That's the Tommy Lee book. That's sold to Osa Adventure for $10. Next thing I have over here is Honeymoon Suite, The Big Prize. Dolly Parton, Eagle, When She Flies. Joe Satriani, Not of This Earth. Aerosmith, Pump, and Fleetwood Mac, Mirage. All sold for $6.99 to somebody. They're typing in comments right now all over the world. They're hitting send. It's going to pop up on my screen, and I'm going to tell you who gets what. We have Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Fleetwood Mac The Dance, and Bryan Adams, So Far So Good. That's essentially a Bryan Adams greatest hits. These are just $6.99 each. That's it. No more, no less. Just $6.99 each. I'm not jonesing. This isn't some kind of hidden camera joke and someone's going to come in your house and go, we got you. Chad is not selling these for $6.99. This is all a joke, okay? We have Tom McEwen on Rumors for $6.99. You got that. Dolly, that is sold for $6.99. Clay Moore got Honeymoon Suite for $6.99. Those are sold. Sherry Darnell gets the Rolling Stones book for $10. Dolly was a full album. Over here, we got Bonnie Raitt, Luck of the Draw, The Kinks, Give the People What They Want, Chris Isaak, self-titled, Fats Domino, self-titled, New Edition, Heartbreak, and Madonna, The Immaculate Collection, the greatest hits of Madonna. The greatest hits of Madonna. All right. Okay. And then we have Bob Dylan, Oh Mercy. Did I get Dolly? Yes, you did. And Tom McEwen wants Madonna, The Immaculate Collection. What have I done with it? What have I done with Madonna? There it is. All right. Now, the reason I just brought one over, because this next stack, and I remember not too long ago, we had a whole collection from the same guy, and we sold them all to one person one night. Well, guess what I have? George Strait number 7, George Strait, Carrying Your Love of Me, George Strait, Beyond the Blue Neon, George Strait, Living It Up, George Strait, If You Ain't Loving, You Ain't Living, George Strait, Oceanfront Property, and George Strait, Something Special. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. George Strait, Right or Wrong, George Strait, Lead On, George Strait's Greatest Hits Volume 2, George Strait, Straight from the Heart, George Strait, Merry Christmas to You, and George Strait, Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? Do you have to say my name so they know? You did get Dolly. Yeah, I think you got, I said it so fast earlier, I don't know if you called it, but yes, Leslie Holt got the Dolly cassette at $6.99. When you put Dolly, I said sold, and then Clay Moore got Honeymoon Suite. Then you asked if it was a single. I said no, an album, and then you asked if you got it, and then I said yes, and then I just said it again. So you definitely got Dolly. But yeah, I think I said it so fast earlier, you didn't even catch it. So there's an instant George Strait discography almost, all $6.99 each. Anybody else want anything in here? And how about we offer these as a bundle to Paul Brothers? Come on, Paul. I know you want all these. Anybody else? So I've got The Storm, Aerosmith, The Beatles, Amy Grant, Warren Zevon, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, George Strait, Bob Dylan, Kev Moe, Melissa Etheridge, Hank Williams Sr., The Beatles, Bob Dylan, Louis Armstrong, Kev Moe, Chris Isaak, Count Basie, Chuck Berry, The Firm, Cyndi Lauper, Bad English. Can't believe no one got Bad English. Blondie, Tom Petty, Slade, Clapton, James Brown, Parliament, B.B. King, Eagles, Saga, John Lennon, Donna Summer, The Beatles, Snap, Was Not Was, Madonna, Melissa Etheridge, Chuck Berry, Bob Dylan, Joe Satriani, Aerosmith, Fleetwood Mac, Bryan Adams, Fleetwood Mac, New Edition, Fast Domino, Chris Isaak, The Kinks, Bonnie Raitt, Bob Dylan, George Strait, 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 George Strait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 George Straits. 13 George Straits at $6.99 would be $90.87. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 at $6.99 would be at 13 would be $90.87. I'll do $80 if you want them. Chris Frazier's offered $50. I would do $80. If all that was on vinyl, if all that was in vinyl, you're looking at, I bet, let's say we had near mint copies and shrink of all those on vinyl. They would average out, and I bet all that would be $600 to $700 on vinyl. I don't know, a couple of those are really expensive. I think that Carrying Your Love of Me is really expensive, and Living It Up. And yeah, the rest of them are probably nice mint copies. They're up there. That is $600 or $700 on vinyl easily. So, and Leslie said she'll take them. All right, she had first dibs on those. So these are what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack in there, and then I'm going to take her stack of George Straits, and then we're going to bundle the rest of Paul Brothers. That's George Strait's always demanded a lot of money. His first album has gotten really expensive. No George Straits. All right, well, these are already sold in to Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. Sold a Clint Eastwood autograph tonight. That was the air horn moment of the night. Okay. All right, so let's count these. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 29, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52. There's really good titles there. So 52 at $6.99. And then that is $363.48. Okay, so that's if you would have bought them at $6.99. $363. That is $363.48. Okay, remember that price. If we do $4 a piece, Paul, that would be $208, which would be $100. And let's just say $200. That would be $160 off if we did them for $200. And that would be 200 divided by 52. That would get them down to $384 a piece. So $200 get them down to $384 a piece. Great titles too. He said he'll take them. Boom. Sold. Let's stack all these up in the back for Paul. Leslie said she'd sell them to me for $75 because I'm going to come get them. It's not going to cost that much to ship them. Paul's coming to pick his stuff up too. Y'all are getting discounts because you're picking them up. I know you're picking them up. That's included in the price. Maybe if you bought a bowling ball, I would discount that. Or like the Clint Eastwood earlier, I gave a frame poster. We don't have to worry about shipping that. Wow, we sold a whole collection of cassettes here. Let me stack all these up over here. Holy moly. Whoever's tagging these shows in the morning are going to have their hands full. They're going to be like, oh my goodness, what has Chad done over here? He sold 20 crates of vinyl, 30 crates of cassettes, 20 crates of books, 30 crates of CDs, 30 crates of coins, 90 crates of cookies, 20 crates of Subway sandwiches. And that's how you sell a bunch of cassettes. We just sold a buttload of cassettes. Now we got 30,000 more to read through. Do y'all realize how many more cassettes are in this building? Oh my gosh. There are thousands of cassettes in this building. There are thousands of cassettes. There are tens of thousands of cassettes in this building. Do y'all know how many CDs are in this building right now? Oh my gosh. We gotta whisper so we don't wake up the neighbors. But there are thousands of cassettes in this building. Paul Brothers is like, yeah, and I've already bought thousands from you too. And you still got thousands. And we're going to be selling thousands more. I like doing stuff by the thousands and millions. Thousands and millions. Okay. Let's see what's going on over here. The rest of these books, I think I've picked out, let's see here. These will be $10 a piece, no auction. Pat Benatar, Between a Heart and a Rock Place. This was at a library. Looks like a library sell-off. Lobotomy, Surviving the Ramones, D.D. Ramone. D.D. Ramone book, $10. The Wit and Wisdom of Keith Richards, Stone Me. $10 on Keith Richards. What Would Keith Richards Do? Daily Affirmations from a Rock and Roll Survivor. $10 on this. One more crate of vinyl. Let's do it. Can we get a bundle deal done on this crate here? We were so close earlier. I feel like we were so close. There's some more $10 books for you. Pat Benatar, D.D. Ramone, Keith Richards. I want to get this tub emptied so I know what's in the bottom of it. Oh, here we go. I meant to auction this hours ago, but here is Ozzy. I Am Ozzy. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Ozzy, $10 start. Sorry, I meant to put that up a long time ago. George Scherer wants the yellow book. What Would Keith Richards Do? That's sold to George Scherer for $10. Next, at $10 each, are these. Married to a Rock Star by veteran rock wife Shemaine Nugent. Must be Ted Nugent's wife. Here we go. Mustaine. Mustaine's a $10 start, or $10 buy it now. And Rat and Roll, Stephen Piercy. Nice. And we'll do $10 on that. Ozzy has bids for 10, 10, 10. Tom McEwen's going to take the Pat Benatar for 10. And those last two were good. Dave Mustaine, so does Cindy Yarborough, and then the Stephen Piercy book. So Chris Frazier has Ozzy for 10. Chad Schneider, Clay Moore, you're out. Clay Moore wants the Rat book. And I found one autographed. I'm going to get it JSA'd. I am 99% sure it's authentic because it's a book plate. But I did find KK Downing, and it was signed. So usually stuff from Premier Collectibles are good. They usually contract these people out to sign them. That's who signed. I got the same thing signed by Geddy Lee, his new book. So I'll get that JSA'd, and we'll sell that in January. I'll put it over here with my other signed stuff. Once there was a way to get back homeward. Ozzy still has a four-way tie. So Chris Frazier's about to get it for $10. I don't think anybody else has bid. That's still tied, and I got 3 more books here. We might have to auction this one. I didn't realize who this was till I paid closer attention. Here, we'll put this up for bid. Cliff Burton, To Live Is to Die, The Life and Death of Metallica's Cliff Burton, foreword by Kurt Hammett. So I'll put the unsold stuff over here. We'll run that for a quick auction. Cliff Burton, To Live Is to Die, $10. And then these are buy it nows. God, Guns, and Rock and Roll. Ted Nugent, and Kiss and Sell, The Making of a Supergroup. Kiss book, $10. Kiss and Ted Nugent. Ozzy and Cliff Burton's up for auction. And the only thing left are paperbacks, but I think I'm going to auction those on Kiss Night because I think they're all Kiss vintage paperbacks except 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and sell them all then. Let's just sell these at $10 a piece, okay? We have No One Here Gets Out Alive, the best-selling biography of Jim Morrison. Walk This Way, the autobiography of Aerosmith. The Bay City Rollers, folks. Look at that vintage paperback. The Bay City Rollers. And then these 2 Vintage Kiss paperbacks. These are $10 a piece. They're pretty worn, especially this one, but those are $10 each. Okay? So, Kiss, Bay City Rollers, Aerosmith, Jim Morrison, Ted Nugent, and Kiss. Ozzy's at 12-13 with Hiram Aponte. Hiram has Ozzy at 13. Cliff Burton's at 10 with Clay Moore. And those are going once, going twice. And then over here is Headliners Kiss. That's sold to Chris Frazier for $10. Sherry Darnell wants Jim Morrison paperback for $10. And we're good to go for right now. And wow, finally got this tub empty. It took me forever. Let me get the last bit of this stuff out of here. And these 345s, I think they're just whatnots. But we'll go ahead and show them. Lay Down Sally, Eric Clapton, and the Allman Brothers Ramblin' Man. $6.99 each on Lay Down Sally and Ramblin' Man. Cliff Burton has 2 $10 bids, and Ozzy is a final call to Hiram for $13. That's where we stand on that one. Let me move. All right, so that tub got pretty emptied. So whoever's been asking about the Kiss 8-tracks, that will be the next thing that comes out of that tub on Monday night. That will be our Kiss bonus auction. I'll tell everybody, put 8-track if you want to bid on 8-track, and we'll have about, I don't know, 1 million to sell. Is this thing full of cassettes? Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. I have found auction material for tomorrow night. Holy moly, look at all these. Oh my gosh, this is what I like to see. Oh my gosh, look at this. Whew. Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Iron Maiden, Rush, U2, Aerosmith, Metallica, Rat, Beatles, Journey, Fleetwood Mac, Hendrix, Sabbath, Nugent, Doobies, Ozzy, Richie Sambora, Skid Row, Trouble, Hendrix, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Rush, Big Band Era, Van Halen, and the Cars. These aren't as precious. Jimi Hendrix, Julian Lennon, a bunch of mixtapes in Kansas. Might pull a few of those out tonight, but those metal ones, we'll put those up for auction tomorrow. And what is in this big box over here? Oh my gosh, what is this? Oh, that's just a storage thing. I got one of those storage things with drawers, but it's empty. Tough to ship that. All right, so Cliff Burton is sold for $10 to Clay Moore, and then Ozzy is sold to Hiram for $13. Okay. I'm sure everybody's waiting for that final crate of vinyl, aren't you? I'm sure you are. Let me take this basket over here. Let me toss it right there. I got Beatles mono box sets for $1,500. That's what's in that big box. I've got 4 Beatles mono box sets. Make that 5, but one of them is an extra copy for me. But I've got 5 Beatles mono box sets. If anybody wants one, they're $1,500 shipped. $1,500. The Beatles in mono. How much, Chad? $1,500. I bid 11 on Cliff. You bid $10 on Cliff. Unless you got, he bid 10, then you bid 10, and then you said you bid 11 on Cliff. I don't know if that ever came through. I mean, it didn't on my screen, unless you got restreamed. You could have. Let me see if I can find it on Facebook. That never was on Facebook either, it doesn't look like. I don't think that ever came through, Danny. The only two things is your 10 and then that 11. Or where you said you bid 11. It was Claymore 10, you bid 10, and that was it. I thought I lost you. Okay, let me jump over here and see what else I have. The next thing I have is, okay, let me go crate up. If I go up front and crate up some stuff, that would be $6.99 will be best. $6.99 will probably be best. So let me take that crate and go fill those up, and we'll run through one of those crates, okay? And I'll see how much more miscellaneous we can get into tonight. But with 141 people at 12:30 on Thursday night, probably best time to go up front and grab some $6.99. By the way, they're coming in at like 8 o'clock in the morning to take all of our records out and put in $1 records. So all the price stuff is going to get basically taken out and then dollar stuff put in. So y'all should be looking forward to that. Here we go. Let's grab some of these. And let's grab all of this stuff here. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. I am up front right now. All right, let me pack these in here a little bit better. Do you believe in magic? Do 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 do. Ba da 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 da. Beep bop bop. Dee 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 dee. A cheep bop 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 bum 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 bum. Da do da do ba ba. Da ding ding da ding dee 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 ding ding ding. Roo do 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 do. Ba da ba ba ba. I got more books. They're from that Atlanta collection. The next crate is $6.99, which is like clearance price, which is a no more, no less. Yeah. $6.99 across the board. Just $6.99. Only $6.99. And I do have more books over here on this card I'm going to try to slip in. I love selling books for two reasons. One, usually they demand pretty good money. Two, it clears up a tremendous amount of space for us. We'll try these first, and this one. And then, I usually try to show them one more time when the show starts tomorrow. Here we go. $6.99, this is a small crate of vinyl. Well, when I was filling it up, I was holding it with one hand, so I usually do these. It's pretty packed, though. It's pretty full. We have Allen Stone on Gold Nugget vinyl. This is sealed, $6.99. See, Jim B's starting to get paranoid. And I'll tell you why he's starting to get paranoid. It's because the week is starting to run out. And he gets charged, just like everybody else, $8 in limited shipping. So if he doesn't have a $2,000 or $3,000 invoice that has a retail value of $50,000, $60,000, then that $8 in limited shipping really cuts into his profits. So he starts really panicking. He's like, gosh, we got to get some more stuff bought so I can average out 2 or 3 cents per item on each of my units. Otherwise, this $8 shipping is going to kill my $50,000, $60,000 profit I've made on this last invoice. Y'all are both lucky. I've got 2 Allen Stones, and they're sealed on Gold Nugget vinyl. $6.99. That's a $400 profit right there. One sold to Jeremy Rourke, one sold to Jim B. Next for $6.99 is hot tuna. Hot tuna, no condition notes. That's Yorma Calcoen. You may know him from Jefferson Airplane. There is a name tag on the front. That's that old Sean Connery collection. We got MXM Tune, True Colors from Life is Strange. a picture disc, $6.99. A.A. Bondi, When the Devil's Loose, that is sealed for $6.99. Utopia, Swing to the Right, Utopia is $6.99. And the Sandpipers, no condition notes on this. A&M Records, it's in the original plastic baggie, $6.99. MXM Tomb is sold to Eric Van Leuven. And let's put that away. And now my crate is really full. Perfect timing. Let's swap out crates, everybody. Done. Let's jump right over here and take these two out. And here we go. Boom. Boom. $6.99. We have Elvis, Double Dynamite, a 2 LP and shrink, $6.99. A.A. Bondi, sold to Shakedown. Thank you, $6.99. Elvis, He Walks Beside Me. How much? $6.99. Elvis, Moody Blue, blue vinyl. How much? Just $6.99. 3 Elvis Presley records there. Just $6.99. Manic Pop Thrill, That Petrol Emotion. $6.99 for Manic Pop Thrill. We have John McLaughlin with One Truth Band, Electric Dreams. John McLaughlin, $6.99. Promo strip on the front. And Paul Carrick, Suburban Voodoo. Paul Carrick, $6.99. Now, John, do you want Elvis Double Dynamite, Elvis He Walks Beside Me, or Elvis Moody Blue? You technically have first dibs. Next is Levi on whatever ones he wants. And then if Blue doesn't get picked, then it's sold to Scott Arnold. We'll find out what happens in just a second. This is Shabazz. It's called Palaces of Light. Shabazz, $6.99. John Durden wants the first two, so he gets this one and this one. Levi, if you want Moody Blue, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Scott Arnold. Also, the Animalympics. The Animalympics. Graham Goldman from 10cc. Gold stamp promo, $6.99. Friends is a white label promo. They're all Friends. VG Plus, $6.99. And the best of Tim Weisberg, Smile. Sealed Tim Weisberg Best of, $6.99. Hoyt Axton, a rusty old Halo. Hoyt Axton is sealed for $6.99. And Wide Boy Awake. This is sealed at $6.99. Scott Arnold does get the Elvis Moody Blue album at $6.99. Also $6.99 is Bachman Turner Overdrive Head On. BTO is $6.99. Let me pause there to show you some books. Swingin' Chicks of the 60s. And this is actually from Fred Goodwin's collection. The reason he had this is because I think Shirley Eaton, the Bond girl's in here. She was mentioned as a swingin' chick of the 60s. So $10 on that. Rock of Ages, the Rolling Stone magazine History of Rock book, $10 on that. Clapton, that's what it's called, Clapton, $6.99. And then this Janis Joplin book is $14.99. Janis by Janis Joplin, $14.99. 1971 first printing. Pretty cool. That was written the year after she died. David Dalton, first printing, 1971. Okay, next thing we have is Phantom Canuck on Animal, and that was Animalympics, right? $6.99. And then over here we have Leslie on the 60s, Swinging Chicks of the 60s. That's sold to Leslie for $10. Thank you on that, Leslie. And Jim B gets Shabazz. That's sold to Jim B. I'm assuming that's what your SP comment was for. Shabazz? Or was that something else for SP? Seals and Crofts, Year of Sunday, $6.99. No condition notes. Guitar Country, Chet Atkins, $6.99. Sherry Darnell wants the Janis Joplin book at $14.99. Sell that to Sherry Darnell. Pearl Harbor and the Explosions, $6.99. The Pasadenas, $6.99. And the fabulous Mae West. You asked to go upstairs like your Mae West. Mae West is $6.99. And the Platters Encore of Broadway Golden Hits, $6.99. John Durden on the Pasadenas. So to John Durden for $6.99. Paul Carrick, Suburban Voodoo, VG Plus, $6.99. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $6.99. Boz Scaggs, Other Roads, $6.99. Doc Watson, Memories, $6.99. Pete Townsend, White City, a novel, $6.99. Sherry Darnell on Seals and Croft. That's so does Sherry Darnell, S&C. Also, Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, $6.99. And Steve Smith, Vital Information. This one is called Fifaphagia, and that's celebration, in parentheses, celebration. $6.99. That's what's left there. Let's go grab another handful of books. Let's do it. Everybody dance now. Boom, 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 boom. CNC Music Factory. Okay. I have Masters of Painting, their works, their lives, their times, with 231 illustrations, including 55 reproductions in full color. The Masters and their paintings. Wow. Interesting. Hardback book, $14.99. $14.99. Collecting the Beatles, an introduction and price guide to the Fab Four collectibles, records, and memorabilia. $9.99. And Get Started on Guitar, Chet Atkins. This is actually, is it a cassette? What is this, a book and cassette? It's a book, cassette, and VHS. Chet Atkins is $10. You play that, you listen to it, and all of a sudden you can play guitar like Chet Atkins for $9.99. How did I know that Everybody Dance Now is by CNC Music Factory? Probably because I sell music 8 hours a night, 6 days a week. And when I'm not selling music, I'm listening to music and buying music and ordering music and sorting music and researching music. So I'm pretty good on music trivia when it comes to identifying tracks. I usually can get most songs within the first beat. If not, then it's probably something pretty deep cut. We have Encyclopedia of Pop, Rock, and Soul, $9.99. And Are You Lonesome Tonight? The Untold Story of Elvis Presley's One True Love and the Child He Never Knew. Elvis Presley, $14.99 for the hardback. Chuck Haley Wants the Beatles book for $9.99. This is actually pretty cool. It's got all kinds of pictures and information on Beatles collectibles. We've gone on road trips before. We've went on road trips before, and they will be amazed, especially like with 60s and 70s rock, Seth and them. I say, I need one beat. If I don't know what it is, then y'all have really went some kind of deep cut or you've tricked me. But I just need, I told Moose one time, Moose, I can do it before 1 second. Unless it's a quiet lead-in. You know, some songs have some kind of crazy quiet lead-in, but usually if you don't know it within the first beat, you probably don't know it. Takes about one beat, boom, and I can just be like ZZ Top, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Kiss, Ted Nugent, Chet Atkins. I'd probably get stumped on Chet Atkins. I wouldn't know much Chet Atkins. I probably could listen to it sometime and be like, that's probably Chet Atkins. That would take me, but rock and pop and stuff from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, I can do it in about one beat. A lot of 50s, too. I know a lot of 50s. The Flamingos, Buddy Holly. I can do it usually in about a beat. Boom. I can tell you what it is. If not, I've been thrown a serious deep cut. Here we go. These are also $10 a piece. We have Behind the Hits, the inside stories of classic pop and rock and roll. $10 on that. And we have the Pop 60s, a personal and irreverent guide. Sorry, that didn't come out correctly. This is $9.99 as well. Simmons Door Wednesday Night Music Bingo. I used to do a trivia night, which most of the stuff I wasn't that great on, not music trivia, just general trivia. But while they were turning in questions, while everybody was answering, they would play a song for a bonus point. And so the team I was on loved having me because I always knew the bonus song, and most other people didn't. It was stuff like Dr. Hook, ELO. They would throw in some ABBA, deep cuts, and stuff like that. And we would usually win because of our bonus point, because of all the music. They would play music in between questions. And there'd be older guys at the table, and they'd be like, I was like 16, 17 years old. They'd like, how in the heck did you know Dr. Hook, Chad? And I was like, I just know Dr. Hook. Elvis Presley is sold to Sherry Darnell for $14.99. So Pop 60s book, Behind the Hits, Encyclopedia of Pop, Rock, and Soul, Chet Atkins, Master Payton's Clapton, Rock of Ages. And over here, I still got the Kiss, Bay City Rollers, Aerosmith, Ted Nugent, and Kiss and Sale. Anybody else want anything in the $6.99 crate? We had Steve Smith, we have Linda Ronstadt, Pete Townsend, Doc Watson, Boz Scaggs, Leo Sayer, Paul Carrick, The Platters. Over here, we have the Fabulous Mae West, Pearl Harbor and the Explosions, Guitar Country, Chet Atkins, Bachman Turner Overdrive, Wide Boy Wake, Hoyt Axton, The Best of Tim Weisberg, Friends, Paul Carrick, John McLaughlin, Manic Pop Thrill, That Petrol Emotion, The Sandpipers, Utopia, and Hot Tuna. Hot Tuna. Before the vinyl's pulled out, Chad's let you be on Green Columbia. I can tell you what a label looks like before it's pulled out, or tell you what the 3 labels should look like. Yep. On mainstream releases, you can show me a Bob Dylan record and I can tell you what label it's on from the front of the cover. Or Led Zeppelin. That's easy though. Led Zeppelin has essentially 2 labels if you're looking at US pressings. There's only 2 labels, Green and Red and Swan Song. Now, if you start talking about foreign stuff, you could have plum, you could have single tone. It could get quite complex. What do y'all say? Bundle deal? Is there any bundlers on? Because I'm just going to keep showing $6.99, but we got to bundle them. We didn't sell the last bundle. We didn't sell this bundle. If not, I'm just going to keep showing books and miscellaneous for about the last 20, 30 minutes of this show. Facebook is going to expire at 1:30. I would love to keep showing books and miscellaneous if we're done with vinyl for tonight. And probably if I would have told some people hours ago we were going to be doing $6.99 in bundles, probably some people would have stayed awake. But I have a feeling a lot of people went to bed. So I'm going to try to finish this crate of this crate here. Let's see what we have here. Oh, man. So, yeah, I kept this to show y'all. I forgot about this. This is like when is this from? So this is a catalog of nothing but forgeries. So this is like a catalog where you could have ordered really expensive signed vinyl. And I was looking through this, and nothing in here is real. Like this Pink Floyd album, those are not authentic. That's not, it's all fake stuff. I was like, man, I hope these people got sued. And if y'all know, back in the 90s and 2000s, there was a lot of this stuff that went around and people were really getting taken advantage of. But, yeah, none of this is real. That right there, that is not authentic. That is not authentic. Definitely not authentic. Oh my gosh. So fake. This is, oh my gosh. Whoever bought that, I don't know what, they don't list prices. Whoever bought that, these are all forgeries. All fake, extremely fake, very fake. Not even close. Very fake. In your dreams. Not even unbelievable. All this right here is all fake autographs. Nothing on this is real. This is all all fake. Okay, that's just another old auction catalog. Here's another auction catalog, all with fakes and forgeries. Yeah, none of this stuff in here is real. This is extremely fake. Extremely fake. Yeah, none of this is all fake. I kept this as, look at this. See all this? This is not even close. Okay, here's some stuff that's actually probably you want to buy. Extreme fake or a little fake? I guess both. Okay, so we got Beatles sheet music here. We got Beatles sheet music. And we have Beatles sheet music. 2 Beatles sheet music books, $10. Vanity Fair Michael Jackson magazines. 2 Vanity Fair Michael Jackson magazines. Together for $15. MJ. Lady Gaga magazine. Lady Gaga magazine. 2 for the price of 1. $10. Another Beatles songbook. Let's put 3 together and make it $15. Okay. And we have Movies Rock magazine. This is not an ad scam. This is a Movies Bloody Rock. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. When Travolta did disco. Anyways, $5 on that. So Michael Jackson, Lady Gaga, Beatles, Elvis, all the fake catalogs you could have bought autograph. Is that what this was too? Is this another fake catalog? It is. Oh my gosh. Now, I will give them some credit. Like there's a concert poster from Led Zeppelin. That could be authentic. I'd have to see it in person. But based on everything else I'm seeing here, it's probably fake. I haven't seen anything real yet. And I'm just being, oh my gosh, this would be, look at that. The Last Waltz with all those signatures on there. It's impossible. Yeah, this is just too good to be true. Fake, fake, fake. Yeah, that's a Seinfeld quote. Oh my gosh. See, this is the kind of stuff, and when years later we go to people's houses, and they've had it since 1991, and we look at it and we send it to JSA, and they say, yeah, it's bad. And then I tell somebody, well, I got bad news. That thing you bought out of the catalog in 1991 for $1,500 is as fake as going to get. Batman Star Trek comics. I might have some graphic novels. I've got Fame magazines with Paul McCartney on the cover, $6.99. I got Paul McCartney World Tour books. Look how many this guy bought. This guy in Atlanta, he bought all these at the Paul McCartney concert. He walked up to the merch stand and was like, yeah, give me 7 of those. $10 a piece on the Paul McCartney World Tour books. Those have probably been, what, $25 at the show back then or more, even in the 90s. And Request magazine with the Beatles. I'll do $10 on those. Any books of Elvis. You missed one. I don't think I have any left. You missed one, Regina. Unfortunately, I don't have any left. I got to take some of this back off the cart. Chappie on Paul book. You want a World Tour book, Chappie, for $10, right? It's actually a really good tour book. It's almost like a, you know, it's really good. Field of Dreams. Oh yeah, Field of Dreams, most of that stuff is forgeries. Yeah. Or they used to do those plate things, and that would really confuse people. They thought they were buying signed stuff. We got a bunch of Rolling Stones prints that are plate signed, and they make it sound like it's signed, but it's just like a plate where they've stamped their autographs. It's where Mick Jagger didn't want to sign something 500 times, so he signs a plate, and then, or they make it into a plate, and then they stamp it on there. And it really looks like it's live ink, but it's just a plate stamping. The Beatles sheet music, 40 of the latest and greatest Lennon McCartney songs. This one, multiple pages. The Golden Beatles. This one actually has some pictures and stuff in the middle. That's from around the Help era. I think some of these are kind of vintage. This one here is, I think they're both, yeah, I mean, this is from 1965, around the time of Help. And then this one, and I can tell you, these have been well used. They don't have much, really no writing, but this one's got a lot in it. This has got most of the Beatles songs in it. But they've been well used. Somebody used these. They actually use these. Just saying. But 15 for the three, just because they're pretty used. If not, that would probably have been like $10 start each if they were mint. Let me get over here to these graphic novels and comics and stuff like that. There may be some other books in this tub. I'd really have to open it. But to create some space, let me take this stack of sold books. Thanks everybody that bought something out there. Let me take these in here. We've accumulated quite the stack. We've only sold 6 crates of vinyl tonight. Sometimes we do 8, 10, 12 crates, but we've sold an entire table full of miscellaneous stuff. Like an entire table here full of miscellaneous. Books and Funkos and cassettes, so that's pretty incredible. And then Leslie said she'll take these for 15. Jay Nutra said again. I don't know if that's a claim or a statement. Regina, the closest thing I have to Elvis is this guy here, which I'm trying to figure out who it is. Is it Bill Murray? Okay, it's Bill Murray, the king of comedy waits to be your teddy bear. So that's Bill Murray dressed up like Elvis. I see him now. It took me a while to figure out. I was like, that's not John Travolta. I was trying to figure out what was going on. So yeah, $5 on that. And there's the Paul McCartney tour books. This is from that guy in Atlanta from a few years ago. He used to go to the newsstand, and if there was something on the cover with Paul McCartney or a Beatle, he wouldn't get one. He would get 2 and sometimes 3, and he even did that as a kid. And most kids in the 60s didn't think about doing stuff like that. But he had a lot of paperbacks and books, and luckily he didn't buy from these catalogs because he didn't have anything like this. These blow my mind, though. So one of those companies got sold. This might have been the company that got sued. If you look it up, the guy that authenticates Beatles autographs, his name's Frank Cazzo. Y'all probably seen me show his letters before. He is the world's foremost Beatle expert. So if you get a Cazzo LOA, you don't have to worry about really getting any other company. But most people get a Cazzo and then they get a JSA or a PSA. But Cazzo was involved in the lawsuit against a lot of these companies in the 90s because they were trying to sell, you know, signed John Lennon Imagine albums for $10,000. And he's like, hey, these are not real. There's not even a known example of a signed John Lennon Imagine, maybe a handful in existence that in private collections. You know, maybe a dozen, and 5 hadn't even been discovered. And they was like, yeah, we'll sell you as many as you want for $10,000 a piece. And I think he got involved in a lawsuit and really exposed a lot of those catalogs, and that's why you don't see or hear that kind of stuff anymore. Then authentication companies came around that were actually reputable, like PSA, JSA, Beckett, and people can't pass that stuff over anymore. Because if people are usually into collecting that kind of stuff now, they know to look for a reputable, you know, LOA. So he's like, these just don't exist. The Beatles don't even have this many signed albums. And these catalogs are like, yeah, we'll sell you all the signed Sgt. Pepper albums you want for $10,000 a piece. Which is not only a crazy good deal, but also just impossible to have at least one, much less, you know, 30 of them. All right. I've opened a tub and got into some territory I don't know what I'm getting into. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, let's start scanning some stuff and pricing it. How much for the Kiss book? There was actually a couple. There was a Kiss paperback and the Kiss and Sale. Kiss paperback is $10. All right. Good old eBay scanner is going to come in handy here. This is called Thanos, the Infinity Finale. And this is $19.99. It was $24.99 new. Matthew Sherrick on Kiss. Sold to Matthew Sherrick. I'm going to get my pricing gun out because a lot of this I'm going to show again tomorrow. We've been trying to get around to pricing some of this stuff for a while. What is today? September 5th. Go ahead and mark some of this stuff now. Okay. Now we got a bunch of these different volumes. Uh, 45, 42, 45. All right, so this needs to be, well, I'll do it for $44.99. This is the Savage Sword of Conan, or Conan. Conan O'Brien or Conan the Barbarian, Volume 8. So this is bound novel. These are, I call it bound comic books. So if you open up here to page 1, it will literally be how the comic book, like right there, there's the cover. That's what the original comic looked like. It was more like a magazine size. There's the splash page, and then it goes right into the comic. So it's essentially like all those comics, and they're bound together in a set. This is volume 8. There's at least 7 other volumes. It's comic book after comic book. There's like, for example, there's issue number 89, chapter 5. And they put them together because, you know, if you got all the comic books back then in sequence, it would have been a story, you know. Some of these can get pretty pricey. For example, I have, in the last couple years, purchased the ones where they archive all the Action Comics together, because it's really crazy to be holding an Action Comics issue number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all those early Batman stories. You can get some reprints, but if you want it all together in one thing, this is your guy. Okay, and it looks like I've got volume 6. I got a bunch of them here. I knew I had them. I'm just now realizing I have them. So there's volume 8. There's volume 6. Volume 5. There's volume 7. So 5, 6, 7, 8. So where's 1, 2, 3, 4? I got them right here. Boy, I might, oh my gosh, I got them all the way up into the 20s. Holy moly. Before I price another one, before I drag any more of these out, does anybody want these? I mean, I've got volume, okay, I've got volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22. I've got all 22, or at least I've got 22 consecutive volumes. The first one I marked was $44.99. Let me see if I can find a whole set or see how many is there. They might be selling them as a whole set on eBay. That'd be the best way to sell them, obviously. Conan. Hold on a second. They call these... let's see. Dark Horse. Let's just search Dark Horse. So Savage. So I've got 22. These are, see how they're numbered? I've got them all the way up to 22. Savage Sword of Conan. We'll type in Dark Horse. Trade. I think they're called trade paperbacks. TPG. Yeah. All right. Let's go to sold. And I bet up at the top highest, you'll see some of the complete volumes. All right. 1 through 9 sold for $250. 8 through 15 sold for $230. 1 through 7, $200. I don't see where somebody has sold like all 22 together or 21. But it looks like every 9 sells for like $250. That could mean the later ones get more pricier. And I don't see anybody selling the whole shebang on here. Where's Paul Brothers at when I need them? Chad Schneider wants a price though. Yeah, I don't see like anybody selling a big lot past number 15. Let me look up randomly volume 19 and see what pops up. Yeah, volume 19 sells for $90 and $75. So when those later volumes are probably lower print runs. Is there a volume 19 by itself sold for $60? Okay, so if I priced 1 through 9 and then 8 through 15 at $500, okay, then that leaves 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22. Is there 22? 21 or 22? 21. There may be another one. Up 22. Yeah, there are 22. So those last like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 8 at like 60. That's probably another 500. Somebody does have them all together? Really? Savage Sword of Conan. Let me take out Dark Horse and just put trade paperback. This is an expensive set. I didn't realize we had these. There's the comics. There they are. Minnesota, 1 through 22, $1,300. I see that up in Minnesota. All right, so 1 through 22, I'll say yeah, I'll say $1,000. Because it looks like after issue 16, they start getting much more expensive. Because I've got 1 through 22, but individually they start getting close to $50 and $70 a piece. So, yeah, that's an expensive set. It looks like right now, if you sat down and ordered 1 through 22 individually, it's going to cost you at least $1,000. And then if you bought all 22 together, you can't get them shipped for under $1,000 right now. So that's an awesome set though. Wow. Yeah, I had some of the other comics the other day. Well, now that was, I say the other day, time flies. It was earlier this year. I still got a box of them over here, like the original magazines. But yeah. Well, that takes up most of the box, but I do have other stuff. So there's Thanos, there's Walking Dead. I bet these aren't cheap either. These Walking Dead bound copies. But there you go. Now that I know I have all 22, I probably won't separate them, but if anybody's watching, they're like, dang, Chad, I need these. All right. Let's see what we got here. Uh-oh, I do see some STARTREK. Right. Thank God for the eBay scanner. What would we do before this? Wow, why is so much of this stuff in Canada? It's crazy how much of this stuff's in Canada. I think y'all are going to like this, though. This is the Tomb of Dracula, the Essential, Volume 1. So you get issues Tomb of Dracula 1 through 25, Werewolf by Night number 15, which I think is a key issue. That's the first appearance, I think. Giant Size Chillers 1, and I'll do this one for $34.99. $34.99 for the Tomb of Dracula. I'm going to go ahead and put a price tag on that one. Okay, then we have Kull, the Savage Sword of Kull, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Let me scan Volume 1 and go Filter Sold. We'll do this one for $24.99. Okay, and I've got Volume 2, the Savage Sword of Kull. We'll do this one for $52, $42, $44, $50, $52. Wow, but there's only one that's sold right now listed. They're not cheap whatsoever. And then one sold plus shipping. So that's kind of an outlier because it's sold at auction. I'm going to say $24.99, but that's half of what most of them are listed for right now. All right, so though you can pick up both volumes of those for essentially $50. And then let's see what we got here. Let's grab these books. All right. Yeah, the feed's going to end at 1:30, and that's also when Chad's going to end. I'm actually pricing stuff to sell now, or you're going to watch it get grabbed when we're live tomorrow. And I'm like, here's this. If anybody wants it, it's X amount of dollars and X amount of cents. And everybody's going to be like, I'll take it, Chad. Sold. Like this Star Trek, The Next Generation Technical Manual. This is $14.99. This shows literally physics, pods, bay doors, physics, diagrams, all of the USS Enterprise, layouts, all kind. You could literally build this thing in your backyard, and then the FBI would come confiscate it. $14.99. Where's Travis at when I need him? We have Journey to Cubeville, a Dilbert View. Cubeville, Population U, a Dilbert book, $9.99, Dilbert. How much, Chad? Just $9.99. Dilbert's just $9.99. Fugitive from the Cubicle Police, Dilbert, probably about the same price. In 1996, these were $12.95. Do y'all realize what that amounts to after inflation? These were like $35 in the 90s. Dilbert, $9.99. And another one. I'm not even going to look it up. I'm just going to say $9.99. How much for The Walking Dead? I did skip that earlier. I did skip The Walking Deads. Let me find out. Let me look those up. All these are priced, right? Okay. Let me set all these over there for right now. Then I'm going to put them back on the screen. Let's see what we can do on The Walking Dead. I think that's the first 7, or maybe all 7. That's Walking Dead. We're going to call that... Do they call those trade paperbacks? I think they do, but it's hardback. Those are hardbacks. Sold. Okay. It's not a paperback though. Let's call it, let's search image. And then put lot. And then heist, because that's probably where you're going to find them as a lot. Why does these have colors and these don't? Okay, there they are. That's pretty close there. Wow, these were expensive, new. These were $35 a piece, new. Let me scan one. I kind of have a price in mind. Let me scan one here. So like this one, if you just wanted to buy book 7 as a hardback, $15, $20. So there's 7 of these. Yeah, I would say all 7 of those for $95. All 7 of those for $95. The original retail value was $245. They're hardback. And once again, it's the comics all bounded together. Seems like a great price on that. And that includes shipping. Well, $8 shipping, but man, golly, that's... It's going to be pretty pricey either way. Just medium mail. Richard Miller says he'll take them. Sold to Richard Miller for $95. You got it. Yeah, those are sold to Richard. All right, let me put them right in here with these other ones. Now, that's not Richard V. Miller, okay? That's just plain old Richard Miller. We have another one, Richard V. He bought the Aussie last week. This is a different Richard Miller. Thank you, Richard. Can I see the tomb? The Tomb of Dracula book I had? Sure thing. It was The Essential Tomb of Dracula. Yeah. You get Tomb of Dracula issues 1 through 25, Werewolf by Night number 15. And yeah, I think that's the Werewolf by Night number 15. That should be, like I said earlier, that, let me see the cover. What does that one look like? Is that the one that's the first appearance of Werewolf by Night? I've got some of these OG comics. I've got these comics OG somewhere. It should be one of the last ones here, right? Or did they put that one first because it's the first appearance? That's a cool comic. The original of that. Where does this start at? Did they put it right in the middle? Yeah, they put it right in the middle. That's weird. All right, put this right there. Okay, Let's grab another handful. I've got King Conan, cool. The Boys, cool. What are these? I don't know what those are. Far Sides. Batman. Let's look this up. Any Far Side? Y'all should see this Far Side book we have. Paul Brothers is watching. You've been missing comic book stuff, Paul. I was like, man, is Paul Brothers watching? I just sold a bundle of Walking Dead books. Batman, Dark Victory. That looks pretty cool. $19.99 on this. The Star Trek book is $14.99. Travis Woods must have went to bed. So, Dilbert, Cole, Star Trek, Thanos, Tomb of Dracula, and then Batman there. Was it Tim Graham or Travis Woods? Tim Graham. He gets Dark Victory. He was first on that one. And then Paul Brothers said sold on Star Trek. Tim Graham is watching. I think I was saying Travis Woods earlier. That's Tim Graham's arch nemesis. Far Side cartoons. I got these little books here. I think they said Far Side. Wait a minute. Yeah. I had a 6th grade teacher, Mr. Scott Bennett, and he started every class with a joke and a Far Side cartoon. That's how he started class every day. A joke and a Far Side cartoon. Let me look up this top one, Vicky. Valley of the Far Side. I will say $6.99 a piece on these. I've got 5 of them. It came from the Gary Larson. Yep. You got some snails. Eddie, I've told you 100 times, never run with that through the house. And he's got a salt shaker. See, that's just great humor, folks. Cavemen. Look out. It's a dang. I never can pronounce those things. Sold to Vicky Allison at $6.99 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sold to Vicky, $6.99 each on those. Okay, what else do we have over here? This is starting to get interesting, eh? This is starting to get interesting, huh? Yeah, it's getting into some cool stuff here, eh? Let's see what this is right here, oh. Let's scan this and this one. I probably could go through that book and tell you which ones Mr. Bennett had shown before. There's a couple I remember in my head, but I'd have to like see it and be like, yep, that's the one. $14.99 for Batman White Knight. Batman White Knight, $14.99. Sold to Paul Brothers. Here Comes Daredevil. Daredevil by Mark Waid, $14.99. Mr. Bennett. No, I remember we did he was literature and history. We did civilizations, early civilizations, Mesopotamia. I drew cuneiform and plaster. I had to do a presentation. I remember that very well. I've scanned this one and I've determined the price to be $19.99. Batman, The Long Halloween. Wow, look at that one. Batman, The Long Halloween. These look like they're supposed to go together at some point, these blood shots. So I'm going to wait because there's more stuff in this tub. Long Halloween sold to Tim Graham, $19.99. Let me refresh, see how much time we have left on Facebook. On Facebook, we have the following time remaining. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. In 2 minutes and 15 seconds, this feed is going to end. I'm probably going to do a few more things and then wrap it up. Okay? Richard Miller was next, and I'm going to price some more of this stuff out tomorrow night. I want to go get that giant Far Side book and show that to y'all if I know where it is. This is $29.99. The complete collection of Captain Marvel in color. Nice. Captain Marvel, $29.99. Let's get a price tag on that. Some of y'all have YouTube. We'll continue for a few minutes over there. Paul Brothers wants Captain Marvel. Here's Negan, The Walking Dead. I'll do this one for $14.99. Another Walking Dead book. Richard Miller might want that one. Chad, check PMs. Jeff, I will check my PMs. Let me see if that Far Side. I mean, it's a pricey book. Wait till y'all see it. You're going to be like, what the heck? Yeah, this is incredible. This is like super duper. Somebody might want it, though. Richard Miller wants The Walking Dead for $14.99. Yeah, check this out. The Complete Far Side, Volume 1, 1980, 1986, and then 1987, 1994. Gigantic, huge, bound. This has got to be everything he ever made. It's a gigantic set. What does this go for? Sealed. Sealed. It's actually not all that expensive. 80 to 94. Yeah, that's it. I would price this out at $99.99. I mean, it's a monstrosity. It looks like huge encyclopedia books. Nice in color too. Numanoid says they'll take it. Let me go set this in here then. Can you remind me your name again, or are you just under Numanoid in our system? Let me set this over here. New buyer, I'll send info. Okay, great. Yeah, just if you need the link or if you already know where that is, just let me know. This is on Twitch to a new buyer. Incredible set that is. We bought all this stuff locally from a guy, by the way. Any more patches? Not that I know of. Let's see, what else is in here? I wonder if Richard Miller's went over to YouTube, because I found a couple more. No more patches that I know of. No. I don't know of any. I don't know of any right now. Here's 2 more Walking Dead books for $14.99. We Find Ourselves and A Larger World. $14.99 on those. And all right, now let me go over here to these. I don't recognize too much of the rest of that stuff, but I know there's more right over here I want to get to. Let's see. Here we go. Let me grab these and these. Fantastic Voyage 2 by Isaac Asimov. $19.99 for this hardback book. Clive Barker, The Damnation Game. $14.99 on this one. I'll be on the lookout for patches or military stuff for you. Obviously, if I always buy stuff like that if we get an opportunity, so. This is, okay, this might be part of a larger set I have somewhere else. I got Avengers Assemble. Let me hold off on these because I may have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's volumes 1 and 5. Let me wait on those. That's the whole reason I grabbed that stack, because I saw those Avengers hardback books. Let's see what's in this box. The endless pursuit of going through comics over here continues. There's Hot Wheels. There's another Dilbert book. Those are just straight comics, it looks like. The Martian, Prey, Hail Mary, comics, character guides, Clive Barker. Those are records and paperbacks. I can't get to the rest really. This is maybe where our action stops. I need to stop anyway. I got a lot to do between now and then. I need you. Okay, fun's over. Anybody have any last question? Sent message on Facebook. Thank you. Thank you, Numanoid. I have you down. Hope you enjoy the Far Side comics. Maybe you can buy more tomorrow and Saturday. It's all $8 in limited shipping, even 50-pound books. Even for 50-pound books. So, I'll be digging more stuff out. I need to stop. I mean, I see all kinds of more stuff, but I need to pause. I need to go eat my shrimp cocktail, wash my hands, eat my shrimp cocktail. That's my supper from Publix. And then I got to start helping Ed. There's going to be people showing up here tomorrow there'll be people showing up here in the store in about 6.5 hours to get their spot in line. And maybe even earlier. Some people park in the parking lot and just kind of wait, then they get in line. We're having a $1 sale. Ed and John will be coordinating everything. We're going to have people waiting at the door here. Probably when I start leaving, there'll be people showing up. I'm going to be here the rest of the night working. Yeah, I'll try to get into the rest of these. I don't know about comic books. Tanner is working on sorting these things by titles. So, because he thinks we have complete runs. I told him that was okay, but it's going to take months to figure it all out. I think we just start selling them, but he wasn't a fan of that. I think we should just start selling them and doing flip videos. That's what I thought. I thought we should just start doing flip videos and selling them just in random lots, because we bought this guy's collection and we have so many. And if we try to sort them, we'll never be able to do it. So I think we're just gonna. I think I may just start selling them in lots. I might have to veto Tanner. But I don't want to do that to him right now because he's on maternity leave. Lady Death. I don't see any in these graphic I keep calling them graphic novels. I don't see any of these trade paperbacks. I'm sure we have some. Like, let me grab a handful off this rack and I'll show y'all what they look like. So it looks like he was sorting Iron Man here. Is this Iron Man? Or maybe he was working on sorting Iron Man. Yeah, so like here's a whole stack of Iron Man comics. And when I say a stack, it probably fill up an entire long box. So if anything, we was trying to maybe get them by hero, by, character. So, it's mostly modern stuff. There is dozens and dozens of Iron Man comics. So we're hoping we can get them by character and then sell them in lots by character. Because I know everybody has their favorites. I don't know very little about modern stuff I know very little. I know 10 cent, 12 cent, 15 cent. I know silver, golden, and some Bronze Age. The modern stuff, I don't know hardly anything about. Here's some stuff that it looks like Steve just sleeved. We're trying to get together some Halloween stuff. So we bought another collection. Most of it's still boxed up over here. And this guy mostly collected horror stuff. He collected Tomb of Dracula's. Because I know we have these. But we're trying to get together Halloween comics so we can start putting them up for like $10 starts during the record sales. Because most of the people who buy vinyl, especially on metal nights, they're into horror stuff and spooky stuff like this. Chamber of Thrills, or excuse me, Chamber of Chills, Chamber of Darkness, some of the 70s type stuff. Most of these are 70s and 80s. The Crypt of Shadows, the Crypt of Shadows, the Crypt of Shadows, the Crypt of Shadows, Dead of Night, Requiem for Dracula. So, I would say my expertise is in Silver Age and Golden Age. I know all the key books, values. I know them forwards and backwards. After about 1990, I'm probably clueless. I know there's valuable comics. Of course, they're nowhere near like, you know, Swamp Thing, Unexpected. These are going to be pretty cool when we dig all these out. I'm definitely going to let people know. I had some people like, man, Chad, don't start bogging us down with comics during our record sale. We just want music. So I do understand people don't like it all being mixed together, especially when we are trying to sell vinyl and we got comics up and there's all kinds of questions like, what is this? Can you show the inside of it? Tell me more about it. And it's all a new game. We want to eventually build this stuff to it's a whole different show where like, hey, person X, a future employee at Collectco, they're live right now on the other page, the Collectco comic page, having a comic sale. And but you know, we tried that earlier this year, but it just didn't work out with the person we had. So we had to retool. So we got a ton of inventory and we have to redo it. It's, but we'll get it rebooted eventually. I figured by now we'd be shipping, by the first of the year when I planned all this out, I was thinking we'd be shipping hundreds of comics a week by now. But I'm pretty peculiar about things. I like everything running 110%, 7 days a week, full throttle. And it's really hard to find just one person to come in and dedicate their time to all that. But maybe one day I'll find that person. I also need that person who likes posters and toys and coins and knives. So if you're out there, you might want to move to Tennessee. I'll give you a job. But you're going to be full throttle 7 days a week, no personal life. It's, you know, to be able to do a live stream and have this kind of fun and do it for a living, you got to make a lot of other sacrifices. There's hardly any family time, pretty much no personal life, not a lot of leisure time, pretty much no time to eat. But if it works out, then you'll probably get paid very well, and you probably can just have fun and sell comic books and toys every night. But if you don't want to make those sacrifices, and also, you know, you're going to be working for me. So I'll be pretty peculiar. I'll be like, hey, what the heck's going on here? Thought we're supposed to be selling a lot more than this. What's going on? I don't like the way things are going. You're fired. Not that I would ever do that. How much you paying me? If you come in and do it 1 year for free and can prove yourself, Jim B, I'll give you a job. But I need you 1 year, no pay. I'll pay your lodging and meals, but you got to work for free for 1 year, and then I'll put you on a crazy salary. Most people, even on their day off, want to come work here. It happened this week. We had 4 people show up on Labor Day that didn't even want a day off. It's a lot of fun. And if anybody ever wants to be a live streamer, it is fun, but it's super high demand. Anybody we've talked to about it, I'm like, listen, I'm going to give you the bad news now. This is not fun until you get to that point. It's a lot of hard work and very exhausting, but we can get you in that position. All right, I'm signing off. I got to get ready for tomorrow. Thank y'all as always. Good night. Still got 93 people watching. Wow, on all platforms. I'm done. And I am signing off. Thank everybody for still watching. At least those that are still hanging around. I'm signing off. And I'm going to go eat my shrimp cocktail.